For some, the world's a stage.
The theatre we make, it's visceral.
For others, it's a spreadsheet.
She has got to go.
Anne Edmonds and Kitty Flanagan star in the brand new comedy, Bad Company. Streaming now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Hey, take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Rosen kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goes where? Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
Yeah, take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It's a weekend where another Friday night double-up had everyone talking about the fixture, and the conversation will continue as we welcome you to the last game of Round 8 for Sunday night footy at Carrara. Quentin Hull is my name. Great to have your company as we stretch this weekend of football into the later hours of a Sunday. Yes, it's a public holiday in Queensland tomorrow. That's one of the reasons why that we're playing this game between Gold Coast and Greater Western Sydney at 7:20 local time on this Sunday night. Well, regardless of what time it's being played, it is a very important game for these two clubs, with the Suns starting to just look a little tepid after their hot start to the season. They've lost 3 of their last 4 games, and the most recent was a 49-point defeat at the hands of Hawthorn on Anzac Day down at Launceston. So the last time they were here, they beat Essendon. Mind you, the Bombers pushed them to within 9 points there. So 4 wins, 3 losses for a Gold Coast team, which will again be without Brownlow medalist Matt Rowell, who been carrying a bit of an ankle issue and wasn't able to get up to play the game. There's a few changes for the Suns. We'll go through all of those team bits and pieces in a moment. And for Greater Western Sydney, well, what to make of them? They've won 2 of their last 3, but, you know, the scalps with respect to Richmond and North Melbourne, Richmond, of course, won yesterday, first win in a while, and the Kangaroos are building. But they're the only two scalps of recent times that the Giants have picked up. In between, they got thumped by the Swans by 41 points. So GWS come here with 3 wins and 4 losses. But that being said, don't the Orange love playing Team 17? The Expansion Cup has been one-way traffic of recent years. So 6 in a row for the Giants over the Suns, but they've won 15 of the last 16. Essentially, the Giants won the first ever 18th v 17th franchise game. And then the Suns won the next 4. But then, of the following 16, Greater Western Sydney has won all bar 1 of them. So, at selection, as promised, the news, Kieran Briggs coming back in, had that concussion early in the season and came back through the VFL last week. So he returns to the Giants team. Joe Fonte's back in from suspension. Nick Madden out with a knee injury, and Ollie Hannaford has been dropped. 5 changes for Gold Coast. So along with Raoul being out with an ankle injury, both Jared Witts and Zeke Hewlin have been rested for very differing reasons. They're at the different ends of their footy careers. So Witts given a spell. Interestingly, though, with Briggs coming in, that's something our experts will talk about in a moment. But Zeke Hewlin, the younger brother of Bodie, he gets a spell. And Jed Walter and Jake Rogers have been shown the edge of Damien Hardwick's knife, and they've been cut from the squad. So Ned Moyle gets a game. Alex Davies, Joel Jeffrey, Sam Closey and Lockie Golden are all back in to this Suns team. The conditions are gorgeous. Let's introduce your panel and call team. Michael Price sitting to my left. How are you, Michael? It feels like we're once again, it's like, is this Tuesday night during the 2020 COVID season? We've got one of those weird night games at Carrara that doesn't feel quite right. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Q. Again, just honoured to be in the best seat in the house. But yeah, it's got that COVID 2020 feel. It's not being too disparaging about the crowd, but it is thin in number at the moment. Looking forward to this game. They've both got a hell of a lot to play for. And they go at each other very hard, the Giants and the Suns, for the off-Broadway trophy.
I've got 2 ruckmen to speak through the Briggs in, Moyle in, among other things. I mean, they know other parts of footy instead of just ruckcraft. Great to have our dual rucks, Matt Primus and Jeff White, in the experts' chairs tonight.
Yes.
How are you going, Whitey? You've just sort of had a close eye on the D's. Run close in another high-scoring game at the SCG.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shootout, but great to be here tonight. And yes, we can. He's a coach, so we try and look at other things besides the ruck work. But that will be an interesting match-up tonight. Very interesting that they got Witts, but he has been battered up a few times over the last couple of weeks. I could see that. And obviously, Zeke Hewlin's had a great start to his career. So
is it rested? I mean, we sort of expect that at some point they're going to have to give Ned Moyle a few more games, but is that kind to the big fella with the way that the ruck rules are going, Matt Primus? How are you?
Well, he hasn't been he's been going okay. He hasn't been in great form compared to what he has the last couple of years. And they head off to Darwin soon for 2 weeks in a row too, so they might have a bit of that on their mind. They're pretty trying conditions in Darwin, and they're probably looking to use him up there. And their stoppage game has been a little bit poor, so maybe he has got a niggle and give him a rest and let the young fella come in who's been in good form in the VFL. And I like their selections also. They've got some more run there. I think their forward lines hasn't been operating well with Walter and Reid and King, and I think it looks a better look. Whether that'll come to fruition tonight, time will tell.
Well, first time that we get to see Jamara Ugle-Hagan play a home game in the seniors here. We've been turning up early to have a look at him play VFL, but it'll be interesting to see how he works tonight. Now, if you want to get in touch, by the way, the SMS number is up and running. 0437 774 774 to get in touch. There are no late changes here. 0437 774 774. Now, so the play-by-play callers have had to get in the car and drive down the highway, and we know that you guys drive up to Brisbane regularly. So I'm going to use that as the sort of the broadening umbrella over the top of this conversation about the time slot. You guys are the residents in this town. Now, we've had 2 games this time slot the last 2 years. Brisbane has hosted Gold Coast at the Gabba. Absolutely smashing success. It worked really well. So I thought, I'm not just going to be Brisbaneist by complaining that I've got to drive down the coast for this time slot until I've turned up and I've spoken to a few people. But locals, what do you think about this time for a game of footy here? Public holiday here tomorrow. A lot of our listeners aren't aware that this is one of those sort of outer rim Queensland days off that not many others in the rest of the country get.
I'm just hoping there's a lot of text messages, so you have to attend to all of them, so it takes you guys a long time to get home from what we've gone through the last couple of years. Anyway, no, I don't mind the time slot with the public holiday tomorrow, but it has been a great success at Brisbane. We've called a number of them in Brisbane, so I don't know, test the water.
It won't be as good tonight. It won't be as good tonight.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because public holiday, but the Giants haven't drawn them in. But you were saying off air, Q, is it not even the big teams?
So
will draw them in.
I turned up just as the chairman Bob East was getting himself ready to come into the chairman's function. So I said good day and said, "Oh look, am I just being grumpy because I'm someone from Brisbane who had to drive here today?" He goes, no, we are not happy at all with this time slot. So the chair, and I'm sure he won't mind me mentioning that without having, it was a general conversation, but I think he's pretty forthright. And I wrote down the pertinent part of it was, he said, we are not popular enough that people will come to us no matter when we play. We need to play to our strengths. And I then asked, what if it was Collingwood or Carlton or Essendon? You get, no, even then, I mean, the fact that it's the Giants, it doesn't help.
Yes.
But even if this was one of those heavily supported Victorian clubs, we wouldn't have got a big crowd. We're going to be low teens as far as a crowd. Now, we compare that to sold out in nearly 35,000 the last two May Day long weekends in Queensland when Brisbane hosted Gold Coast. So... And all this talk off the back of the Friday double up, and you know what it's like, Matt, how passionate people are about the showdown, and it turned out to be a great game, and so on and so forth. But
it's interesting, because I looked at their draw. Living here on the Gold Coast, it feels like the Suns haven't been here for... I know they played Essendon 2 weeks ago, but before that it had been 4 weeks before and that was a West Coast on a Sunday at 5 o'clock. So it feels like, with the momentum they had at the start of the season, Geelong and then smacking, it feels like they just haven't been around. Also,
I feel that too. And then they go to Darwin.
Yes,
then they've gone away for 2 weeks to Darwin. So
compromise upon compromise upon compromise. So there was opening round and then the gap because of the buys. And
then gather round.
The compromise for West Coast as well, to ensure that Channel 7 had a 3 p.m. Sunday start, which is why it was 5 p.m. Sunday here. So that was done to appease, and we know the power of Channel 7 over in the West, and we know how big the West Coast brand is. So that was appeasing the Eagles. And then, of course, gather round. And now I think this is the last year of the deal where 2 games will be played in the Northern Territory, and I don't expect it to look the same after the next trip, which comes up in, what is it, St Kilda next week and Port Adelaide the week after.
Well, this is pretty much 2 or 3 years in a row where we've had an interrupted first half of the season for the Suns. So you can see why they're looking at, hang on a minute, we have those 2 home games essentially in Darwin, have them here, be at home where it has been a bit disjointed.
G'day to Billy Ray in Block 402. He's one of our regular listeners who comes along and listens to the footy while he sits here. Good on you. He says, guys, this is an absolutely terrible time slot. Has anyone questioned the AFL? Mark Evans, ? Why is this not a Q clash? Or why wasn't it at 4:15 p.m? Thank you to Billy Ray in Block 402. Off to our right, 0437 774 774 is the number. And look, there'll be plenty of people who'll be happy to sit at home and watch a bit of footy. But that being said, even if you're the broadcaster that's got the exclusive rights to this game, you've got the exclusive rights to a game between the 2 least supported clubs in the competition.
It was a mate of mine, and I will quote, he said, the who gives a rat's south of the Murray Cup. But look, we care a lot, obviously, here.
And the footy will probably be really good because these 2 teams are a chance to be contenders.
Absolutely, and I think the rivalry that they do have, and especially from getting beat up upon, the Suns over their history, the last, as you say, 1 out of the last 16 games against the Giants, they've got a point to prove, and the Giants want to turn their season around. They're 3-4, and the Suns 4-3. So I expect the footy to be good. It's the time slot that I don't think is that flash.
And another text as well, which says, don't forget, Q, that we had the surfing at Snapper Rocks this week, and that's right. I rolled out of bed, and this morning I thought I just want to feel good about life, so I'll put on the pictures of the beautiful barrels coming in. People were everywhere at dawn this morning for the surfing. Did you get down there, Whitey?
No, I had kid footy all day Sunday, but no, it looked great waves, heaps of people down there, and that's the thing, Gold Coast, there's so many options. Even though the weather hasn't been that flash the last week or so, they still plan the weekend to go away, no matter what. Boating, surfing, there's a lot of things on, so interesting to see what kind of crowd rocks up. It's still got, 40 minutes or so?
Yeah. Both teams are warming up, and if you've just joined us, no changes to the selected teams for Gold Coast and Greater Western Sydney. The Swans, by the way, won by 17 points in the end. Malcolm Rose has kicked 7 goals. Sydney 19-17, 131 to Melbourne 17-12, 114. And just before I introduce our guest, there is also the curiosity of Dimmer's coaching box tonight, which is just to our right.
Quick, huh?
So we're in a sort of commentary box where there are 2 large window panes. We can roll one open if we want to, but they've got a bit more space. They've got 3. And when the TV cameras were setting up, they cracked one of the window panes there. So apparently it weighs about 200 kilos, that pane of glass, and the slant is outwards. So they couldn't bring the glass inwards to put it away. They basically had to somehow let it controlled go down to the tier below. They've had 4 blokes help, and so just as well the weather's good tonight.
Yeah, and it's open right now. Yeah. Our next
it doesn't slide like our window. It's just it might do, but anyway, it's busted and it's fine. So there's al fresco conditions for Damien Hardwick and his coaching crew tonight. Now, with Greater Western Sydney playing, you always give me curry that it's an excuse for me to drop all my Riverina references, right?
Yeah.
So I thought, I'd live up to reputation by having Riverina stories told, but from a guy in a Gold Coast shirt. Elliot Himmelberg, it's great to have a chat to you here on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. How you doing?
Yeah, great to be here, boys. Really good.
Look, I know that you'd probably love to be out there finally playing a senior game for your new club against your brother, but couldn't knock back the chance to have a chat to you about, your story and your family story on a night where you're envious of Big Bro again because he's out there playing and you're watching on. How are you, all right?
Yeah, really good. Caught up with Big Bro this morning. Really good night for it too, so it would have been a really good one to get back. Not too far off though, about a couple of weeks, and I'll hopefully give it a good crack to get in the ones, get a game under the belt for the new club, hopefully. Yeah.
So for those that aren't aware, Elliot, you did your knee mid last year. We're almost at exactly 12 months, aren't we?
Yeah, maybe this time last year, yeah.
Yeah. And off the back of, you had issues with your shoulders at the Crows and broke a leg in your junior footy days, so you've had a bit of a tough run.
Yeah, not too bad until recently with the hamstring, ankle, shoulder, so just ticking off all the limbs. Hopefully keep the left shoulder, left arm right, but just really close to get back out there. Did a session by myself out there, so the conditions are really good, but
I'll do the sort of the family yarn stuff in a moment, but from your footy, you signed a 3-year deal when you came across from Adelaide, so that rolls through at least until next year. What's it like being here on the Gold Coast compared to being at the Crows?
It's obviously a bit different. Both clubs also in different positions. Sort of when I transitioned from Adelaide, they're going really good now, but Suns were on the up as well, and we played finals for the first time last year, which is really exciting to be a part of, although I was watching from the sidelines. But yeah, it's been pretty similar in terms of professionalism and the way it's run. I think most clubs would be similar, but there's obviously a little bit of nuances as well with the fact that Dimmer was here and he's coming off a lot of success.
Elliot Himmelberg is our guest, yet to make his senior debut for the Suns, but getting closer, we hope, with that knee almost right to go.
So you're coming back. So what position do you feel that you play your best? I mean, you've You played down back. You played in a number of areas. Where do you feel? I know you want to get yourself right, healthy. It's the main thing. Tick that off. Get back playing. When you're back playing, your confidence is up. Where do you feel you play your best position?
Preference is forward. Just always sort of, most of my junior career was forward. Got to feel like I've got a good natural feel of the game as you need, and then obviously a lot of attributes with the modern game in height and endurance and that. So that's my preference. But at the same time, you just want to be out there, an opportunity to be a part of it as well. So if it's playing back or ruck, that's me too.
Yeah, and and there's a lot of young kids that are coming through. I noticed that they've only won one. I think they've only won one game, but there's a lot of youth. I mean, Jai Murray had 40 today in the two, so be a great opportunity for you to come in and lead those younger kids coming through from the academy.
It's a bit of a change. Last year we had a fair bit of experience in the VFL, so it's been a big change. I think obviously with the 5 academy kids coming through, it's a younger side, so whilst there's a lot of talent, it's really hard because VFL's a really good competition and those boys are just learning. I spent a fair bit of time in rehab this pre-season with Muzz, and he's a ripper. He gets after it and that, so that's the one thing I've noticed as well, that 18-year-olds are coming through a lot more ready. So you're seeing it with like Zeke, and then a few of the first years around the competition that they're coming in ready to go. So it's really impressive that way.
Elliot, over the last 3 weeks, you've probably come off a little bit of the team of their form, what they did in the first 3 weeks. I know you've played some pretty good teams, Sydney, Hawthorn, and Essendon out here, but what's been a couple of the focus points that Tim has been trying to knock home that you need to get going to get your game up and running as best as it can?
It's been pretty simple, to be honest. We know we're just probably not playing our best footy at the moment. Dimmer keeps stressing that we don't necessarily want to be playing our best footy at the moment. Obviously, we're building to the back end, and it's probably, we're looking at it, it's a good thing that we've got a bit to work on now, because we're still in a pretty good position in the top 8, and we've honed in on just small things. We talked about the O-ring disaster, if you look that up, but it's a small thing that has big ramifications on the outcome. So we're just trying to screw a few bolts in tighter and build to the back end. Okay.
I'm going to have to Google that.
Someone's doing.
Would that have a fair bit to do with it?
O-ring disaster. Sorry, Matt, to cut you off. You can ask him a question while I'll then enlighten our listeners.
Is that based around your stoppage contested work? Because that sets up everything, most teams, but how you guys want to play. That hasn't probably been at its best the last 3 weeks, or is it more bigger or more intense than that?
Yeah, I think most teams, that's probably the one thing that's probably the hardest with the way the rules are changing and that. And we've got a pretty new midfield mould to get used to. So there's obviously, they're just going to get better and better with the more synergy they get. So, I think every team's just looking for the perfect balance of shape and contest and what you give and take, how you make decisions under pressure and that. So, yeah.
Quick Search and a few others. That was the reason for the Challenger disaster when the NASA space shuttle blew up inside of everyone in the mid-80s. So that because of the failed O-rings. So there you go. Elliot Himmelberg's our guest on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport as we prepare for Gold Coast versus Greater Western Sydney. Now, Elliot, I read that your folks are pretty good at travelling around to watch you and Harry play. So are they here?
Yeah, they're here, yeah. We've got a bit of family up here, so it's this one's a pretty easy trip as well to get accommodation and that. So
they stay with you now?
No, not me this week, but got some family up here as well. They just they shacked in with.
And I'm interested. Your mum was a basketballer, wasn't she?
She played a bit of college in America, so she'll be happy with that.
Yeah. But the sporting part of your life, you're not just another of the great breed from 2650 who just lived and breathed sport. You had a bit of pedigree in your genes as well in that regard.
Yeah. Mum comes from a pretty good family of athletes from Junee, so there's a bit going on down there. Yeah. Something in the water in Riverina.
Yeah. So
there it is.
But no, the crazy thing was, because you're a couple of years younger than Harry, but he went to Canberra, didn't he?
Yeah.
As a part of the Giants Academy. And then you ended up coming up here. So can you explain why you ended up playing sort of at Redland and then the Lions Academy, en route to Adelaide, while Harry went to Canberra on the Giants path.
Yeah, so Harry in his under-18s year, he suffered a broken jaw, so he missed a lot of his under-18s year, and just so happened he missed out on the draft that year. Giants reached out to him and said, we'd like to have another look. He is an overager, so he had to move to Canberra. Whilst Dad's work took him up to Brisbane, so the rest of the family, we all came up to Brisbane, and then ended up at Redlands just through some looking around at what the best sort of footy setup is, because at the time it wasn't very obvious where the best footy is up here. So, you move into Brisbane and it's not all, there's not a footy club around every corner. So just had to find Redland, and it was a really good spot to end up and start my journey as well with the Lions Academy.
You played a year at Redland?
Long time ago.
Why?
Yeah, 09. It is a great setup.
After you retired,
that was my club. Yeah,
yep,
that's right. Mum and Dad were in that area, but yeah, definitely what Elliot's saying is great setup. So even junior program.
Where's home for the folks now? Still.
They've ended up in Adelaide for the last few years. So Dad's work took him again to Adelaide.
Okay. Yep. But obviously they've got the trip here. So were they just as diligent coming to watch you play when you were playing for the Crows as they were watching Harry?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. They'd come. I think they even had a few trips. We played a few sample games around the country and they even made the plane and the bus to where I think Whyalla or something. So yeah, they've been really good. I think Dad's work allows him to travel a bit. So really, really good with support.
And what's the nature of the brotherly relationship?
It's not too bad out there.
Or even
last time
just at home, are you really close mates, or you've sort of had there's different varying of brotherly relationships?
Not too bad. I've recently found out I was going to be a father, so he's been a good sounding board. Yeah, thank you. He's been a good sounding board for that. So he basically has just given me a lot of advice over the last 10 years as well. So he's probably always been the big brother in that way. On the field, not so much. He's 2-1 up, so hopefully I can get back out there soon and even that.
Only 3 games you played against each other in there?
I think so, yeah. It might have been a 4th and they might have won it, but 2-1 for now. Yeah.
2-1. So first time, Dad?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, when's the due date?
Late August, I think. They're twins, so
wow.
Yeah, so we're going to be.
And how's your partner?
She's pretty good. She got through a bit of sickness and getting a bit sore and big, obviously, with the 2 of them. But yeah, it's been a pretty stressful, cool, all of it challenge to, prepare for that, and then also. Whilst I'm coming back to play, it might not be ideal, but, we'll make it work.
That's another thing you've got in common with Whitey as well.
Yeah, I've got twins. Yeah, you just got to make sure the time management's the key.
What advice, Jeff?
Time management.
As father of twins?
And plenty of baby wipes. Plenty of baby wipes. And they have a V-shaped pillow, so you can sit both the twins on either side and put so have that. Yeah. And then if you're into golf, you like your golf?
No, I might take it up.
So and then you watch a European tour at night time, so you can give your wife, partner a bit of a rest. So, there it is.
That is one part of the conversation I didn't expect we'd get to. But that's excellent, Jeff. Elliot Himmelberg's our guest. So do you know the brand, or you just sort of know that you've got 2 ready to come?
2 girls.
Sorry, you said that. 2 girls?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So was that your call, your partner's call, or you just thought, look, we got double trouble here, so we better know what we're in for?
Well, I've always been strong campaigning for knowing. She never wanted to, but she's been really hot on what we're going to name them, and I said, well, I'm not going to talk to you about it unless I know what it is, because I'm not wasting my time coming up with boy or girl names if we're not going to have one. So twins was enough to get it over the line with her. That was enough of a surprise. So And
where did you meet your partner?
Just in Adelaide.
So she's made the trip with you?
Yeah. She's moved up. She's been awesome. She had all her family's down in Adelaide, so she's been really good coming up and letting me, follow my dreams.
Yeah. great that you could share journey, Elliot. So where are Mum and Dad sitting tonight?
Should be up, usually around the family section up there behind the goals.
So they're sitting in the family section because of you, but get to see Harry playing.
Well, I think they got tickets through Harry.
Oh, okay.
I'm usually a bit slack on that, so they just go straight to him. Yeah.
And I've got to. Yep. Sorry.
No, I was just going to ask you. Did the fact that you came up here quite a while ago and played for Redland, did that give you any clues of what to expect when you signed on for the Suns?
Not a whole heap, because I never had. Throughout my draft experience and everything, I never really had much dialogue with the Suns. So, apart from the weather, which I knew was probably the best in the world, but not too much. I didn't really know what to expect, and I think also a part of it was that it was a really new shaping. Like people talk to me about, a few years ago we didn't have much. We were over in the shed, but since I arrived, all I know is that it's a pretty well-run club, and we're like, it's from the outside it might look like a big change, but just to me, I've just come into a really good club.
And without any real family connection back to Wagga, do you get back to Wagga at all these days?
It's a bit harder with the double flights, and a few of my mates have actually moved up here and they're at the game. So not a whole heap. I've still got a couple of family down there. Usually, if there's a special occasion, I'll get down, but it's lessening.
They give me a bit of stick because I like to give my Riverina references, and also having to explain to them the unique name of your footy club, where you have a merged club, and generally the name United would be at the end of a merged footy club's name. But these guys, the Himmelbergs, played for Mangapla Kukadinia United East Lakes, because Mangapla and Kukadinia are two farming communities that were united for footy, but then East Lakes was like a junior footy club in Wagga, which didn't have a senior affiliate, and then basically they merged the junior to this. So that's why the United Goannas have MCUE, not MCEU.
I thought you were going to say Grong Grong Matong again.
No, that's it. Well, that's Ganmain Grong Grong Matong. Ganmain and the Lions merged with Grong Grong Matong the Magpies to become the Ganmain Grong Grong Matong Lions. All these country footy talk.
Yeah.
It's double
They didn't even bother with the U.
Yeah. Well, Elliot, thanks for coming in. Good luck to you and your partner. It seems like of course in life that's the bigger fish to fry, but we'd love to finally see you out here in a Suns shirt at some point, because when I saw you were traded here, I thought, well, he's going to be a handy acquisition for the Suns with what they're building. But injuries have gotten in the way. So, yeah, thanks for coming in to share a time with us.
Yep.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Elliot Himmelberg, who's a couple of weeks away from his knee, and a product of Mangapla Kukadinia United East Lakes, the Goannas.
What a name. What a name.
Mm. You wouldn't want to... How much would that score in Scrabble? It's huge.
No late changes here. It's Gold Coast and Greater Western Sydney. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jeff White and Matt Primus with you. And Zane Bojak's got the pleasure of sitting among the crowd. I was about to say throng, but that would be poetic license rather than a description of the amassed. Zano, how are you?
I'm very good, Q, and you're right. There are a lot of grey, silver and red seats available here tonight, unfortunately, as the umpires make their way out here in front of me. A few people are clapping them. Let's hope that they're clapping them as they walk off, because we have seen a few ordinary decisions over the weekend, haven't we? Certainly not a huge crowd here tonight. Perfect conditions, though, 20 degrees. The field looks absolutely wonderful, even though we've had curtain raiser that doesn't look too bad at all. And certainly I'm looking forward to seeing how Ned Moore goes. He looked like a kid in a candy store when he was out there. Of course, coming in for Jared Witts. He's playing his first game since round 18 last year, and I just wonder whether or not he might be the key to helping the Gold Coast Suns to get a bit more clearances and be able to compete with the likes of Clayton Oliver. And they also, I mean, from my perspective, I just can't believe how talented they are, and they're just not using the football perhaps as best they should. So tonight up against this team that they can't beat, 6 losses in a row, who knows? Maybe the O-ring theory might be the one. Maybe it might be a shuttle disaster tonight for the Giants.
And the Giants banner has just been raised. It says, Clary and Track both left the D's. They wanted big moments just like these. Well, there's poetic license as well, because the last couple of Sunday nights with the Queensland May Day have been packed houses at the Gabba and Q clashes, but a bit different here. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Pete from Eton in WA. G'day, he texts. Hi, crew. There's only one state and one territory that celebrate May Day. It's Queensland and the Northern Territory.
Correct.
And it is a late time slot. The sun will be setting here in the west in 1 hour. Have a great call, team. Yep. Thank you, Pete. So, I think footy fans will be happy to tune in and see some footy on a Sunday night. But when you're, as I say, you're in this part of the world and realise that fixturing is so important in the non-heartland, and you're putting the two least followed clubs in the competition in an experimental slot. I mean, it worked at the Gabba, and I was open-minded, Pricey, coming down here thinking, no, I just don't want to be one of those Brisbane people complaining about the drive, because it's been great this time slot at the Gabba. Well, I don't think it's working here.
But I wasn't complaining about the drive, because the first time it took me less than an hour to get here.
Yeah, there's a long weekend.
Lack of traffic.
M1 was quiet. Richard from Geelong, g'day. He says, great to tune into my favourite callers. Can I say, as a proud Victorian and Cats tragic, I really want... a real footy fans want the Suns and Giants to grow and thrive, for this matchup to be a blockbuster. Our wonderful game has to grow or it will die. NRL, it's just true for them as well. They're good on this with the PNG team and growing the game in the Pacific. Yeah, thank you, Richard. And that's been massive headlines this week. If you're not aware, the former Penrith star who now plays with the West Tigers, Jerome Luai, has just been signed to play for the PNG Chiefs.
That's a great signing.
Tax-free.
Oh, yeah.
Righto, the Giants are out there and are
God, I love the jumper.
Resplendent in their black with the orange numbers.
Is it black or charcoal, Q?
Well, we know technically that it's charcoal, but it's black. I reckon they should get rid of the white part of the GWS colours. It's like the blue for the Suns. Who recognises blue as a part of the Suns? I know it's in the song, but they're known as gold and red, whereas the Giants, they're known as orange and charcoal.
Yep.
But the white part of it sort of have those white numbers on the orange. We saw the warm-up kit was orange with black numbers, and that looked great. So they are resplendent out there. The Suns are about to run out onto the banner, and the opening ball-up's about 13 minutes away. Jeff White and Matt Primus, so many areas to look at in this game. I'll just leave a ... there. You can take us wherever you want.
I'm looking forward to the forward setup with the Giants, Cadman, and the big fella up forward, number 23, losing
Jesse
Hogan. But they haven't had that synergy all year, and I'm really looking forward to that setup. They were good in patches last week, but they're just, those two that line up, and then you throw in Stringer down there, and obviously you've got Toby Green, really good setup. So that's going to stretch the back half of the Suns tonight, I reckon.
Ben from Victor Harbour texts, hi team, loving the coverage. Do you know why we are not in fact having the Q Clash for May Day as per the last 2 years? The first Q Clash is not for another 5 weeks, which seems silly. Thank you, Ben from Victor Harbour. I can only suggest it's got to do with the nature of fixturing, and Brisbane's next home game is Friday night against Carlton, so there would have been all of those TV executives gnashing out the fact that they wanted to get the Lions on Friday night, and that now probably doesn't look like as big as a game as it could possibly be. But that's ahead of us, Matt. What about tonight as the Suns come out? It says Expansion Cup, celebrate footy on the coast, built from local clubs. Giants feel it most.
I'm looking forward to the response queue. I did read during the week they had the most missed tackles of any team this year, the Suns last week, and Hawthorn can make you do that the way they move the ball, but I would think Dim would be filthy with that. So they've had 7 days to stew on it. Played last Saturday in Launceston, and both teams have been, as Whitey touched on, Giants haven't been operating full strength in their forward 50. The Suns haven't either. So how both forward lines go, and also the response because the Giants, we know they love getting that run handball game going. If the Suns miss that many tackles like they did last week, then the Giants will have a field day kicking the ball inside 50. So looking forward to that response from the Suns.
That's what I reckon. The Goulburn and the Davies in just to try and rectify the tackling pressure that they had. He was outstanding. Great start of the year, Davies, and then obviously Rouse come in and sort of pushed him out. So he's a great tackler, and you've got Touk Miller in there, of course.
It's just like that balance was a bit off, wasn't it? Petrarca, Humphreys, offensive guys, and then Rouse missed a bit of footy. Just that balance has got off. So he's still looking for that synergy between their midfield and forward line, as Ali had mentioned before.
Well, we've got a Phoenix playing for the Suns in Phoenix Gothard. I've got a text here which says, "Hello from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm in the office listening to you guys through the AFL website just after 2 a.m. here." What are you doing in at the office at 2 a.m.?
2 a.m.
But I'm glad you're listening. That's an unnamed text, by the way.
Probably trading.
Send us your name, 0437
Oil trading.
Trading stocks.
Okay.
That's what I reckon. 2 a.m.
Teresa. She's a regular fan. Hello, Teresa. Our family think it's great to have the AFL on tonight. There's not much on TV at this time on a Sunday. We usually watch a game that was played over the weekend anyway. Enjoy the game. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, again, if you're content, I don't like calling football content. It might be a good content decision. I don't know whether it's a good football decision.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Kev. But the footy, again, we're expecting a good game, a good, close, hard game. If the Gold Coast can bring what we have expected from them and what the greater football public expected from them at the start of the year, this could be an absolute belter.
It could be, and the Giants have only played in glimpses this year. Also, they haven't had a full game where Adam Kingsley would be super happy with how they've played. So they're searching for their best form, and the Suns are searching for their best form. And as Ellie said, that you don't want to be playing your best footy now, but you want to be in better form than what they're both doing, because they've both got aspirations to be top 14.
What do you reckon about Oliver and Petrarca going head to head tonight, Jeff?
Yeah, that'd be a bit of a handshake to start with, and then away they go. And it's first time they've played against each other, so very, very interesting.
Sorry, Beansy from Broadford. Thank you for your text. I'll get through these before we get to the bouncy. G'day, Q. As a Wagga boy, do you prefer this fixture to a Q clash? Well, I do like, the Sydney, when I was growing up, was Riverina territory, and then the Giants took over Riverina territory. So there is a soft spot there because of all the Wagga product. And he says, as a Carlton supporter, how do you define TDK and Jack Sauce game last night? Oh. And then, Beansy, that's a non-broadcastable response. We've got to build ourselves up to try and call Carlton next Friday at the Gabba.
Oh, boy.
Who did I got a message from someone. We might as well use it now. Someone said, I forget where we heard this, they said, why don't the Blues supporter group put a banner up after half-time?
Absolutely.
Because when they run through the banner at the start of the game, they're good for 2 quarters, so put another banner up.
Good psychology.
At the start of the third quarter, and then they might be good for another 2 after the long break.
Might get the Brisbane supporter group doing it next Friday, Q.
G'day, guys. Phil from Victoria. Time slot. I'm being a bit selfish here. Nothing watchable on free-to-air TV, so I'm grateful to still hear some good footy on the analogue radio. Yep, no, and that's why we threw it open, 0437 774 774. If there's not the appetite for footy fans to tune in, they wouldn't do it. But at the same time, this is one of the Gold Coast's home games, which, as we said, have been a little compromised. Yeah, they get a bit of a leg up in a few areas, but at the same time, they also, their next Carrara game, when is it?
It's about August away, isn't it?
August.
Well, gee, I'm looking through
Brisbane, 6th of June.
6th of June. That's 2 months away.
Yeah.
A month away.
Month and a half. Exactly a month.
Yeah, a month away.
Still, for local fans, I just don't agree with the length.
And you can see why they're trying to remove that part. It's been great for a period of time, but they're trying to remove that part. So,
well, we're in a battle. The AFL is in a battle.
And there is a league game tonight as well. Penrith's playing Manly Warringah. So as far as the TV content, you can choose the league or the AFL tonight if you've got pay television.
And you've got a great view because you call both games and you're passionate about both games. And that's part of your Riverina upbringing as well. But the AFL is still in a ding-dong battle against the NRL in this part of the world, and I think that's lost with a few people down south.
Oh, massive, yeah.
But off the back of it's been coming to tonight's game. It's been some cracking games.
Oh yeah,
it's been a really good round of footy, close. You know, the showdown was unbelievable.
You didn't watch Docklands last night, did you?
No, I come here knowing that you two barrack for Carlton, so I don't need to say anything. I don't need to bring that up to reference. But it's been a great round of footy, so it's hopefully this game or even really caps off a great round of footy.
Both of the games at Docklands are pretty average. The only good thing about Carlton having a bad season is that Essendon's going just as bad.
Spoken like a true Carlton.
Trying to divert it.
What about the Collingwood-Hawthorn game again? I mean, obviously close. It was a draw, but just awesome footy being played across the board, and if we can just continue sort of highlighting that, we'll be laughing as a code.
Jamara Ugle-Hagan. Now, what are we going to see from him? Had to go down to the wind and gust of Launceston to return to the AFL. You would have thought that when we get our sort of sunshine and drier decks here that he'll be able to thrill us with his skills. So Jed Walter's been left out now in a forward line that is starting to look a little different because the former number 1 draft pick is there.
Well, I always thought when they played Reid, Walter and King last year, it just didn't work. I'm not sure the reason why. I think they're all three, or Reid can probably get up the ground, but the other two are stay-at-home forwards, and you can't have two of them in your team, and it hasn't quite worked. They've been able to still kick a score with them, but defensively they've been poor, and I reckon they've run with that, and it hasn't quite worked. And then Jamara's come in, and he's still finding his way, and he came in when they were dominated territory-wise last week against Hawthorn, so it's a bit hard to get a gauge on that. So I don't want to give him a look at that. The Darwin conditions will probably suit him a little bit more. But I think it's a better look. They've got King, who's a focal point, and then Jamara's got to have some room there, and he's good on the air and in the ground, and then Reid can chop out in that aspect. So I think it's a better look. It's just how good their supply going to be, and defensively I think they set up better too in their forward 50 with the team they picked tonight.
Yeah, I like the setup. I don't know about the three. Sort of, you put Jamara as a tall as well, but him and King, really good mix. They can throw Mac Andrew down there, and they've done that in the past, where they're throwing him down forward if they need be. But I like that setup because they want to have that forward pressure. They want to keep the ball in their forward half because of the slingshot footy that the Giants play. So I think the setup really works. Have the two talls, have the four smalls, create the pressure, keep it in their forward half.
Let's get down to Zane Bojak on the boundary.
Well, I just thought, Q, since how we got the two ruckmen in the commentary box, I wanted to ask them. We heard Dimmer say this week that he was keen to see Ned out there on the field because he got... we saw Jared Witts get absolutely monstered last week by the two rucks for Hawthorn. Do you think maybe in the setup in future weeks, maybe you could have two rucks?
Well, I think Dimmer said that they want to have a look at that. I'm not sure that's right up his wheelhouse. And then with the new rules in either, I know it's worked for Hawthorn, but I don't think that's the way that Dimmer likes his teams to play. But if their stoppage work doesn't get going, because that does give them the springboard to do their attack, and really with their offensive guys in Petrarca and Rowell and Humphrey and those guys in there, it gives them a licence to really get hard forward. So they might look at it after they come back from Darwin, but I'm not sure it's going to be his go. He's going to be a little bit too tall, I think, for the way that Dimmer's teams like to play.
I think Aliir is going to be a danger for them tonight. He's been unreal in the centre. Getting
got
up
a
there.
Leap on him.
Oh, great leap. But I think what they might match up on is Aliir is wouldn't say is traditional ruck around the ground, so he doesn't get a lot of possessions. That's why I reckon they won't slide Reid in there. Reid's really good. Great engine, obviously. We've spoken about his 2K time trials. So I reckon that's where the matchup will be. When Aliir goes in there, there's two-tier second rucks. They're trying to exploit that and use Reid because they've been playing Reid on the wing.
Well, the toss has been run and won. Noah Anderson won it for the Gold Coast, and they'll be kicking to the left as we're looking at the northern end.
And, boy, it's quite the scene here, even though there's not a lot of fans. I don't know the exact lunar science of the evening, but it's basically a full moon, which
flower
is
moon,
staring at
allegedly.
Sorry?
Flower moon.
A flower moon tonight.
Yeah.
Beautiful full moon looking down on the ground here. If you missed the score from the SCG earlier today, Former Sun Malcolm Roses kicked 7 goals as Sydney beat Melbourne by 17 points. The Swans 19-17, 131 to Melbourne's 17-12, 114. No late changes here. It's the Suns who have 4 wins and 3 losses for the season, taking on the Giants with 3 wins and 4 losses. It's been a one-sided rivalry of recent times. The Giants have won the last 6 encounters head-to-head and 15 of the last 16. They like to colloquially call it the Expansion Cup. Here's Michael Price for the opening ball up.
Moyle versus Lekalia. Alia got it down. Ash being chased out to the wing by Anderson. Gets onto his left foot. Kicks it just short of half forward. Nice diving mark in front of Bedford, taken by Daniel Rioli. He gets his first touch. Chip back in board to Anderson. Didn't go the distance. His kick semi-smothered. Enter Touk Miller. Sweeping handball to his left to find Bodie Hewlin. Equally sweeping straight up the middle. The handball to Moyle gave it back now to Bodie Hewlin. He kicks it to centre wing to find Lockie Weller. Just forward of centre wing commentary side.
Infield on the 45. It balloons off Miller's chest, but he follows up, nudges it to Hewlin. Still a Suns ball. Hand pass from Adams through Powell to centre half back, where it's in the hands of Mac Andrew. Chips it short to Collins. Collins chips wide and Rioli takes an uncontested grab, but the Suns are just forward of defensive 50 at right half back. And just the look of the night, red with red shorts, black with black shorts. It's a good look on this Sunday night at Carrara, as Adams now receives and kicks from left half back to the wing. Hewlin B takes the mark. There's no Hewlin Z tonight. Big brother Bodie's out there with Zeke having a rest. Hewlin short pass marked by Petrarca just forward of the wing.
Sizzling kick taken by Petrarca. Now he wheels onto his right shoe and it's an errant kick, nicely cut off by the diminutive Harvey Thomas.
How many possessions for that before they had the inside 50?
17.
Well, the kick there was cut off there by Locke Weller. Handball back in board to Powell. Sold a big dummy. Ran to 55. Powell unleashed. What a kick. First goal of the game goes to the home side, the Gold Coast Suns. Within 2 minutes, they're one straight. The Giants yet to score.
That's a great goal. Great finish too. Great. Sold some candy and then took off. He's great. They love using him and Rioli and also Mac Andrew. They've got a great sense of going for the big sticks when they get an opportunity, especially outside 50, and that's what Powell did then.
Yeah, they lead the league in clangers in their back half, the Giants, and that was certainly one then, just a simple target miss, which they were able to rebound off that really quickly, the Suns, and a beautiful finish by Powell, but have to take care of the ball to be better than that.
Before we get too deep in the game, I've got a text reminding me that indeed part of the reason the Q Clash hasn't been scheduled tonight, the Queensland government asked for a big Queensland sport day later in the year when there's going to be 2 NRL Queensland derbies as well as the netball derby, so that's a part of it. But the AFL didn't have to listen, did they?
No.
Mind you, they're friends with the Queensland government after they saved the season in 2020. Suns have got the ball at half back off the restart. Davies gives a hand pass to Weller. Weller from D50 kicks to the wing through the hands of Graham. Ground level, Himmelberg's tackled. Got rid of it though out the back for the Giants. Has some help in Fonte. Taps it to his own advantage. Couldn't pick up. Kicked off the deck by Long of the Suns to the advantage of Moyle. Tackled by Alia. And we'll have a ball up on attacking 50 for Gold Coast. Suns one straight. Giants yet to score early on.
25 disposals to 4 so far. Moyle with the tap down. It landed on the arc, picked up by Weller. Handball over the top in favour of Petrarca. He handballs to his left to Graham. Backwards to Weller on the arc of 50. Lateral kick to the right is lovely. He hits Will Powell. We've just seen that he can go this distance.
I think he's got it in his... Yep, he's going back.
Well, prior to that goal, which was an absolute monster, he kicked 18-30 in his career, 2 goals for. So for this season... So it's just accuracy. Again, he proved it a little earlier. It's more or less the same spot. He'll have to kick it from about 55. He's gone on the long run too. He's just forward of the logo on centre wing commentary side. Will Powell taking it. Pick number 19, I think, back at from Claremont. Very deliberate run up. Now he's unleashed. He's pulled it a little to the left. It's arcing back, but not enough. One behind. So Will Powell's got the first couple of scores for the Suns, 1-1-7. The Giants yet to score. 4 minutes gone first term, ABC Sport.
Petrarca and Oliver too were waiting, and they just gave a little bit of a high five, a little bit of a hug inside forward 50 just then.
The old huddle from the kick in then, Whitey. You don't see that often in the modern game.
They've separated pretty good too.
Yeah. Whitfield chip short to Fonte, tries to run around long and got tackled. Chucks a hand pass out the back. Iden cleans up and he has to kick it all the way back to the goal mouth. And Laverty takes the mark basically where Whitfield effected the kick in a short time ago. True full back, no pressure on him on the mark, so he kicks, does Laverty long to Hogan. In front of a 2-on-2, Jesse Hogan. Good clean clunk just beyond defensive 50 at right half back. Called to play on. Hogan with his right boot. Kicks it high to a contest. Off hands. Davies is tackled off the ball by Oliver. Thomas with a quick hand pass for the Giants. Gives it to Daniels. Hands it to Ash in the middle of the ground. Ash hands it to Toby Green. On centre half forward. He's tackled. Just got his boot to it. Great pressure there from Powell. Giants are still half a chance. Angwin hand passes out the back to Fonte. 60 from goal. Gets onto his boot. A rush kick to the pocket. Collins nudges Cadman under the drop. But Aaliyah roves and snaps. That snaps to the near side. And it's a point. The Giants' first score. Gold Coast 1-1. GWS 1 behind.
Yeah, both teams love transition the ball by hands. We saw the Giants on that occasion, lots of handballs, and the Suns have certainly been explosive the early part of this game.
Hewlin brought it back into McAndrew. Long kick towards centre wing commentary side. Iden at the back of the pack. Shoots a handball back to the logo. Oh, Lockie Ash. One either side. Ben Long and Toot Miller crashed him to the ground. Umpire will ball it up. Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, Leclerc has really struggled to get into this ruck contest here. He's competing against Moyle, but he's got something wrong with his leg. He's just hobbling a bit.
Yep, Moyle got that one down, kicked it forward and cut off again by Will Powell, who's heavily involved early here.
Doing it at both ends early on. Powell kick to centre half forward. Beautiful pass onto the chest of Petrarca. That was a 40-metre bullet. Petrarca 40... make it 55. He could nearly goal. He does want to go deep. Christian unloads with the right. Great kick. Petrarca from beyond the arca. And it's 2-1, 13-1 behind. Gold Coast with the jump on this Sunday night at Carrara.
Great start. And it instead of going wide, they tried it. That was a great kick from Powell. Just weighted it so well for Petrarca. And if it doesn't come off, at least it's in an area where you've got a lot of numbers, and that's what they are able to get. But Petrarca was really good to mark it, turn around and then have a shot.
Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, Lee's coming off, guys, and told the doctor, I've got a problem with my ankle. They're going to try and strap it up and get him back out there.
And that right calf's heavily strapped, so he's gone out there with a lot of tape on him. And yeah,
it's more like a shin guard. They have that as a shin guard. Yeah.
So that's the ruckman's guard.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am reliably informed because I had to ask my 20-year-old daughter what Christian Petrarca's goal song is. It's FTS by Showtek. There you go. A little bit of electronic dance music. Banger, she said. It comes out of the middle, straight to the arc of 50 from the Suns. Picked up by Closey. Handball backwards to Humphrey. He's confronted. It's a high kick towards the goal square. King at the back. It was really well done by Buckley in front to bring the ball to ground. Iden helps out. Back to Buckley. Back to Iden. He's hassled off it by Petrarca. Oh, it's loose in the goal square. Ash back to Iden. They're playing with it here, the Giants. Just the extracting kick. There's got the numbers and there's a whistle on play on advantage, and it's Oliver with the sweeping handball.
Hand passes to Bedford, who runs the wing. Arcs his back, gets beyond Closey. Hand pass looking for Stringer at half forward, but it's intercepted. He lost that ball. Powell intercepting there. No, it was Adams for the Suns. Now Stringer kicks the ball off the ground and out of play. So that's a last disposal free kick going Gold Coast's way. And Collins at right half back kicks it back into the back pocket for his skipper. Noah Anderson, with no one around him, chips short to McAndrew. True full back. Andrew with a long ranging kick to a 2-on-1 against young Thomas. And Hewlin marks and hand passes to that extra man who's Noble. Noble runs to the wing. Has a bounce for the Suns. Kicks to half forward. Not a great kick. Iden meets it on the half volley. Tries to spoil the pack. Follows up and wins the ball. Great work from Connor Iden. Hands it to Thomas for the Giants. His hand pass inside defensive 50 sets the task of Buckley. Cleans up near the boundary line. Buckley's kick. A boundary hugger. No mark. Swooped on by Graham of the Suns. Hand passes to Noble on 60. Kicks it on the head of King. Out the back. Did he get first touch? He got the controlling second juggle. Ump says touched. and ball up as Laverty lays the tackle. It'll be tossed in the air. Hold on. Oh, we've got one umpire saying one thing and another has come in.
Blood rule.
Okay. So Clary's got some claret.
Nicely played, cute.
And Clayton Oliver has been ordered to the bench for a blood rule. He's arguing the toss with that umpire as well.
The Giants,
it's a scrape on his knee.
Kicking efficiency at 46% at the moment.
Yeah, the pressure's great, Pricey, by the Suns. Their tackle pressure's right up from last week, and it's making the Giants handball the ball a lot, or their kicks are under a huge amount of pressure.
But also decision, Buckley had it there deep in the back 50, could have given the hands over to get it out, to separate instead of kicking it to one-on-one.
Okay, so Oliver off and Callaghan on. Umpire throws it up in the left forward pocket for the Suns, taken by Toby Green. Extracting kick. Stringer going back with the flight. Courageous, couldn't quite control it. Flicked up a handball to Cadman, and his handball, looking for O'Halloran, went over the boundary line, so it's going to be a lasso free kick. Tuke Miller to take it for the Suns, Zano.
Yeah, it's lower leg for Clayton Oliver, and he's not happy. He's blowing up on the bench as much as he was with the decision out on the field.
Infield kick finds Andrew. Andrew chips to the bullseye. Powell marks. Suns now. Direct entry down the corridor. Laverty makes the spoil on the leading Reid. Ball on the deck. Reid follows up. Couldn't get an effective hand pass away. Lombard's there, but he's tackled straight away. And good work from Toby Green to force the neutral on attacking 50 for the Suns, who lead it early on 2-1 to 1 behind. Moyle with the tap down for the Suns, but rode by Angwin of the Giants. Hands it to Thomas. Rush clearance from half back to the wing, but Hewlin's first to meet that hacked exit. And Bodie takes the grab for the Suns on this Sunday night at Carrara. Hewlin with another inside 50 for Gold Coast. Deep to a pack at the pocket. King Flew couldn't mark, but it's robed by Leak of the Giants. His hand pass, though, has come unstuck. Petrarca wins the ball in the pocket, kicks it centrally to Humphrey, who makes something of nothing. That was just kicked to... No, it's not Humphrey, it's Anderson. Anderson got there as Petrarca just kicked a hoper to the corridor and just hit the right spot, and his skipper was there.
As Whitey mentioned before, they just panicked again, the Giants. They had the hands, they were out through the corridor, but they went back into traffic, panic, quick kick. And normally those quick kicks out of your back 50 cost you, and they have again here for the Giants.
So Noah Anderson has already kicked 2 goals this year, but 2-8. He's been a little errant in front of the big sticks. This is one well within his skill set. Only 45 out, slight angle to the left, and he's kicked that one straight. And the Suns have got the first 3. Gold Coast 3-1-19. Greater Western Sydney 1 behind. 12 minutes played first term. It's Sunday footy on ABC Sport. I'm Quentin Hull calling with Michael Price, and your experts are Jeff White and Matthew Primus.
Yeah, it was Callaghan that went. He didn't sort of. They're staying in the skinny side, the same area it's going in. It's coming back out, the Giants. They've got to be able to put some speed on the ball and be able to switch it. And Callaghan, in that situation, go around your left, try and separate, try and make the ground bigger, and just not doing that at the moment. Panic. But that's the pressure from the Suns. Don't take that away from the funnel pressure that they're putting on as well.
Yeah, the champion data just said the Suns' pressure is 247. Normally 180s and 190s is super high. So they are all over the Giants at the moment and causing a lot of these turnovers.
9 inside 50s to 1 in favour of the Suns. They lead on the scoreboard by 3 straight goals. Front of the stoppage, Petrarca drills it inside 50. Good spoiling effort. Knocked it away from King. It ends up with Iden. Iden's wobbly kick out. Was well done there by Phoenix Gothard to get down and try and take that ball, but it was turned over. Jumped on by Weller. He's jumped on in turn by Thomas, so it'll be a ball up 55 out on the point of the centre square, left half forward for the Suns. Briggs got it down. Petrarca leading in front. He was held. Umpire says it's a free kick to Christian Petrarca. 70 from goal. Plays on quickly. Pops it up. Looking for King at the top of the square. Good flying effort there at the back of the pack. Angwin tackled off it. He's turned it over. Closey. Closey snaps. Closey misses. 1 behind. 20 plays 1. 19 points the margin. 13.5 gone in the first quarter.
Yeah, there was that heat again, wasn't it? Closing down by Goulden, I think it was then, but forced the turnover. Lucky to get away with the point.
And Laverty opting to fly and try to mark instead of spoil the pack, and it almost cost the Giants there as Himmelberg runs beyond the square on the inbound. His pass finds Ash. Marks and plays on as his opponent Miller slips over. Ash runs the half back, kicks the Giants Beyond the wing. Oh, two Suns spoil each other. Collins and Newland. It's rowed by O'Halloran of the Giants. Kicks it over the head of Hogan at full forward. It rolls near the goal line. Three men tumble over and the ball rolls through for a point.
Looked like
such
Stringer
a deep entry from O'Halloran. And there were two Suns, one Giant, and the ball sort of skidded between them and as they clattered to deck. A score for the Giants, 3-2-20 to 2 points.
So Rioli brought it back in by foot to the left back pocket. Fine McAndrew. Showed a lot of toe in getting back to that goal square. Andrew to the boundary line looking for Weller. Just got a hand to it before it went over. Throw in, 70 from goal. Zano's on the boundary.
The minuscule amount of blood just below the knee of Clayton Oliver has been cleaned up and he's back out there. And I can tell you that Aliir is still struggling. They've strapped up his left ankle. He's tried to do some trotting, but he is lame.
Well, so it's going to be Briggs versus Ethan Reid in the ruck. The throw in at right half forward for the Giants. Briggs uses his body, but Reid got back involved, tapped it, intercepted by Whitfield, got it over there to Gothard. Beautiful lace-out kick. Found Jesse Hogan, 30 metres from goal, slight angle to the right.
That's better. In tight, bit of poise. Lockie Whitfield, one of the leaders of the club, just to give, not just blaze away, use the hands, and great kick inside forward 50.
So Jesse Hogan.
What's he kick for the year, Pricey?
Well, let's have a quick squeeze for
19-5.
9 goals, 5.
Yeah.
So not as prolific as he has been, but just gathering a little bit of form after a slow start. The stutter step, customary. Let's go from 40. It slews off the right. It's just glanced off the post, one behind. We saw a few of those against North Melbourne last week where he's just not connecting with the laces through the ball. 20 plays 3, 17 points the margin, leading the Suns.
So 9-6 now, 46 last year compared to the 77 he kicked in his Coleman year. Jesse Hogan, short inbound to the pocket. Noble's got it for the Suns. Doesn't know where to go next. Looks infield, looks boundary side. Once and twice, and eventually slots a short pass to Weller. Marks it.
Just on the 15.
Yeah, it was very skinny, wasn't it, Jeff? But Weller paid the mark. Now he plays on. High kick from Weller to a contest on the wing. Laverty nudges Ugle-Hagan under the drop, but Lombard comes through for the Suns. Oh, tried to kick it off the deck at an air swing. Picks it up, but his hand pass is turned over. O'Halloran for the Giants. Hand passes it through O'Callaghan to Callaghan, then Laverty, but Laverty's kick to half forward. Noble outmarks Bedford. Suns ball.
He goes laterally into the defensive 50 to find Sam Collins all on his own. He's got plenty of time to bend over, touch the ball on the ground, fires a handball forward to find Oscar Adams. He gets around Cornelio and kicks it to right half forward. A one-on-one contest. Good spoil from Leake over the boundary at right half forward for the Suns. Zane Bojak's down on there. Boundary.
I wonder if the painkillers have kicked in. Aliir's going to have a go out there. He's still very uncomfortable. You can see it in his face, but he's going to have a crack. He's coming on very shortly.
Just see it on the scoreboard. Picture of Coach Damien Hardwick furiously writing down some notes. Throw in at right half forward for the Suns, dominating the inside 50s. Reid did beautifully from the rear position to smack it away from Briggs. O'Halloran cut off there. Now it's with Powell onto the logo. The handball back forward. Davies, he's hassled off it. It was Jeffrey who couldn't quite pick it up. Chance for the Giants, but they've turned it over now. Into Lombard. He gets tackled off it. Very scrappy in the middle of the ground right now. It was Stringer affecting that tackle. Ball stuck under several just adjacent to the centre circles. Will have a ball up.
Gold Coast 3-2-20. Greater Western Sydney 3 behinds. 17 minutes played first quarter. Ball up right in the middle. Reid got first hand at ruck time. Has he got a rover? Humphrey eventually picked up. Tackled off it though by Callaghan. Oliver goes down. He got decked without the ball. Play on. Cornelio picks up. Hacks it towards the wing for the Giants. Off hands, cleaned up by Callaghan of GWS. Hands it through Gothard to O'Halloran. Tackled off it by the pressure there from Goulburn. Hard footy to win eventually. Left boot goes inside 50 from Angwin, but it's all Suns there. Anderson at the drop. Hand passes backwards to Andrew, and from fullback slots it down the corridor to Lombard. Lombard flares wide to the running Noble on the half-back flank.
It bounced kindly for Noble. He gathered it in, approaches centre wing, drills a pass, nicely hit Jeffrey again. Now that's a player who's infringed there. Crowd wanted it. Nothing doing, says the umpire. Just forward to centre wing by foot to Weller. Weller overcooks his kick. Ugle-Hagan goes back, picked up by Briggs for the Giants. Handball there to Callaghan. He gets it out there. Oh, that's Phoenix Gothard by himself. takes a bounce, traverses centre wing, handball forward to Whitfield. The Giants looking to penetrate. Nice pass. Hits Toby Green at left half forward on the chest. He plays on immediately, kicks it into the pocket. Cadman takes a mark. 35 out. He's right against the boundary line. Difficult for his left foot, but we'll see how he goes.
That's the best passage of the night from the Giants. Great. And ball came in inside forward 50 for the Suns, and they went out the other side, so they didn't go back the same way like they were in the first half of this quarter. 19 and a half minutes gone of the first term. The Giants yet to kick a goal. They're 17 points in arrears. The Suns have 3. Aaron Cadman, the number 1 draft pick from 2022. The left foot strikes it nicely, but it is left. 1 behind. 20 plays 4 straight behind. 16 points the margin in favour of the Suns. 20 minutes gone, first term.
Swans beat the D's by 17 points. A high-scoring game at the SCG, if you missed that earlier today. As the Suns share it in the back line from the inbound. Jeffrey Marks kicks back to Noble. Gathered on the half volley. He had time to kick, though, but turns it over. He shins it. And Iden takes the mark. Giants 60 out at right half forward. Iden chips short to Whitfield. Whitfield kicks it inside 50. And Cornelio has got the grab hard on the boundary line, 45 metres out. So
the Suns won't mind these last 2 shots. Difficult. Left footer on the other side and a right footer on this side.
So it just shows that they're closing down the forward V for the Giants really well.
So Steve Cornelio, only the 10 games last year, so he's up to 2-3-4 in his AFL career. Toughest of angles, goes for the drop punt from the impossible angle and just misses to the near side. Goal ump had a really good look at that, but just narrow. And now 5 behinds to the Giants, trailing the Suns 3-2-20.
So the Suns to bring it back in via Daniel Rioli. Looking right, now going left. Sold everybody the dummy. Peels it into the arms of Jeffrey. He's looking for a lead. Short of centre wing. He kicks it to Weller. It was the approaching Whitfield. I thought he was going to bang that through. It was nicely taken by Weller on the double grab. Now he retreats back inside defensive 50 to Collins. Collins straight up the middle. Nice kick. Finds Adams. Adams at the true centre half back position. Just outside the arc. The handball to the run of Jeffrey, who kept going. Out to the outer wing. Nicely weighted kick to Andrew. Andrew chips it forward. Hits Ben Long. 70 from goal. Did he grab it above the ground? He did so. Crowd thought it might have been a half volley. I had half a suspicion there myself. Long now looking in there for Ugle-Hagan. It was Buckley who got in front. Ugle-Hagan had to spoil it, and now it's going to be balled up after a tackle.
Tossed in the air. Suns 40 from the goal they're attacking. Moyle beat Aliir at tap time, but Oliver roves and kicks the Giants out of danger, and it's a fortunate kick. It finds Toby Green. Takes the mark at left half back. Not much in front of him. Slots it to the boundary, and Hogan takes the mark. A metre in from the paint out on that Nerang River side on halfway. Kicks infield on the 45. Oliver got whacked over the ear by Anderson. Took the mark though. Ump doesn't give 50. Oliver plays on. Right boot. High towards attacking 50 for the Giants. Through the fingers of Adams for the Suns. Ball on the deck. Cadman emerges for the Giants. Hand passes to Bedford in the pocket. Hands it infield to Toby. Little dribbler with his left boot. Oh, he's just missed it near side. Should he have handballed it there?
Yep.
He'd had a teammate who was, I think it was Gothard, Matt.
Gothard, yeah.
He should have hand passed it.
Goal square,
Went the little dribbler with his left boot. That's 6 points to the Giants. Suns are 3-2.
They're back on top here, though, the Giants, aren't they? They've got control of the ball. Their key defenders are doing a great job on the Suns forwards.
They just haven't made the Suns pay. 5 straight behinds after the Suns went to
they just have a little bit more poise going inside forward 50.
Now Weller, possession number 9 for him. Goes back to the arc to find Noble. Possession number 9 for him. They're sharing it around, chipping it forward. Dan Rioli takes the mark under pressure. Ordered to play on, though. It was Daniels who pressured him. It came back out to Noble once again as a tackle. I think Gothard got him a little high.
She's lucky there, the Suns.
Should I say the Phoenix rising a little high there against Noble?
Up to the 11th touch for the term. For John Noble, left half back. It's a high kick to a contest on the wing. Aliir spoils Moyle. Ball at ground level. Ugle-Hagan had it fisted out of his hands by Callaghan, but picked up by Petrarca. Gives to Ugle-Hagan. Little chip to attacking 50. Marked by Long, 55. Make it from goal. Left half forward. Long kicks deep. He's got Reid at the back. And enough spoiling done by Buckley to ensure Reid couldn't take the mark. It's through his fingers for a point.
He needed a jump then.
Suns 3-3-21, Giants 6 points.
He tried to protect the dangerous space, but if he had a jump, he could have brought it to the ground, and they had numbers front and centre.
Whitfield in game number 265 exits the goal square, delivers a beautiful pass to Hogan. He drops what he should have taken. Noble from the rear position tapped it backwards to Weller. He's tackled by Angwin, and the umpire's going to come in and ball it up 70 out at left half forward for the Suns. They're leading it by 15 points. The goalless Giants. Moyle got it down. It was taken by Oliver, tackled by his former teammate in Petrarca. Now it spills back towards the corridor, picked up by Callaghan. He kicks it. Right. Nice weighted kick to Cadman. He's out now, Cadman. Gathers 70 from goal. The left foot. That's a huge kick. That's a monster kick. Magnificent effort to get the Giants' first goal on the board from the former... Well, he was a number 1 draft pick and will remain so forever of 2022. Aaron Cadman, 3-3-21 to 1-6-12. It's a 9-point ball game with 25 gone in the first term.
That's what I just love, and I know Matty loves this too. When your forward identifies that he's a left footer, I'm going to lead to my right, and that kick. I mean, Cadman read that perfectly. He knew that Callaghan was coming out of the stoppage, left footer. I'm going to lead to my right. He ended up getting that 5 or 10 metres and then swing around his left foot. I love that synergy when you have. When the forwards can see what's happening in and around the contest. Awesome, and what a finish.
Just as well he kicked it from 60 because poor old Toby Bedford was burned. Yeah. He was running an uncontested 30 from goal. Cadman went for home. Giants clearance from the stoppage. Oliver hand pass to Callaghan. That's an indiscriminate hand pass over his head. Made good by Daniels. Hit it hard, won the ball, hands it back to Oliver, smothered from Miller. Picked up O'Halloran though, got it by hand to Oliver. Giants ball, hands it to Daniels. Kick is marked by Ash, hands it back to Oliver. On the run from 40. Clary's hooked it to the left.
Take your time. Geez, they've butchered some shots on inside 50. That was just go back and kick the goal then.
Behind and 8 points is the margin at 3-3 to 1-7.
But they're using the ball much better. They're lowering their eyes. They're not blazing away.
Oliver's had some important touches inside the contest too.
So the Suns exit defensive 50. Moyle was spoiled there by Aliyah. Now it falls into the arms there of Miller. Handball forward to Lombard. Back into the corridor to Dan Rioli. Back to Lombard. He launches one from 50 and pulls it to the left, one behind. 3-4-22 plays 1-7-13. It's back to that 9-point margin. 27 gone first term.
Well, we just had a shot on the big screen of Damien Hardwick putting on his jumper. Now, I don't know about... I'm just looking around. No, see, we've only got one layer, but our windows are closed. Dimmer's got the busted window in front of him, so he's got the elements coming in.
Yep.
So that's why he's gone the second layer. They were setting up the TV cameras and smashed one of the windows, so there's a broken window in the home coaching box tonight as Iden's got it at right half back for the Giants. Kicks to the wing. Hogan flew, couldn't take the mark. Rode by Closey of the Suns. Hand passes to the advantage of Petrarca, who burns his ex-teammate in Oliver. Kicks to the corridor, bounces in front of Buckley for the Giants. Tackled by Reid. Ball comes free. Ugle-Hagan finds himself at the drop. And Jamara's left foot snap is actually out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Giants in the right back pocket. Suns lead by 9 points. Zane Bojak on the boundary.
I bet you the fans sitting in front of him are hearing some interesting language too, Q, particularly in the last 10 minutes.
The Giants to exit via Whitfield, right back pocket. He kicks it towards centre wing. Moyles in the front position, just nudged forward by Hogan. Off his hands to Gulbin. Gulbin handball back to Noble. He chips it onto the logo. Nicely cleaned up there by Dan Rioli. Handball backwards to Adams. He gets it back to the corridor by hand to Anderson. And that was a very eventful first term. Generous applause from this crowd here at Carrara. The Suns lead by 9 points. 3-4-22 to the Giants. 1-7-13. Your goal kickers. Petrarca's got one for the Suns. Will Powell with the first goal of the game. And Noah Anderson, the other goal kicker. The single goal kicker for the Giants was a beauty from Aaron Cadman.
Thank you, Michael. So earlier today, that scoreline from the SCG, a 17-point victory for Sydney. The Swans in, I think that's the 7th game of the year where both teams have scored 100 points. And we're already sort of well beyond that mark of the collective of the 2025 season. Swans 19 goals, 17, 131. Beat Melbourne 17-12, 114. Ex-son Malcolm Rose has kicked 7 goals for the Swans. In the NRL today, already 2 results completed. There's 1 game in progress. Earlier today, Newcastle 42 beat South Sydney 38. Cronulla 52 beat the West Tigers 10. And late in the second half at Western Sydney Stadium, there's about 15 minutes to go there. Penrith 18 lead Manly Warringah 16. Panthers 18, Sea Eagles 16. Here, Gold Coast lead by 9 points at quarter time at 3-4-22 to the Giants 1-7-13. It's Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
A tray of cocktails floated at us through the twilight. Who was this Gatsby fella?
A jazz-soaked reimagining of The Great Gatsby.
That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool.
Search for Gatsby in Harlem on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Handball back inboard to Powell. Sold a big dummy. Ran to 55. Powell unleashed. What a kick. First goal of the game goes to the home side, the Gold Coast Suns. Within 2 minutes, they're one straight. The Giants yet to score.
Petrarca 40, make it 55. He does want to go deep. Christian unloads with the right. Great kick. Petrarca from beyond the arca. So Noah Anderson, this is one well within his skill set. Only 45 out, slight angle to the left. And he's kicked that one straight. And the Suns have got the first 3.
Picked up by Callahan. He kicks it. Right. Nice weighted kick to Cadman. He's out now, Cadman. Gathers. 70 from goal. The left foot. That's a huge kick. That's a monster kick.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Highlights of first quarter action for Sunday night footy to complete round 8. Quentin Hull's my name. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Gold Coast 3 goals, 4-22, leading Greater Western Sydney 1-7-13. It's not a huge crowd here, but it is a lovely night for footy. The Suns 7 scoring shots, Giants 8 scoring shots. Suns in front by 9 points. Please explain. Our experts Matt Primus and Jeff White.
Well, Suns dominated the first half, but then the Giants came swinging back. They were really good. They started to have a bit more poise. They started to switch the ball, started to make the ground bigger. And they were really fumbly early on, but then they cleaned that up. They tidied it up. And, I mean, the hit-outs are 10-4 in favour of the Suns, but the clearances are 9-5 and, 9-5 in favour of the Giants. So they really, in and under, were able to be very clean, be able to use the ball, lower their eyes going forward, and they got themselves back in the game. I think one of the positives, I guess, from the Suns is that the shots that they were having, the Giants, that were very wide. So it's probably one thing they need to tidy up, try and come, when they go inside forward 50 for the Giants, to try and make sure they get into the V. So it's a bit more central to what they're doing. But, yeah, I thought there was a tale of 2 halves in that first quarter, Matty, because the Suns were all over them early, but then the Giants just kicked in the gear and were able to find the footy a bit more and had a bit more poise.
No, spot on, Whitey. I thought their mids got back on top, didn't they? Oliver and Callahan, and they started to win some ball inside, and then their play on quick really started to hurt the Suns, and they isolated a lot of their defenders. Both Collins and the key defenders were isolated a bit, and their forwards had some easy movement. Where, as I said during that first quarter, the Giants' key defenders, 3 of them, they're all over the Suns' forwards. They can't get any separation. They had a lot of ball to defend there in the first 15 minutes, but they did that really well, and then able to get the game on their terms. So, yeah, absolutely spot on, Whitey. A tale of 2 15-minute periods for both teams in that first quarter.
Johnny Noble ranking up the possessions across half-back. 13 disposals in that first quarter for the Suns. 9 for Bodie Hewland. His brother Zeke's not playing tonight. 9 for Weller, 9 for Petrarca. Oliver leads the way for the Giants with 12 possessions. Iden with 10. Callahan 9. Overall, GWS 103 disposals. Gold Coast 111. So plus 8 there to the Suns. Contested possessions, GWS plus 7 at 33-26. And the centre bounce clearances, well, we talked about the overall clearances there, Whitey, 9-5 to the Giants, but centre bounce, Suns winning that 3-2. So you can argue the toss as to, well, whether that balances out that stat. Inside 50s, 16 entries for the Suns for 7 scores, 10 entries for the Giants for 8 scores, albeit 1 goal, 7. One of those scores wasn't even an inside 50, though, because Cadman kicked a goal from 60.
Yeah. And they've had some shots out wide, and the Giants, a couple, they didn't have any composure. But on the flip side, the Giants could say, hey, we've given the Suns 2 goals or 3 goals by simply coughing the ball up or some silly panicking handball. So I think both teams will be relatively happy with how they played, just asking to see if they can get their game on top a bit longer than what both were able to do.
And down to you, Zane Bojak, on the boundary. Perhaps you can enlighten us. I see Jesse Hogan's getting some tape applied to his hand.
Yeah, he has split the webbing cue in between his ring finger and his middle finger, and he's got that tape not only on there but sort of between those 2 fingers to try and keep it together. So I think he went to take a mark and must have close to dislocated his finger and split that webbing. So hopefully it's not going to impede him later on tonight.
Suns leading by 9 points. You can get in touch on the SMS. The number is 0437 774 774. Love to have your thoughts on this Sunday night, which will close out round 8. The 4 and 3 Suns leading the 3 and 4 Giants by 9 points as we enter the second term. Here's Michael Price.
Ned Moyle versus Lecalier. I'll call that one a draw. It goes through the hands of Noah Anderson, though, towed out to the left there by Petrarca. Now it's turned over. The Giants got there first in Toby Green, but he turned it over back to Anderson. He kicks it towards centre half forward. There was an unusual decision there from Graham, who just let the ball go, and it landed in the arms of Whitfield. He plays on straight down the corridor. Handball to Oliver. He gave a hospital handball in the old vernacular to Callaghan, but it still got propelled forward. It rolls to the arc. Ash overruns it. Goes back, gathers, tackled, did the 360. Handball back to Angwin. Standing start from 50. Big fly and front and square Daniels. It was Cadman with the fly. Gave it back to Cadman by hand. He gets it to Jesse Hogan, who can't control it. He's confronted. Will Powell dives on and will get a ball up 30 metres out directly in front of the Giants' goal. They're in attack, trailing by 9 points.
They put Ash into the middle too for the Giants, so I like that move.
Aliir and Moyle share it down. Miller rushes it clear, though, for the Suns. The kick's a hacked ball, which Goulburn gets underneath and takes the mark at centre half back for the Suns. Kicks it wide to the flank. Rioli's in space. Marks, no one's around him, so he plays on. Has a bounce towards the wing. Now cuts infield. Pressure comes from Green, but Rioli's pass is good. Marked by Davies on the chest, edge of the centre square. Davies propels it 15 metres upfield. Marked by Hewlin, handed back to Rioli. Entry inside 50 to the pocket for Humphrey. And that ball movement was just a bit too easy from a Giants perspective.
Outstanding by Lockie Weller. He ran past for that first handball received, didn't get used, ran again, got the second one, and majority of the time he's a beautiful kick inside 50.
Bailey Humphrey is going back with a man intent on trying to add to his goal tally for the season, which currently stands at 6. He's fourth in the best and fairest, a man who will always seemingly have interest from outside, but he was a young man when he committed to quite a lengthy deal here at the Suns. Runs over 50. Humphrey hits it with his right boot from 45, misses near side. It's a point, and the Suns lead by 10 at 3-5-23 to 1-7-13.
So the Giants to bring it back in. It's with Whitfield. Nice lead from Fonte. He honours that lead and hits him just outside the arc. Left half back for the Giants. Suns set up nicely in front of him, so it's a long kick towards centre wing. Moyle's got the box seat, takes it in front of Lecalier as that ball drops short. Big Ned Moyle with his chance, with Jared Witts being managed. He chips it about 20 metres forward to Closey, very close to the boundary. He kicks it to the right forward pocket. Ethan Reid at the back brings it down. And once again, it's Humphrey front and square, but he's tackled immediately into the ground. It's going to be balled up about 30 metres out from the Suns' goal in the right forward pocket.
Moyle gets to the front. And tap near boundary side. Aliir gets a ricochet. He's tackled by Humphrey, and holding the ball is the decision, Jeff. So that was sort of a nothing play off the stoppage, and Aliir just grabbed it out of instinct, and then Humphrey, hot on him, makes the tackle. So Bailey Humphrey, who had a shot from the other side of the sticks a moment ago, now is a little bit closer to goal, but right forward pocket rather than left half forward flank. And He was setting up for a left-footed snap a moment ago. Now goes back. I think he's going to try the right-footed banana. Yep, he is. And executes it into the post.
It's a difficult kick.
Good curl about it, though, Matt.
Yep, yeah, absolutely, yes. But
3-6-24 to 1-7-13.
You've got to get that perfect, don't you, Jeff?
Yeah, I think he was thinking of the left, but because it was so far out, he wanted to go the banana.
4 goals, 13 between them. As the Giants bring it back in.
Oh,
it's with Laverty. Laverty misses his target yet again. It goes over the boundary line. At left half back for the Giants, right half forward for the Suns. It's a Lasso last touch free kick, and this is going to be the first touch for Ben King. 70 from goal. He launches one towards the pocket. It's going to be Ethan Reid flying, nicely spoiled by Connor Iden over the boundary line in front of the small scoreboard. We'll get a throw in. It's the Suns by 11 points.
Geez, Iden's been good. Been very good this game already.
10 touches and plenty of spoils in there, Whitey.
Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jeff White and Matt Primus calling the action. Zane Bojack's on the boundary. Your Sunday night of footy on ABC Sport to complete round 8. Boundary throw in. Suns in attack. Moyle taps down. Nice hand pass in the chop from Davies to Petrarca. Flying shot on his left from 40 is just near side for a point. A bit too much hook. Now the Suns are racking up the behinds. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 behinds now since their last goal. So it's 3-7 to 1-7.
I love that forward setup, though, from the Suns. They just have so much movement, so unpredictable for the opposition.
Iden to Fonte. With his back only 25 metres from goal, he flares out to the right to the lead of Oliver. Oliver takes the mark and then chips it just outside the arc of 50. Finds Gothard. And once again, the Suns have set up nicely in front, so there's no easy exit here for the Giants as Gothard goes long down the outer side. Big fly from McAndrew, actually gathered by Moyle. Moyle did well to handball it back to Rioli. Aggressive kick into the corridor is turned over. He looked for Anderson, cut off by Ash. He traverses the centre circles, waits a kick. It was well done, body work there by Stringer. Got rid of his opponent, and Jeffrey then picked it up and kicked it beyond the 8th row, out of bounds on the full. And it's going to be a Suns free kick in the right back pocket.
Good Jake, bad Jake. That's second category. Going for everything there. As Powell inbounds across the face of goal. Kicks to Collins in the goal square, who kicks it to the left back pocket for Andrew. No one on those men. Andrew takes a step or two before kicking long beyond half back, and there's no one on Weller either, who marks between half back and the wing. Plays on, runs infield. Lockie Weller kicks the Suns to attacking 50. Ben King put his knees into the back of Buckley. Missed the mark. Buckley's hurt. Play on. Humphrey Rose. Hand passes. That was Humphrey got the hand pass from Goulburn. Kick on goal goes across the face. Still in the field of play. Aliir picks up for the Giants. Hands it to Bedford. GWS get out. Bedford's hand pass along the deck. Picked up by Ash on D50. Tackled by Powell. Got rid of it with a hand pass. Stringer's over it. He's tackled immediately, though, by Jeffrey, and we'll have a ball up right half forward for Gold Coast, left half back.
They've done a great job, the Suns forwards, all night. The Giants are very good at rebounding the ball, but they've stopped them most of the time tonight.
Now, I think Buckley's okay after getting that knee in the head as the ball goes off hands and out of play on the wing.
Yeah, it was great defensive structure there from the Suns. That's probably why they've gone to 2 talls and 4, just to try and cover that. And that was a quick entry inside forward 50, and then rebounded as quick. So it was really good the way they're set up behind the ball.
The Suns' goal efficiency 14.3% and the Giants 8.3 at the moment. Plenty of pressure from both defences. Throw in, commentary wing. At ground level, it's nicely picked up by Angwin to flick the handball out, but it's a tackling effort off Daniels. It spills towards the boundary, picked up by O'Halloran. He's delivered a pass to Cadman at left half forward. He's 70 from goal, launches into the left foot, kicks it towards the top of the square. Flying was Weller. He couldn't take it, but Dan Rioli did for the Suns. Whoa, it's a dodgy looking outside of the boot kick in the path of Jeffrey. Then it's turned over at ground level. It's towed forward by Powell. Picked up by Ash on the arc of 50. Looking for Toby Green in right forward pocket. It bounces away from the Giants' games record holder over the boundary line, 40 out from the goal.
Suns 3-7-25. Giants 1-7-13.
And put the big ruck forward, and Jesse Hogan gone down to the bench.
Ball thrown in. We'll get to Zane with that news in a moment. Briggs Finally got a tap on it to Green's advantage. Toby snaps it to the goalmouth. Cadman caught behind, has to spoil away from Adams. Now plays tackler to lock up Weller in the pocket. Another stoppage. Zane.
Yeah, Jesse Hogan's in the wars tonight. Not only does he have that hand issue, he's got a problem with his hip as well. He's getting some treatment on the bench. He was trying to walk around. He's in a lot of discomfort. I don't know whether he's going to be able to continue on, to be honest.
Ball up right forward pocket here for the Giants. Anderson, though, forages it somehow clear. Rush kick from the Sun skipper. Angwin gets underneath it and marks 45 from goal. So here's a chance for Ryan Angwin to show us his skill with a long-range shot on goal.
Wasn't a fan of that hit from Moyle there, Paddy Promise. Hit it back into the...
Not in your back 50, mate.
No, not... Yeah, he hit it toward or somewhere near the boundary, but not into the corridor.
So only the one goal kicked by the Giants. Aaron Cadman kicked that 25 minutes into the first quarter. Here we are, early second term. 1-7. Trails 3-7. Angwin with the left boot. It's a handy strike. It's a miss to the near side. Make it 1 goal, 8. 14 for GWS. Trailing Gold Coast's 3-7-25. An 11-point lead for the locals.
So I wonder if that Jesse Hogan injury on the hip was a result of... It was a collision with Luke McDonald against North Melbourne last week. He came up with a hip complaint, but we'll find out very shortly. A long kick towards the commentary wing. Came out of the defence from Powell. Fisted forward by the Giants. O'Halloran gathered. Kicked it inside 50. Spoiling Oscar Adams. There was Lekalia. The ball spills to Mac Andrew, confronted by Cadman. He sweeps a handball to the left to find Adams. Adams back to Mac Andrew. Tackled by Aaliyah. Spills holding the ball. 30 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right. They mucked around with it by hand there, the Suns.
And I think they'll have to stop play because there's a stricken Sun. Ben King was flattened a moment ago on the wing. He's now only just got up. He was down for a long time.
It was a big contest, wasn't it? It was 3 or 4 big bodies spoiling the ball.
So he's not going off.
He was maybe
laying on the boundary.
He must have been winded, Q, because he was down for a long time, and I was concerned it was concussion, but the medicos went and had a chat to him, and they've said, yeah, okay to continue.
He just landed on his back. We've just seen a replay, so he probably winded himself, Zane.
Yeah, well, that's the only way he could have continued on, because he was down for a very long time.
So Lekalia requested that trade to St Kilda, ended up signing a 2-year deal with the Giants. Oh, he strikes it from 40. That's an awkward-looking kick.
No momentum at all. Just leant back, and they're letting them off the hook now, Pricey. The Suns are dominant the first 5 minutes and kick behinds, and now the Giants turn and they can't score either.
Maybe he got put off because his mate Mac Andrew was on the mark.
25 plays 15. 10 points the margin. The Suns lead.
Short inbound to the pocket for Jeffrey. Jeffrey for the Suns slots it to Powell. Marks uncontested. Right half back. And no real man on the mark, so he rolls on Will Powell with a long kick around the boundary. And it's Briggs fisting it away out of play. And furious interchanges take place as the boundary umpire finds the pill near the Giants bench, and he'll chuck it in. Gorgeous conditions on this Sunday night to complete round 8. Gold Coast leading by 10 points. Ball thrown in. Reid nudged off it by Briggs. Briggs didn't get a telling tap, though. It's at the feet of the big men. Harvey Thomas is under there for the Giants. Tries to slap it to Cornelio. He couldn't pick it up. Gee, it's a hard footy to win there. Eventually, Callahan gets it to his left boot. Rutch kick to the wing. Hewlin nudged under it by Stringer. Stringer can't pick up, but kicked off the deck by Cornelio to left half forward for the Giants. Adams dives over the ball and gives away a free kick, does he, for taking the legs of O'Halloran? Yes. Yes, he does. Free kick to Xavier O'Halloran. Left half forward for the Giants and 60 from goal. Very short pass, just the 15 to Callahan. Kicked it basically to the boundary. He's no closer to goal. Further around the flank. Near the boundary, left half forward.
Top of the goal square, it's got to be.
And indeed it is, Jeff. Finn Callahan sets it up for the big Flyers, and Cadman takes the clunk in the pack. 20 from goal, straight in front.
Yeah, I was waiting why they didn't kick it in there quicker. He had Hewlin, so the mismatch completely, but he wanted to lead on him, but he put the kick out there, which made him have to jump for it, and yeah, we saw his height. Beautifully called, Q.
Were you on the game? I know Jeff was when he had that breakout game against the Lions at the Gabba last year.
No, I didn't do that one.
Yeah, definitely Jeff did. But yeah, that was a sight to behold that day. And yeah, when he gets going, He's one of the better players to watch in the league, but he's got to kick the goal now. 30 out, straight in front. His team's kicked 1-9 to this point, but that left boot's true. It's the second goal of the game for the Giants, and they narrow Gold Coast's lead to just 4 points. 13 and a half minutes second term. Suns 3-7, Giants 2-9. The locals lead by 4. Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's running with his natural gait cue, but Jesse Hogan's back out there and heading down to forward 50.
Good news for the Giants.
Yeah, they need to kick that goal. The last 6 inside 50s for only 3 behinds, but they're able to score there, and they look super dangerous. It's been a funny game of momentum, hasn't it? One team's been on top and with territory, and they can't make them pay. But the Giants are all over them at the moment, and the Suns look like they don't have too many answers.
Yeah, they put Mac Andrew in the ruck.
Well, that's an interesting turn of events.
Yeah. Well, not a bad ploy against Briggs, because he doesn't tend to jump. He wants to try and get across the line, so could be a big advantage here for Mac Andrew.
36 inside 50s between them for 5 goals between them as Andrew got it down to Anderson. Immediately tackled off the ball by Clary Oliver, holding the ball. Well called, Jeff White. So Oliver coming up for a disposal, number 16. Wheels around onto his right foot, long, inside 50. Looking for the fly of Hogan. Front and square was Gothard. Couldn't quite pick it up. Noble got in there as well. Cadman gathered. A little bit of a chicken wing tackle there by Noble. Cadman couldn't get rid of it, and the umpire says, I'll come in and ball it up. 40 metres out directly in front of the Giants' goal. They're trailing by only 4 points.
15 minutes travelled in this second term. Briggs battles with Reid at ruck time. No clear tap. Plenty of foot soldiers trying to get it clear. It comes out Anderson's side, and the Gold Coast skipper just boots it out of defence, but a hack kick, well, dropped by Buckley at left half back. He's got time to clean up, though. Giants ball. Buckley kicks to the corridor, marked by Leake. Hand passes to the running Laverty, who strolls the Nerang River wing, kicks to half forward. Andrews in front of Hogan to spoil it away. Reed's going to mop up for the Suns in the pocket. Hand passes to Noble, ties to the boundary. He's run over the line by Angwin, so a boundary throw-in will take place 40 metres from the Giants' goal. G'day to Brett and Canberra. He's cooking a barbecue lamb backstrap, listening to the call with a glass of West Australian Cab Sav. Keep up the great
Get out of here.
0437 774 774.
That's a great lineup.
That's a nice Sunday night well spent. Off the hands, Noble. Hack kick straight down the corridor. Long, spoiled there. Was well played. Now towed off the deck there by Dan Rioli. Came to the commentary wing. Humphrey gathered, sold the big dummy, got rid of Leake, and then kicked it towards right half forward looking for King. He had to track back for it. It bounced off the Carrara turf over the boundary. 40 out from goal at right forward pocket. It's going to be thrown in front of the small scoreboard.
Pricey, what's Noah Anderson had? He just had that kicked in. It doesn't feel like I've seen too much of him tonight.
Only the 8 disposals. He's 7 kicks at 57%, so he's been under enormous pressure as Noah Anderson.
He's rushed a couple or two just in the time where you can have a little bit of poise around those stop plays.
Well, it's crowded footy as the umpire throws it in, and once again it's just a pack of play. It's going to be thrown up 45 from the Suns' goal.
So just repeating, the Giants have won 6 in a row against the Suns, 15 of the last 16. They own the Expansion Cup. Now there's a free kick going the Giants' way here. Callahan held at the stoppage, left half back for GWS. Chips it to Stringer, who just nonchalantly takes the mark with hardly moving a muscle as it was kicked straight to him. Now the ex-Dog, the ex-Don, kicks long to half forward. Collins almost marked that, but Cadman did enough to spoil. Toes it off the deck inside 50. Andrews the only man there, though, picks it up for the Suns. Hands it to Rioli, kicks it to left half back and space for Golden. Marks, plays on, has a bounce on the edge of the centre square for the Suns. Hands it to Powell, not a great hand pass. It was at his knees and Stringers reeled him in. Bear hugs him to the deck and forces a neutral.
They were outstanding by Stringer. He knew that turnover cost him. He bolted for. I've never seen him run that fast. If he'd have gone there, that was going to be a shot on goal for the Suns.
Umpire throws it up on the point of the centre square. Left half forward for the Suns under enormous pressure. Now it's kicked off the ground, picked up by Lombard. Handball inboard to Rioli. He kicked it to Ben Long, nicely spoiled there. Well done there by Himmelberg. Gathered, did the blind turn, handball in the middle to Callahan, who sold his teammate a dumper. It was Himmelberg who was following up again, and Ben Long returned the serve. It spills back underneath the pair of those guys. Now it's picked up by Ethan Reid, only his second touch for the Unicorn. He handballs it over to Phoenix. We've just covered both sides of Chinese mythology there. And it comes on to the commentary wing. Iden. Oh, Buckley looks like he just twisted an ankle there as the ball spills into the corridor. Angwin found his teammate there. It was Angwin who received the ball. Now he finds his teammate. It's going to be Bedford who comes in, has a shot and misses to the left.
Made it. He's kicked it.
No, it was a kick. It was actually back to Phoenix Gothard. He did rise from the dead and came through and kicked a goal. How's my eyesight going there? 3-7-25 to 3-9-27. The Giants have hit the front eventually. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, and the umpires quickly ran and got that football after Gothard kicked that goal, because I can tell you the last one with Cadman, there was a masked man who took it with a hoodie on and is already taking it down the Gold Coast Highway. The broadcast have been asked to play that goal a couple of times because security have been trying to locate the young man who stole the yellow Sharon and somehow has taken it out of the ground.
Punk youth pinching the footy.
Little tinny at the back on the river there. They'll be off there.
Oh, dear.
Geez, there was a lot of pressure on that ball through the middle of the ground. The Giants are all over them. I'm not sure what the contested numbers are, but they look like they're just getting in first and getting that harder ball.
Yeah.
Tossed up in the middle. Allaire jumps over the top of Moyle. Got first touch, but Petrarca picks up and will exit the centre bounce for the Suns. High kick to right half forward. Not a great kick. Off the hands of the pack, goes to Deck. Cornelio's over it. Long's over him. Spews out to Miller. Miller's tackled immediately by Fonte, and we'll see a ball up.
They're sticking their tackles, the Giants, and then when it hits the ground, they're clean below their knees and they're being able to exit really well, but really good balance around the play as well.
Suns at right half forward. Giants left half back. Cornelio tried to kick it off the ground, but only into the chop. Davies picks up. Toe poker inside 50. Fonte wins the ball for the Giants in the scrimmage there, and he exits with a nice hand pass to Callahan. Left half back. Lovely left boot to the wing. Stringer, wonderful control on the half volley. Picked it up, hands it to O'Halloran. Kick into the corridor. Didn't find a teammate. Noble fell and then double-fisted it to the advantage of Powell. Suns ball. Hand pass from Adams to Miller. Miller tackled, handed it back to Adams. I tell you what, if they want a flavour of the week, how about proper handballs? I mean, so many chucks in this game that they've got away with. Anyway, ball goes to half back. Giants have got the ball. Ash now comes through the corridor. Kicks it to left half forward, and Hogan marks a kick and a half from goal.
Got to make him pay here.
Yeah, would have seen a few offloads in the NRL. The handball to Cornelio, chased down there by Goulburn, affected the kick. Now the Suns have it at right half back. It was Weller. Handball to Adams, who delivers it lace out to Ethan Reid, who takes it on the commentary wing.
Hogan just too slow. He had two out, just slowed down the game far too much.
Reid 20 metres forward, close to the boundary line to McAndrew.
Am I seeing things, or are there a lot of...
No, there's been a few throws, absolutely.
The old Ted Whitten flick pass, I think you're referring to, Q. They look like a handball. Andrew kicks it forward to Weller. Weller kicks it long inside 50. Big pack of players at the back. Ugle-Hagan, he tackled his opponent around the neck, I thought, in Laverty, but it was rushed through forward behind. So, this is scrappy. 27 plays 26. It's the Giants by 1 point with 22 gone to the second term.
To the tune of 3-9, leads 3-8.
Wow.
Whitfield walks beyond the square, literally, and now does not know what to do. Looks left, look right, eventually kicks it to Ash, who was uncontested and takes the mark just shy of D50. Now Whitfield runs on, receives the hand pass, rolls to the edge of the centre square, kicks towards right half forward, sets his skipper a task. Green's outnumbered there. Jeffrey got to it first anyway for the Suns. Hands it to Adams. Adams kicks infield. Powell takes the mark at half back for Gold Coast. Kicks to centre half back, and the former skipper Miller takes the mark, plays on, uses his right boot to kick the Suns into attack. Ugle-Hagan comes from a long way back. Reid's claiming a mark. There's a push in there as well. Laverty went to Deck, and after all of that, the umpire pays the mark to Ethan Reid.
Surely that was a...
Looked like one of the umpires that actually signalled for pushing the back, but then the closest umpire called it a mark.
Yeah, it's the first time they've been able to win a long down the line contest all night, and thought there was a free kick, but anyhow, 3 umpires said no, so got a shot on goal, Reid.
Ethan Reid.
I just saw the replay. 2 hands in the back.
Missed it, Matt? Or adjudicated the other way?
No, they missed that.
Reid from 50. Hooks the kick. And misses everything.
And that's...
Hits the behind post on the full. Doesn't miss everything. It doesn't score. So in the correct description, he hit the post, behind post, on the full. No score.
Footy gods.
Yeah.
Yep.
Straight back into the middle. Whitfield straight down the middle to Himmelberg. Harry.
Nearly a 50 then.
Oh, he chipped it forward to Oliver. Just forward of the arc and inside the centre square. Now he peels to the left of the man on the mark. Finds Ash. Ash centre wing. Oliver kept going. Handball received. Confronted by Weller. So goes backwards now to Fonte. Fonte on the logo. Sells the dummy to Weller. Then kicks it into the left forward pocket. Big fly from McAndrew spoils. Bedford handball to Gothard. Tackled, threw the ball away. Picked up there by Miller. Miller handball backwards to Andrew. Now onto the arc at right half back to Noble. Noble measures a kick and it's beautiful. It's a nicely taken mark by Ben Long. He was dealt with afterward. Crowd 150, but nothing happening there.
I know my vernacular between codes. You could almost use offloads tonight.
Indeed.
On a number of occasions with these handballs. Long chips in field. Jeffrey Marks, right half back for the Suns. Giants by a point. Zane on the boundary.
I don't know whether it's one that they found out the back or they actually found the missing football, but one's just been delivered to the bench here for the umpire. So
okay, they got that kid with the hoodie.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Tracked him down. Jeffrey kicks it to Weller. Marks on the wing. Weller with a high kick to attacking 50. Ugelhagen flies, can't mark in a pack of 5. Roved by Ash of the Giants. Hands to Gothard, hands to Oliver, back to Gothard. All across D50. Given to Cornelio by hand. He to Buckley. Now the kick, which is still lateral. It's marked by Leak. Centre half back. Oh, the kick to the middle of the ground. Dropped by Whitfield, but he has time to regather. Hands it to Cornelio running the corridor. Hands it to Callaghan. Hands it to 50 for O'Halloran. And O'Halloran's kick on goal is another point.
Their forward hand pass. This is what Hawthorn did last week. It's dissecting the defence of the Suns.
3-10 to 3-8 as the Giants double their lead.
You're right. It's causing them a lot of problems, isn't it? Like, they cannot slow them down at all. And on the flip side, the Suns are happy to play slow, which is sort of against their grain also.
The Suns have worked it up to centre wing on the commentary side. Nicely picked up by Petrarca. That was clean. Handball to King. Handball to Weller. Forward to Moyle. Moyle to Humphrey. He gets to 50 from goal. Centering ball. The body work was done early there by Thomas. And then he rushes it over the boundary line. Crowd want deliberate. Umpire says no. And I was going to say, good luck differentiating somebody with a hoodie.
Great
on the Gold Coast. How about that?
Careful, mate. You've got to leave here.
No, that's a good point.
Sunday night time slot was always going to bring a bit of different stuff.
If the wheels are still on my car.
Boundary throw it in the left forward pocket for the Suns. Roved by Graham. His hand pass put Lombard under pressure. Good tackle. Callaghan. Thomas picks up on hands and knees. And again, the Giants just rumble it out of defence. But
that's a great
Rioli's got it. He's tackled by Daniels but got rid of it. Rioli hands it on to Jeffrey. Kicks to full forward. Back with the flight. Oh, Briggs dropped the mark he could have taken. Petrarca roves. Hands it to King. King eventually kicks the goal. From the top of the goal mouth, he had 2 defenders in front of him. Looked left, looked right, looked back to Christian. Christian pointed to the sticks, so he kicked it through. And the Suns return to the lead at 4-8-32 to 3-10-28.
It's his second possession, King.
And a goal.
Or third possession for the goal. Second possession. But they've tried to play quicker the last couple of minutes, and I think they have to. Give the Giants a bit of their own medicine back. They look more dangerous when the ball's going faster because, as I said a few times tonight, Giants' key backs have been all over the long ball in there. So move the ball faster and make their backs have to defend something different.
Wow. After 4 straight behinds, they get their goal, the first of this second term for the Gold Coast Suns.
But if they want to, the wave of momentum here from the Giants, their forward hand passes, this is what the Suns, they lacked last week to try and stop that from Hawthorn. And the Hawthorn were able to just dissect them. It's happening right at the moment.
Well, the Suns take back the lead. There's a whistle on play from the centre ruck contest. There was a hold on Touk Miller. Clary Oliver stands the mark. Miller immediately knocks it inside 50. Reid and King. King spoiled. Reid gathered. He's tackled immediately into the ground. 20 metres out from goal. Boy, it's a crowded forward 50. So it's the Suns by 4 points. 28 gone of this second term.
Stoppage deep in attack for Gold Coast. Punched clear by Ash to try and get rid of it for the Giants. Picked up by Daniels, who hacks it out of D50. Has moved the ball at any cost, but it's picked up by Jeffrey of the Suns. 60 out. Hands to Noble. Kick to the pocket. Diving effort from Humphrey. He couldn't pick it up It's gone over the boundary line for a throw in.
Humphrey just did a couple of push-ups in front of the crowd. That's why they were cheering. Literally.
Only got 11 seconds left in the quarter. So Gold Coast perhaps the only chance to score. Ball tossed in. Moyle gets rid of Briggs, taps, but no Rover there for him. Rowed by Oliver, hands to Callaghan. Gothard receives, couldn't pick it up. Callaghan mops up, kicks to the wing. Right, the siren ends all action in the second quarter at Carrara. 4-8 to 3-10. 4-8-32 Gold Coast leads 3-10-28 for Greater Western Sydney. In that quarter, Gold Coast kicked 1 goal 4. Greater Western Sydney kicked 2 goals 3. Giants got to the lead off the back of Gothard's goal in the 19th minute, but King's goal 27 minutes in ensured that the Suns lead at both changes. They were 9 in front at quarter time, now for the lead at half time. All single goal kickers for Gold Coast: Powell, Petrarca, Anderson and King. And for the Giants, Cadman's got a couple and Gothard the other. So it's the Suns by 4 points. Jeff White and Matt promised to break it down for you.
Well, I think the Giants have just outworked the Suns. Apart from the first 10 minutes, they've defended really well. They've run the ball out of there okay at times, but it's been the contested possession clearances. I think they've got more out of that. The numbers are a little bit in favour of the Giants, but I reckon they've been cleaner with their handballs and a bit smoother going inside 50. But both teams have been really sloppy going inside 50. Obviously 13% efficiency going inside 50 for goals, which is as low as you're probably going to get. So it shows both teams that are a fair way off their best football, and it certainly looks like that tonight. The effort's there, but just the skill execution going forward for both teams has been pretty poor. Yeah,
you just can sense that when the ball hits the ground, there's a lot of contested footy. The numbers across the board are very, very even for both sides. The scoreboard is only 4 points of difference, but the running game from the Giants, they're clean below their knees. Their forward pressure, the forward hand pass, there's many times there they just had a little bit of poise. They could have kicked at least 2 goals extra in that quarter if they had a little bit of poise. There was the one with Hogan. Toby Green was free inside forward 50. Just had to swing around and kick it to him and was able to be chased down from behind. But just the Giants, their pressure is definitely lifted. They're definitely around the ball, but they're much cleaner. They're spreading the ball. They've got a lot of balance around the stop plays as well. They're not 2-1. Footy commentators speak about that a lot, having a lot of balance around the stop play, and I just think they got the momentum at the moment. The Giants, I reckon, Kingsley be really happy the way they're structured. They just got to have a bit more poise going forward. Yeah, really important stakes for both teams. Just reminding you, Giants 3 wins, 4 losses. Suns 4 wins, 3 losses. Gold Coast 4-8-32. Greater Western Sydney 3-10-28. Earlier today, 7 goals for Malcolm Roses at the SCG, and the Swans beat the D's by 17 points. Sydney 19-17, 131 to Melbourne 17-12, 114. Not good news for the D's with Brody Myercheck doing a hamstring early in the game, so that didn't help. Mally Roses, as I mentioned, 7 goals, but Isaac Heaney with another day out, 33 disposals for the blonde-headed superstar from the Swans.
They're good to watch, Melbourne. Like all their games, they're high-scoring Melbourne. Teams kick high scores against them, but they're exciting games to watch this year, aren't they?
Yeah, 131 to 114.
Yeah, great. Yeah, it's just the way both those sides play. They eliminate the man on the mark. Bang, give the hands, go, and just creates that run from behind, and it also creates the likes of Blakey, who we've been speaking about all year, the ability just to run off the half-back line, but just take a risk, just go, run near where the players get the ball, and just opens up. And what it does, it also creates unpredictability for the defence to set up from behind the ball. So really good slingshot footy. Both sides are playing that way at the moment. So, yeah, high-quality game.
So Swans continue their presence at the pointy end of the ladder. The final game of the day in the NRL has been completed, and Penrith has defeated Manly Warringah. So the first loss for the Sea Eagles under, well, for the time being, interim coach Kieran Foran. Weird old story there. Lost their first 3, sacked Anthony Seibold, had won 4 in a row under Kieran Foran. But Panthers too good at Western Sydney Stadium, 18-16. Earlier in the day, Cronulla beat the West's Tigers 52-10. And Newcastle beat South Sydney in a score-a-thon at Hunter Stadium. Knights 42, Souths 38. Of course, the green button on ABC listeners where you can hear that action throughout the season. Keep your SMSs coming, 0437 774 774. Thank you to Ken from Sandringham. I'll acknowledge your text about the wheels being safe here because we're not somewhere else without naming said place. That after your Woody comment,
I was being a little facetious.
I'll acknowledge said text, Ken, without reading all what you've written. G'day to Fran. She's one of our great fans. Thanking you for the call. She hopes again for a GWS win because Hogan's one of her favourite players. A lot of history there. Yep. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch in this last game of round 8, a Sunday night fixture. Not a huge crowd here at Carrara, but big stakes for two teams who have got high aspirations in 2026. And it is Gold Coast leading by 4 points at half-time. That scoreline again, Suns 4-8-32 to the Giants 3-10-28. More to come shortly. Reminder, that number 0437 774 774 to get in touch as we take you to the latest from ABC News.
ABC News with David Rowlands. The Prime Minister has strongly indicated the government will target negative gearing in this month's budget, despite ruling out any changes at last year's election. Cabinet is finalising an overhaul of tax breaks that's expected to include changes to the capital gains tax discount, negative gearing and the tax on family trusts. During last year's campaign, Anthony Albanese said changes to negative gearing were off the table. Mr Albanese today sidestepped questions about whether pursuing change was worth the risk of breaking a commitment.
Voters will make their decisions. My job and the job of the government is to put in place measures that are in the interest of the Australian public, not necessarily to just make easy decisions, to do the hard decisions that are in the national interest.
Northern Territory Police Commissioner Martin Dole says charges were officially laid last night against the man arrested in Alice Springs on Thursday after a 5-day manhunt. Jefferson Lewis has been charged with 1 count of murder and will face court in Darwin later this week. He was flown to Darwin after his arrest in Alice Springs caused an outbreak of violence in the town. Commissioner Dole says it's been an awful time for the girl's family and the entire Alice Springs community.
This matter is now before the courts, and as a result, it would be inappropriate for the police to provide further comment or discuss in detail the events. I would ask that the community respect the judicial process, and I would also ask that the community continue to respect the family as they continue to process their deep grief and sorrow.
South Australia's opposition says it will put forward a bill to end the state's First Nations voice when Parliament resumes this week. SA's First Nations Voice Act passed in 2023. Opposition leader Ashton Hearn says repealing the voice to Parliament was one of her party's election commitments. She says there are other ways to drive practical outcomes for the state's Indigenous people.
And we just don't believe that the support is there for this voice to Parliament. That was pretty clear at the national referendum. Peter Malinauskas pushed ahead anyway, and now at the last election we had 11% of the 32,000 eligible voters actually engage with and vote in the voice to Parliament.
Queensland's Premier says a massive new fuel project announced today will shore up fuel security in the long term. 6 government-owned ports along Queensland's coastline, including Brisbane and Mackay, have been selected as potential sites for fuel storage and oil refining facilities. The government today launched expressions of interest under its Accelerating Fuel Infrastructure program. David Crisafulli says it's just one part of the state's fuel security plan.
I don't think Queenslanders will begrudge us having a long-term vision, provided we're also dealing with the short and medium term, and we're doing that. And this is something that we're deeply passionate about for our sovereign capability, but also for the job and economic opportunities for this state.
US President Donald Trump says the United States will withdraw many more than 5,000 of its forces from Germany, saying numbers will be cut way down. Larry Buttrose has the details.
The withdrawal of 5,000 troops was announced yesterday, attracting criticism even from within Mr Trump's own Republican Party. but today he dug in.
We're going to cut way down, and we're cutting a lot further than 5,000.
Germany's Defence Minister Boris Pistorius has told local news agency DPA the decision was foreseeable, but that the presence of American soldiers in Europe is in the interests of both Germany and the US. Washington's move comes after German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said the US had been humiliated by Iranian negotiators in the ongoing war.
The BBC says it's learned a network of Iranians is smuggling Starlink satellite terminals into the country, with its 92 million citizens cut off from internet access for the past 2 months. This report from the BBC's Raya Kansara, who's spoken to one of the smugglers called Sahand.
Since January, he has smuggled more than a dozen Starlink terminals into the country as part of a clandestine network of Iranians dotted across the globe. The satellite technology is helping tens of thousands of people get online since Iran was plunged into digital darkness. Sahan says it's crucial to help get credible information in and out of the country. When officials shut down the internet for the second time this year, they cited security concerns triggered by the war with the US and Israel as the reason.
This is ABC News.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
I tell you what, I'd kill for some clean air and a good coffee over here. And there's no generic latte over here.
Come home straight away, please. Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over on ABC Radio.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Finn Callahan sets it up for the big Flyers, and Catman takes the clunk in the pack. 20 from goal, straight in front. He's got to kick the goal now, 30 out, straight in front. His team's kicked 1-9 to this point, but that left boot's true. It's the second goal of the game for the Giants. Prioli hands it on to Jeffrey, kicks the full forward, back with the flight. Oh, Briggs dropped the mark he could have taken. Petrarca Roves hands it to King. King eventually kicks the goal. From the top of the goal mouth, he had two defenders in front of him. Looked left, looked right, looked back to Christian. Christian pointed to the sticks, so he kicked it through.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds of the second term at Carrara, if you're with us on ABC Sport Digital, and you've just joined us for the first time after being across the league for the day. Welcome along. There's half of footy left here as Gold Coast tackle Greater Western Sydney. My name's Quentin Hull. The Suns lead the Giants in a low-scoring affair by 4 points. Now, the reason why it's low-scoring, errant in front of goals. Suns 4 goals, 8-32 to the Giants 3-10-28. That was after Gold Coast led by 9 points at quarter time. I'm calling alongside Michael Price, Matt Primus and Jeff White are your experts. Zane Bojack keeping us up to date with all the news from the boundary. Lovely night for Sunday night footy here. Public holiday in Queensland tomorrow. That's why they're playing this game now. The last couple of years, this time slot was used for a Q clash between Brisbane and Gold Coast. It was very popular at the Gabba, but this year the Queensland government wanted to sort of have a raft of Queensland derbies later in the year. So that's why there's no Q clash on this date, among other reasons that, they thought they'd try Sunday night here to see if it would work. I know there's plenty of footy fans who are enjoying having footy at this time, but as far as the Suns getting bums on seats here, it hasn't really paid off. Giants are a low-drawing club on the road anyway, and we're probably in the low teens as far as the crowd is concerned. Your thoughts are welcome on the SMS 0437 774 774. I like this one, though. Wayne likes this time slot. G'day to Wayne, who texts from Massachusetts. I love Sunday night footy here in Massachusetts. It gives me another game to listen to over my morning coffee. Good on you, Wayne. 0437 774 774. We had Brett from Canberra delight us with his barbecue and wine type of thing. There's an unnamed text. Says, that guy may be having a lamb backstrap and a Margaret River Red, but that's nothing on my pie and chips and lemonade.
Nice.
Whatever you it's fine, whatever you taste. G'day to Burt Street Barney, who texts, night chaps, I reckon at half time they should move the post 6 inches to the right at one end and 6 inches to the left at the other. What do you reckon on that? No, it's hard enough to get it through the big sticks at the moment. Burt Street Barney, thank you. Dean says, please tell me it's blowing a gale and extremely dewy, which is causing the inaccuracy. No, Dean, I can't tell you that either. There's high pressure, though, in the game. Or maybe Matt and Jeff can tell you why it's a little bit inaccurate before Michael gives you a few more of the stats.
I think it'd be a little bit dewy out there too. It's a clear night. It's been one of the first day it hasn't rained for quite some time, Whitey, up here with the showers we've had for the last week. But I think it'll be a little bit dewy. And both teams' pressure's been right up. But yeah, I think it's more just both teams' form over the last 2 or 3 weeks just hasn't been great, and we're just getting signs of that. So a high-pressure game, a bit dewy, and both teams still trying to figure out their best form and their best looks ahead of the ball.
Yeah, definitely the dew. But also, too, in the first quarter, a lot of set shots that the Giants had were from the boundary.
Wide, yep.
Yeah, very wide. So, yeah.
And the Suns, I reckon, in that quarter, they had them wide. Their entries were wide and long and slow. So, yeah, there's a bit of that also.
A little bit of humidity as well, fellas. 87% humidity here. Still 20 degrees. So, look, the conditions, but still very, very good for footy. So the pressure, I think, is what's doing it. As far as the stats go, the Suns are leading +6 in disposals, 201 to 195. The kicking efficiency, it's interesting. The Suns at 74%, the Giants at 57%. We're looking at the contested possessions. The Giants leading that +6, 59 to 53. Clearances 19 to 15 in favour of the Giants as well. Looking at centre clearances, it's the Suns 6 to 3. Inside 50s 30 to 22, but the important one is the scoreboard. The Suns by 4 points at half time. As far as individuals go, for the Suns, it's Noble with 18 disposals. Dan Rioli with 16. Petrarca's got 15 and a goal and 6 score involvements. When it comes to the Giants, it's Clayton Oliver, 20 disposals. He's got 6 clearances. He could have had a goal, but 5 score involvements. Finn Callahan's got 18 and 6 score involvements, and Lockie Whitfield from the backline, 15 disposals as well.
Yeah, it's as I said, their midfielders have got on top of it. I'd like to see the Suns play a bit quicker. I mentioned a bit in that second quarter. I reckon it just played into their hands, the kick mark, and then they were held up, and their entries weren't really dangerous and made it easy for the Giants to defend. And then they were able to get some really good handball chains and looked a lot more dangerous in that second quarter. But once again, all forwards want quick movement and space, and to be able to beat their defender one-on-one, and the way the Suns moved the ball. And maybe that was they wanted to slow down the game because I thought it was a bit out of control the way the Giants play. But I'd like to see them get back to trying to win the contested ball, which they dropped away in that second quarter, and playing a bit quicker with their hands and allowing the Baileys and Petrarcas and stuff like that to get ahead of the ball.
It might sound a bit obvious, but I think the side that's willing to use their foot skills much better, but also the ability to have higher work rate than the opposition, will win this game. And why I say that is because both sides are playing one-on-one behind the ball. So when you play one-on-one, it only takes a couple to sag off and not be able to press up. A little bit towards the second quarter there, that's where the Giants were getting those little dinky up, little chip kicks, and then they gave the hand pass and away they went. So work rate between the arcs, when you're working for each other, you're creating that space and you're getting that link-up play, then you'll be able to get inside forward 50.
Jeff, do you know a Rex from Port Macquarie? He texts, "G'day team, I love the call with the added humour. Jeff White, a star for both my favourite teams, Freo and the D's. Go GWS because I'm the only one who tipped them in my tipping competition against the Suns."
No, I don't know Rex. Thanks, Rex. I love those text messages. I don't get any when Acker's on, so it's great to get one.
We're all in the same boat, Whitey.
Yeah, we're both in the same boat.
Nice about Matt as well. 0437 774.
Just text my wife. Hang on. What's the number?
Zach from The Rock here, loving the call. So that's another Riverina reference.
The Rock.
The Rock, who merged with Eurong Creek and are the Rock Eurong Creek Magpies.
How many hyphens are there in the comp?
Lots. Yeah, country footy. They got it, So the Magpies, and they play at Victoria Park.
How do they go on presentation night? When they got the league best and fairest. And
well, the engraver,
where they're from.
The engraver gets RSI by the.
I know, but what about the guys reading out the votes and from?
Yeah.
Well,
they don't really read them out at those.
You like that Welsh railway station? The one with 17.
Oh, Billy Ray says, "I wish the teenager with the hoodie would come steal the DJ equipment." Footy is very rowdy these days in a musical sense. Yeah, the DJ is
the lights on.
Shout out to the Fruit Slushy crew. That's an unnamed text. G'day to them. Anthony from Adelaide says, "I love Sunday night footy. Bring it on every week." Yeah. As mentioned, it's...
Oh, look, we'd love footy every night of the week if we could.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, I would. Something to watch.
There's nothing else in your life?
No, that's all I've got, mate. That's all I've got.
Okay, a big half of footy coming up here. Suns lead by 4 points. So, these two teams would have had aspirations for certainly top 6. They don't want to be floundering in wildcard games. But, boy, if the Giants lose this one, they might be sort of off the pace in that regard, even with 3 wins and 5 losses. So 3 and 4 for GWS, 4 and 3 for the Suns. And we know it's a rivalry dominated by the Giants of recent times. Here's the second half.
It's Lecalier who got it down over Moyle into the path of Oliver. He couldn't quite handle it. Lockie Ash got in there. Handball backwards to Oliver, then back to Alier. Off a step, he launches a high ball inside 50. Collins was nudged underneath it by Cadman. He grabbed the ball, then Cadman tackled him into the ground. It's going to be a ball up. 45 out from the Giants' goal. They're trailing by 4 points. Early doors, third term. There's tapped down by Moyle. Stringer broke the tackle, but Moyle smothered the kick. Lands in the hands there of Daniels. Got the handball off to Cadman. He's tackled off it. Now it's loose on the ground. Kicked forward by the Suns. Picked up by Locke Ash for the Giants. His handball back in board to Whitfield was cut off. Went through the hands of Weller to Lombard. Then picked up by Ash. Tackled, holding the ball. Really good tackle. Advantage paid. The Suns go through the corridor with Anderson. Anderson chips it forward to the centre circle. Petrarca, he's got players running straight past. He's got the lead of King. Honours the lead, double grabber, umpire will pay. In front of Buckley. Nicely taken by King, but how about the service there from Petrarca? He's 30 metres out, 25 out, but it's a reasonable angle to the right.
That was an awesome lead, wasn't it, Matty? King led to his right, knowing that Petrarca's a right footer, then led to his left. It created that space out there. It was just a wonderful lead.
You don't want to put the mocker on him, but an incredibly accurate kick. 27-6 for the year for Ben King. Deliberate approach off the long run. Releases from 40 metres. He leant back on that one, hit the post 2/3 of the way up. We did it to him.
I like that they played on quick from half back, though. They took the speed on, used their running legs, and then had a great look inside 50.
5 points the margin, 33 plays 28.
Whitfield steps beyond the goal mouth. No one really pressures him on the inbound. Chips short to Himmelberg. Takes the mark. Kicks to the half-back flank, and Thomas presents to take the grab. Harvey Thomas for the Giants. Runs in field. Hand passes to Ash, edge of the centre square. Hands it to Iden, who runs through half-back. Iden kicks it wide to the wing. Angwin's got 2 to beat. Goes off the hands of the pack. Bedford arrives to help out. Has to play tackler on Rioli, who gathered it. Strong lock from the Bedford tackle. And a neutral on the outer wing. Umpire will come in to ball up. The Suns in their all-red home strip, and the Giants in their very striking black with orange trim, as Moyle punches it away from the ball up. So clears congestion. Giants first to meet it. Angwin on half-back. Hand passes to Ash. Ash to Iden under pressure from Petrarca. Petrarca wins the ball. Hands it to Weller. 60 from goal for the Suns. Weller weaves his way to 50. Got tackled by Iden. And his hand pass is turned over. Alier for the Giants. Hands it over Oliver's head. Missed the target. Powell kicks up. Picks up 60 from goal. And a huge fly from King in the goal mouth. He missed a chest mark in the end. It went through his fingers for a point. And a number 34 who likes a fly, Jeff White, almost got out of his seat there. Ben King was high.
Mark of the weekend if you'd taken that.
There was a hint of the Warwick Kappa's hand on the shoulder step ladder, but they don't mind that.
So the Giants bring it back in. It lands in the arms of Fonte. He launches towards the outer wing. Cadman did well to get around Collins. Fisted it forward, but picked up there by the Suns. Lockweller kicks it inside 50, looking for King. Front and square. Ugle-Hagan, snap, bounces. Was it touched on the way through? Goal umpire says no. It is a goal. That's a great snap from Ugle-Hagan from 25 out. 5th goal on the board for the Suns. 5-10-40 to 3-10-28.
Just a replica of the first 2 quarters, isn't it? The Suns are just on top the first 5 minutes. Territory, lots of shots on goals, not able to take advantage of them then, and then just a bit of class from Jamara, a beautiful crumb, and then a great snap across his body.
That's what he can do, though.
Yeah, it doesn't need many
He doesn't need much time to swing around on his left foot. He definitely knows what the goals are. That was a great finish.
Yeah, just his 3rd statistic as far as disposals are concerned, Ugle-Hagan, in his first home appearance in the seniors for the Suns. Of course, made that long-awaited return to AFL footy last week in Launceston. But Jamara with a little bit of magic, and the Suns are out by 2 goals. Aliir leaps high at the centre restart to tap down to Callaghan's advantage for the Giants. Beautiful hand pass, front of the pack to Oliver. His kicks a helicopter to full forward. Mac Andrews underneath. Spoiled by Hogan, kicked off the ground by Stringer out of the full. Stringer was slicing by and just half volleyed it, but kicked it wide. So free kick in the left back pocket for the Suns. Oscar Adams will take it. Kicks it across the face of goal, very short to his skipper, Anderson. Just lovely conditions for footy. It has been a bit of a wet week or so with showers around the southeast, but not tonight. Anderson plays on. He's got Oliver harassing him. He weaves left and right and eventually kicks long towards a pack on the wing, out the back row by Iden of the Giants. It's coming back in, gives it to Hogan. That's a hacked kick to the pocket over the head of Stringer. It rolls out of play. Jesse Hogan probably had a bit more time there, but that was a messy entry. Nonetheless, it's over the boundary line for a throw in left forward pocket for the Giants, who trail by 2 goals.
Once again, an absolutely crowded forward 50. For the Giants, the throw in at left forward pocket. It's a shallow throw in. Acker would love that. Off the hands of Moyle. And once again, there's a pack of players descending on the ball. The umpire lets it linger for a while, but he's going to come in and throw it up about 20 metres out.
It's like to see Leo just palm it out. Bit of space. Get out of that sort of inner circle.
This time, well, Moyle used his body well, slapped it into the path of Miller. He couldn't take it. Stringer did. Handball to Thomas, backwards to Ash. Then it lands with Whitfield. Measures a pass. Lovely kick. 40 metres out. It lands in the arms of Toby Bedford. He's just turned his back immediately. Says, I'll go back and I'll nail this. And every player on the park here at Carrara is forward of the centre circles. As Toby Bedford, only the 3 goals this year.
Thought he might have had a roll tonight.
Oh, no, he plays on, then hits. Was it Himmelberg who's gone all the way down, hits him on the arc, so he just barely the 15, but Himmelberg will have to kick this from 55. There's some tall timber on the goal line. Had a chat with Harry's brother Elliot, who's signed with the Gold Coast Suns. But Harry Himmelberg for the Giants gets to the right of the mark, gives it everything he's got. It was always right. 1 behind. That's another behind for the Giants. 5-10 plays 3-11. It's an 11-point margin in favour of the Suns.
Bodie Uland inbounds with a short kick to the right back pocket. Powell takes the mark uncontested, kicks a long ball to the wing over the head of Humphrey. That'll be a last disposal. Humphrey saying he touched it, but the ump saying no, not buying.
Been a couple of them tonight from kick-ins where they just completely missed targets.
So on the last disposal, it's Buckley to take it for the Giants on halfway. Kicks infield. Iden takes the grab edge of the centre square. Petrarca quick to stand the mark. Now Iden plays on. Kicks the Giants to attacks from behind. Leap from Hogan. First hand couldn't mark. Collins does the roving for the Suns. Hands it to Andrew. Chips to right half back, and Davies marks and holds up immediately. Alex Davies out on that right half back flank. Calls him to play on. Davies does so with a kick down the line, looking for King, who's a long way from home. Got spoiled. Chop of the arms, though, by Leake. And it'll be a free kick to Ben King on halfway for the Suns.
So he's on the logo, on the outer side. Once again, the Giants flood back. It's an aggressive transfer kick. Gothard got there to spoil Rioli. Now the ascendancy there was with the Giants, but it's stolen there by Bodie Uland. Sweeping handball to Noble. Commentary wing to Lombard. Lombard confronted there by Daniels. He goes back and gets the ball. Daniels did well for the Giants. Handball forward there to Gothard, who ran it over the boundary line, whilst Bodie Uland was in pursuit. So in front of the ABC Sport commentary box, there will be a throw in. Suns by 11 points, 9 minutes gone of this third term at Carrara. A 20-degree evening, a little bit dewy and reasonably humid. Only the 8 goals, 21 scored between the two sides in the Expansion Cup. The throw in, Moyle in front of Aliir. got it down. It was well done by Oliver. Flicked it forward there to Daniels. He kicks it long and nicely floated across there by Jeffrey, just beyond centre wing on this commentary side of Carrara.
Fifth man into a 2-on-2. Jeffrey takes the mark. Short pass to Petrarca, marks it on the logo. Petrarca, the required 15 upfield with a chip for Davies, who will hold up just forward of centre wing. And again, Davies looking long with the kick towards the pocket. King's in the chop with Reid, goes beyond all the flyers and off fingertips. It'll roll out of play for a throw in the left forward pocket. G'day to Loma from Bibra Lake in WA. She's a massive Giants fangirl, not too fond of the Sunday Eve graveyard shift, but we should be able to get it done anytime, anywhere. Let's go, boys. I love you, Fontainpelli. Miss you, Sammy Taylor. Thank you, Loma. Boundary throw in. Deep in the attack. Picked up off the deck by Petrarca. He makes something out of nothing. Swoops on the ball, swivels on his right boot, kicks the goal from the goal mouth. Amid the fumbling, Christian Petrarca, clean and efficient for his second goal. And the Suns move to 6 goals, 10-46 to the Giants, 3-11-29.
Just like I spoke about in the first half, that a lot of movement from the Suns. Have always got movement inside their forward 50, and Petrarca, he started on the... He's not on goal side, he was facing the goals, just kept on moving, followed where the ball was going, and then one pick-up, bang.
Yeah, Callaghan just let him go. Yeah. Whitey, as you mentioned, just trailed him behind, and class prevails. I'll also be interested, Zano, Hogan's come off. I don't reckon he's taken a mark. I think he took 3 or 4 in the first 10 minutes. I don't reckon he's taken one since. So it'll be interesting to see if he can work on his hip or his hand still.
Yeah, look, he came off and he was desolate. You can just see he's not happy with his running. He can't really get much of a contest. And I just want to know, what was more better, that goal there by Petrarca or his dumpling lasagna that he posted on TikTok last week?
There's the stoppage. Clearance won there by the Suns. It's Anderson. He streaks forward. Handball speculates to Jeffrey. Lands in the arms there of Bailey. Humphrey, who was tackled, holding the ball. Well done there by Thomas.
He's outstanding, his pressure, this little fella, Pricey.
Got some speed on him, hasn't he, there, Matthew, as well. He chips it forward to Himmelberg. Himmelberg flares it further right, looking for Leak. He was confronted, took it without changing stride, and then launched a kick. It's out of bounds on the full. Kieran Briggs was trying to sell that like he took it inside the line, but the crowd let the umpire know he didn't, so it's going to be Goulburn who takes the free kick for the Gold Coast Suns. Just forward of left half back. The Suns with 5 inside 50s to the Giants 4. They've kicked 2-2 to 1 behind. The kick, Ethan Reid, tunnelled.
Yep. Laverty's not having a good night.
No, he hasn't had a very good night at all. But this is only Ethan Reid's 4th disposal as well. He flares to the right of the mark, kicks it long towards King. Spoiled, and now it was Iden at the ground level. Gave it to Himmelberg for Oliver, then Ash. His extracting kick landed in the arms of Cornelio.
Hand passes to Green. Couple of the old stages. Green's kick on the head of Cadman, scored by Collins, but rode brilliantly by Gothard. Flips the hand pass towards Cadman, didn't find him. Hewlin steals it for the Suns on half back. Hands it from Graham back to to Jeffrey. Jeffrey hands it on to Graham again, shy of the wing, accosted as he kicks. Ash punches it away from Lombard on the deck, swooped upon by Davies of the Suns. Hands it to Lombard. His hand pass breaks the congestion towards the wing. Picked up by Anderson. Hands it from Goulburn. Now on to Weller. 65 from goal. A squaring kick to full forward. And there's Jamara. Ugle-Hagan marking 25 out directly in front. Quite in the first half. He's already kicked 1 in this second half, and he's starting to become a factor.
You let him jump like Cadman, and not too many people that can stop him.
Just
got a good
weight of
run
numbers.
Yeah.
Weight of numbers, White, isn't it? The inside 50s, I don't know what they are this quarter here, but they're just getting great supply, beautiful advantage kicks, and they've got enough talent there to make them pay.
No angle, 30 metres out. Ugle-Hagan with his left boot. Kicks his second goal. And the Suns making their move. This is a game-high 23-point lead now for Gold Coast at 7:10:52 to 3:11:29. Nearly 14 minutes third term. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Jesse Hogan's made his way back out into the field, but fair dinkum, if he was running like that on the main straight of Flemington, you know what would happen, Q?
8 inside 50s to 4, Matthew Primer.
Yeah, and that's the way it feels. And they're playing quicker. They're outnumbering. Their numbers at the drop of the ball. Their handball change are a lot better than what they were in the second quarter, and that's given their forwards some really good looks instead of just blazing away skinny and boundary side.
Noah Anderson with the 5 touches in this third quarter already. Petrarca with 4 touches and a goal. They've got a couple of clearances between them. We're back into the middle of Carrara. Game high 23 points, the margin, as Q said. It's Reid versus Briggs. Exploding out of the middle there was Callaghan. He propelled it forward, but it's going to come back to him. He was dealt with after he got rid of the ball, not downfield. So he's to the left of the centre circles, Finn Callaghan. Long left footer, inside 50. Hogan flies, nicely spoiled. Front and square, Thomas. Great little handball to Gothard. Nice snap, bounces through. Phoenix has got his second.
Geez, they needed that. They needed that, the Giants. Great reply, great response.
7-10-52 the Suns. The Giants 4-11-35. It's back to that 17-point margin after 15 minutes of the third quarter.
That little Thomas, first time I've seen him live. Geez, he's got some pace and some crumb and a bit of grunt about him too for a little fella.
Turvey Park Bulldogs, Wagga Wagga.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, dear.
How many times can we get that in tonight, hey?
We do it. we do it.
What was his club, sorry, Q?
Turvey Park Bulldogs. So that's the
shortest name in the competition.
That's the club of the Moonies, Cameron and Jason Mooney.
Okay, yep.
From Turvey Park.
Yep.
This one.
Good breeding ground.
David Murphy, the great Swans wingman in the Sydney.
Yep. Number
team of the century. G'day, Murph. He was a long-time ABC Sport commentator. I did years of footy with Murph at the SCG. Yep. G'day, Murph, if you're listening, but he's a Turvey Park product as well. So Phoenix Gothard with the goal, and the Suns' margin back to 17.
Have a look at they've got 2 guys on the wing here in front of us, Thomas and Reid.
Pat Voss has got a bit of Turvey Park in him as well.
Okay.
Yeah. They're waiting. It might have clipped the post.
Touched.
They're checking whether it hit the padding, maybe.
Yeah, padding.
Look, it was close to it. But
it was really close.
Goal umpire was the closest to it as well.
All clear. Ball tossed in the air. Rucks go at it. And Andrew follows up. Kicks it off the deck for the Suns out towards the wing. Oh, nasty collision there as Graham was pushed into Angwin. He's both okay. They've picked themselves up. Meanwhile, Andrew's picked up the footy. Gallops to 50. Advantage paid. And Andrew misses near side. That's a point.
I wonder if that'll be looked at. Pushing. They're trying to...
Yeah, they
Iden sort of pushed Graham into the contest.
Can't see anything malicious in that.
7-11-53 to 4-11-35.
So Lockie Whitfield flares out to his right, kicks it towards half-back. Oh, Ethan Reid.
It was Thomas v. Reid then.
Again. Oh, dear. The height advantage was pronounced there. Ethan Reid just forward of centre wing. Launches it inside 50. There's a big pack. Himmelberg spoiled there by King. He grabbed the ball, King, and then he was confronted by Jack Buckley and Lockie Whitfield. So 25 metres out from the Suns' goal. There will be a ball up. 18 points the margin. Umpire throws it up. Himmelberg speculating handball forward. Cut off by Noble. Noble through traffic. Thomas with the smother. Picked up by Ethan Reid. Dribbles one towards goal and one behind. There's a lot of those. 7-12-54 plays 4-11-35 back to 19 points the margin.
It's late night Sunday footy here on ABC Sport to complete round 8. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling. Jeff White and Matt Primacy are experts. Zane Bojack searching TikTok for more food recipes on the boundary. Short inbound there from Whitfield. And he's chipped it to Callaghan, just forward of full back. Callaghan with his left boot. Long, beautiful kick to the outer side. 2-on-2. Stringer the leaper. Couldn't take the mark. Angwin kicks it off the ground. A shunted ball to no advantage of his team. Andrew picks up for the Suns. Hand pass to Lombard. Oh, he weaved his way through 3. Lombard hands to Miller. Miller to Powell at half foot. Great tackle, Bedford. He had him a long time. Play on, says the ump. No holding the ball. Giants have got it anyway. Himmelberg hand passes out the back to Whitfield. His kick to Thomas went through his fingers. Now, Noble too high. Contact. Play on advantage taken as Whitfield's got it at centre half back. His chip is fingertip controlled by Oliver near the middle of the ground.
His handball to the run of Thomas. Thomas chips it forward straight down the corridor. It's nicely taken by Halloran. He launches it inside 50 looking for Cadman. No, beyond him to Jesse Hogan on the lead as Oscar Adams throws his arms out. And Hogan has taken the ball 45 out. He's on a very tight angle to the right.
Needs to go back and stop this, but also just give their backs a bit of a chance to just set up and have a breather for the Giants.
So Hogan starts his run up on the boundary. Traverses the arc of 50 with the stutter step. Let's go from just inside that. Starts it right. It stays there. Another behind.
He looks sore. Look at him.
7-12 to 4-12 now. It's back to, oh boy, what is that margin now? 18 points, 3 straight goals.
Never the most fluent mover, is he, Matt?
No,
looks
you're
like
right.
more hampered tonight.
Not free at all.
The Coleman medalist of a couple of years ago, Noble receives the kick in. He's still in the left back pocket for the Suns. Now a long kick to the wing where Buckley spoils Moyle on the deck. Petrarca on hands and knees couldn't pick up. But it's gathered by Fonte of the Giants. Rush kick to half forward, straight to Noble of the Suns. Marks and immediately plays on with a hand pass from Anderson to Miller. Or gave it back to Noble, but they've marked it up. On the deck, picked up by Ash of the Giants. His rush kick to half forward. No one's there except for Adams of Gold Coast. Pretty messy play there. Adams marks, kicks it to right half back. Mac Andrews got time to have a fumble, then have a stroll. Couple of bounces, draws a man. Hand passes to Rioli. Chiseling pass towards half forward at the knees of Long. Couldn't mark and is holding the ball. He got rid of the handball, but he took too long.
She's just stuck their tackles tonight, haven't they?
Whitfield with the tackle. Chips to Angwin. Near the logo, edge of the centre square. Chips it to Daniels. Daniels marks. Deep entry for the Giants. Oh, Hogan crashes the pack, brings it to deck. Stringer roves. Hand passes to Cadman in the pocket. Up and under, left foot snap. Is out of bounds on the full. And a free kick to the Suns in the right back pocket.
He had to make a contest there, Jesse Hogan, and Mac Andrew was going back with the flight of the ball, but he made him earn that.
So, in the right back pocket, it's with Joel Jeffrey for the Gold Coast Suns. Launches a long one, just short of centre wing. Well done by Moyle to get in front position, but off his hands. It was picked up by Davies immediately. The ball knocked out of his hands in the tackle. There's going to be a whistle on play.
In the back.
Now, there was a diving effort there. The Giants player is flat out on his back there, and Sam Closey is pleading his case.
Yeah, Angwin's the man that's on his back.
Yeah, Ryan Angwin, he'll be the man with the free kick, but the doctor is having a look there as well. And
I reckon his head's hit the ground.
A little bit of remonstrating here with Sam Closey, the offender.
I reckon he's ridden him into the ground, tackled him from behind, and his head's hit the ground.
Well, he's still...
he looks a bit...
Oh, the doctor is leaning over. He's slowly sitting up.
Good play, Angwin, too.
And now he's on his haunches.
Yeah, he doesn't look too good.
No, this doesn't look too flash at all. I think they will look at this. Oh, no, his head hit the ground. I just saw the replay on the screen. His head hit the ground violently.
It was a sling tackle from Closey, and he's in strife.
He's in a lot of trouble.
He will be in some... Well, they'll definitely have a look at it.
And he didn't have the ball, too. Arms pinned.
So he's coming off. He's got a physio one side, doctor on the other, and he's not looking too flash, is Ryan Angwin, and Sam Closey will be.
He might not be getting on a plane to Darwin. Down to you, Zane.
And remember, Angwin was involved in that collision about 10 minutes ago as well, not far from where the incident happened. So he's been involved in a couple of little collisions, and that was not good. I think Closey's in a lot of trouble.
So, yeah, he's taking his time. He's breaking into a little bit of a jog here. He's let go of one of the physios, and the doctor is still with him. He gets a round of applause from the Carrara crowd.
Closey only just got back in the team this week.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Connor Iden who'll end up with the ball just forward of centre wing on the outer side. Umpire hands him back the ball. And so they'll launch into attack here, the Giants. They're trailing by 3 straight goals with 23 gone to this third term. Iden launches it towards a big pack. They fly off hands, front and square. Miller to Rioli. Tackled. He gets rid of the handball. Picked up there by Daniels. Flying shot towards goal. Big contest. Lands into the hands there. A Stringer handball. Hogan on the goal line. Dribbles it through. Great work from Jake Stringer to gather the ball next to the behind post, fling the handball to Hogan, and the Giants get the goal they desperately required. 7-12-54 to 5-12-42. It's a 12-point margin with 24 gone to the third term. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
19,000, few more than I thought there was going to be tonight. 19,039 is the crowd. I can tell you, Ryan Anglin's gone straight down the race, guys. He was looking in a lot of trouble when he went past me. Not really with it, even though he was standing. And I don't think we'll see him again tonight.
And be on Adam Kingsley watch too. He's come down from the commentary box. I reckon he's going to be fired up about what happened. So be on Adam Kingsley watch down there, Zano.
19,000.
Yeah, they've counted the workers, haven't they? What do you reckon, Matt?
Absolutely. Anyhow, they needed that. The Giants, they've dominated a bit of territory and got back into the game with that goal.
Moyle with the tap down in the middle, straight to Petrarca. Clearance Suns. Rush kick towards attacking 50. No Sun on the end of it. Iden battling there with Galban. Roved, Graham it was. Roved by Lombard, who hands it to Graham. Hands it out the back to Petrarca. 60 from goal. Very short pass, not the required. Gave the problem to Weller. And he now has to hand pass backwards. Noble's got it. Kick and a half from goal. Right half forward. High kick to the pocket. Over the head of Reid and out of play. There were two against Reid as well.
He struggled with his kicks tonight, Noble. He is generally sometimes reliable, but just got flared off the side of the boot there.
Giants trail by 2 goals. 7-12 to 5-12 in favour of the Suns. 25 minutes, third term. Boundary throw in. It pitches at the feet of the rucks. Lombard comes through for the Suns. Hand passes to no one in particular. Barkley picks up for the Giants. Whacks it clear from the pocket to half back, but Noble's in the way. Takes a chest mark opposed to Bedford. We just mentioned his kicking hasn't been great tonight, but he's going back to have a shot here on the 45-degree angle with the man on the mark standing on 50. So if he gets it right here, it'll be an important moment in this game just to stop a run of a couple of goals for the Giants. Johnny Noble's already kicked 3 goals this year, so the running half-back can hit the scoreboard on occasion. And an important moment in this game, 26 minutes, third quarter. Suns lead by 2 goals. Noble gives it everything with his right boot from 52. He's got it! He has kicked the goal! Might not be a night, but it can be a moment. And John Noble's taken that to put the Suns back out by 3 goals at 8-12 to 5-12.
Does it work in reverse? So when Pricey said, he's a reliable kick in front of goals, and he misses, I did the reverse, didn't I, Pricey? Yeah. Did I say he hasn't been kicking well, and then all of a sudden that happens?
There's commentators curse and commentators praise.
Praise, there you go. Yeah. Opposite, yeah, works, swings and roundabout. What a great finish. But I just noticed that Kingsley came down the ground and he was putting his hands together. That means press up, press up, press up. So that's a really big message they're trying to get at the moment from the Giants, to press up. Great setup from behind. That allowed for Noble to be able to get that quick kick and get that intercept mark, and great finish. But really clear message there from Kingsley.
So the Suns have kicked 4 goals for in this quarter as the Giants win the clearance. It went from Briggs to Oliver, back to Briggs, and he tumbles one inside 50. Hogan greeted the ball and slapped it into the path of Gothard, speculating handball backwards. Picked up there by Cadman, and he let loose as well. He went back and tried a second. Toby Green absolutely belted it in the middle of the back by Mac Andrew.
Cadman's flying the flag. They're into it.
They are into it, and why wouldn't you? They're inspirational.
Could be
skipper.
Could be 50.
Well, that was a dead set bump right in the middle of the back, and as hard as it could be. And Toby Green, who only had the 8 disposals tonight and kicked the behind.
Your team's leading by 3 goals, and you decide to rough up Toby Green. Don't know whether that's perhaps the smartest thing that Mac Andrews done.
Well, Mac Andrews had a couple of those moments so far in season 2026, a few brain explosions. But Toby Green, 45-degree angle to the right, to the hoots of the Carrara crowd. Goes across the arc of 50 and then strikes it very right for barely squeezing in for one behind.
All Mac Andrew had to do was wait for him to get the ball, because it wasn't a kick. It wasn't going to mark. It was a hand pass forward, and just then bear hug him and get hold of the ball, but he tunnel-balled him.
17 points the margin, 60 plays 43.
And just a little bit of spice added to this one with Angwin off and Closey really in the crosshairs. You'd think with the tackle that saw him leave the field. Noble kicks to right half back, misses the target. Thomas fumbles it out with Powell.
Should have let it go, Thomas, then. Would have gone out of bounds.
Would have been the last disposal, Matthew, correct. But natural instincts, you sort of...
Yes. I won't say who kicked it there.
Yeah, Johnny Noble kicked it. After he kicked the goal a moment ago, Jeff, you're right. What are we at? 29 minutes, third term. Suns by 17 points. Boundary throw in left half forward for the Giants. Rode by Miller of the Suns. Gave to Anderson under the tackle. His hand pass comes clear. Moyle gives it off to Miller now. Miller with the kick towards halfway. Graham just nudges his man Fonte off the ball and takes the mark. Good body work there from Will Graham.
Good reading of the ball too.
Right on halfway on the Nerang River side.
Sorry, Hugh, just know where the ball's going to land.
The Giants flood back. A long kick towards right half forward, and Ben King given too much leg rope there by Harry Himmelberg. Takes it 60 metres out. He's on the boundary at right half forward for the Suns. He kicks it to the top of the square. Ugle-Hagan the target. There's three Giants there. Skims off the knuckles, and Cornelio escorts the ball through for one rushed behind. So 8-13 plays 5-13. 3 straight goals the margin with 30 gone in this third quarter.
And Whitfield once again, no one on the mark. So he just strolls beyond the 9 metre square and chips short to Cornelio. Takes the grab inside defensive 50. Just beyond the pocket. Near right half back, Cornelio chips it to Ash. Ash takes the mark. He's been prolific, Lockie Ash.
Yeah, he's been in the midfield too, which has been a good change, I reckon.
Has a run towards defensive 50, kicks wide to the wing. Numbers with the Giants. Thomas gathers on the bounce, draws a man and flips the hand pass to Buckley. Buckley hands it around the boundary line, looking for Briggs, who got tackled. Lost the ball over the boundary line. Great tackle from Brig Moyle. Boundary throw in. Zane on the boundary.
I can confirm that Ryan Angwin has been ruled out with concussion. The Giants just told me that via text message.
You'd have to think that Sam Closey's got a big case to answer with that sling tackle. Throw in, outer side on the wing. Briggs in front of Moyle. Neither got the ball. The umpire said there was a hold off the play, and it will go to Petrarca against his former teammate in Clary Oliver. He's just behind centre wing. Goes out to his right to Noble, racking them up. Highest disposal winner for the Gold Coast. He has time to tap the ball on the ground. Kicks it to the pocket, looking for Ugle-Hagan. Fisted away there by Himmelberg over the boundary line, and will get a throw in. About 40 out in the right forward pocket for the Suns. They're leading by 18 points very late in this third quarter at Carrara.
About 70 seconds of playing time left before we get to three-quarter time. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Ball thrown in. Briggs and Moyle at ruck. Lombard comes through to Rove. He's tackled. His hand pass too hot for Ugle-Hagan. Couldn't pick it up. Fonte picks up. Tackled by Humphrey. Rushed handball. Just gets it over the boundary line.
They're dangerous here, the Suns.
Yeah, just the pressure around the ball, Jeff, keeping it in attack.
It's a forward stoppage too. This is where they've already had 1 or 2 goals.
Well, you look at Petrarca, you look at Humphrey and those kinds of guys.
They set up really well. Plenty of movement and blocks.
Oh, boundary throw in. Went at the feet of the rucks. Goes back into the chop. Himmelberg's over it, lost it, stolen by Lombard of the Suns. Hands to King. His hand pass fumbled by Miller. Knocked away by Daniels, who kicks it out of the air. Just a desperately clear defensive 50. Kick went on the head of Gothard, and Newland bashed it away over the boundary line for a throw-in. 36 seconds to the break, Pricey. It's yours. Boundary throw-in, left half forward for Gold Coast. The Suns leading by 3 goals. 8-13, leads 5-13.
So once again, it's a crowded forward line for the Suns. Giants have got a good number around this throw-in. Again, it's shallow. Briggs gets there first. Double hands it forward towards the boundary line. Bedford sort of semi-crunch there by Miller. They turn the ball over. Anderson, handball back to Noble. Noble skies one. Couple of Giants spoil each other. Rode by Gulbin for the Suns. Inside 50, long kick. It was well read by Fonte. He went back with the flight. Took a relieving mark. Kicked it 30 metres forward to Whitfield. Now the Giants want to slingshot it Kick to Ash, spoiled by Noble. It bounces back into the corridor. Daniels with the handball to Gothard. Gothard chips it to 50.
Dropped them off.
Toby Green. It was like he was frightened by the three-quarter time siren. The ball bounced off his chest as he was approaching the arc of 50 to take that mark. But that three-quarter time siren signals an 18-point margin for the Suns. 8-13-61 to 5-13-43. That's after the Suns led by 4 points at half-time and 9 points at quarter-time. The goal scorers, there were not too many to run through. A couple for Petrarca for the Suns, 2 for Ugle-Hagan in his first home game for the Suns. Will Power's got a single, as does King, Anderson and John Noble with a beauty late in that quarter. And for the Giants, a couple for Cadman, 2 for Gothard and the single for Jesse Hogan.
By the way, I think there was a security guard that kept an eagle eye after the siren there because Toby Green was so frustrated he booted the ball about 8 rows back into the grandstand. And after we had 1 foot, he pinched earlier today.
Yep, they're onto it.
Yeah, Toby showing his frustration there. So the Suns leading by 3 goals at three-quarter time. Your messages continue to be welcome. Send us a text on 0437 774 774. If you missed the story of the day at the SCG, high-scoring affair there and 7 goals for Malcolm Roses. Hamstring injury for Brody Myercheck. Swans too good for the D's by 17 points, 19-17, 131 to Melbourne 7-12, 114. And in the NRL today, Newcastle, Cronulla and Penrith the victors. The most recent of those games, Penrith getting the better of the Manly Warringah Sea Eagles, 18 points to 16. A quarter to go on this late night finish to complete round 8. You're listening to the 2026 AFL season on ABC Sport.
There's no doubt that country music is bigger than ever right now. Join me, Outback Tom, as I get you around the artists that are blazing a trail. Listen to Country Club, Sunday night at 6 on ABC Country or anytime you like on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Lockweller kicks it inside 50, looking for King. Front and square. Ugle-Hagan, snap, bounces. It is a goal. That's a great snap from Ugle-Hagan from 25 out.
Boundary throw in, deep in the attack. Picked up off the deck by Petrarca. He makes something out of nothing. Hands it from Goulburn. Now on to Weller. 65 from goal. A squaring kick to full forward. And there's Demara. Ugle-Hagan marking 25 out directly in front. Ugle-Hagan with his left boot. Kicks his second goal.
Hogan flies, nicely spoiled. Front and square, Thomas. Great little handball to Gothard. Nice snap, bounces through. Phoenix has got his second. Picked up there by Daniels. Flying shot towards goal. Big contest. Lands into the hands there. A Springer handball. Hogan on the goal line. Dribbles it through.
And an important moment in this game. 26 minutes, third quarter. Suns lead by 2 goals. Noble gives it everything with his right boot from 52. He's got it. He has kicked the goal.
On ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Three-quarter time at Carrara. Just a quarter to play in this round 8 of the 2026 season. Quentin Hull, my name. Wonderful to have your company on a gorgeous Sunday night at Carrara. G'day to Laurel from Rushworth. Says, yeah, great to see Ugle-Hagan back playing. Couple of thumbs up emojis. 0437 774 774, that number to get in touch. G'day team. Phil from Victoria says, what's going on with GWS? They're better than this. By the way, Stringer, how's his game? Can I ask your thoughts? Jeff White and Matt Primus, your experts. Well, gentlemen, Suns just seem to have held them at arm's length. The Giants did get to the lead late in the second quarter, but the Suns have basically been in front since then. We've got a thriller on our hands here. What's going to happen?
I don't get the feeling of it. It's just the Giants just don't seem to be able to get going for a consistent period of time. They have 5-6 minutes period where they dominate possession or inside 50s, but they once again continue to struggle to score. And the difference then was the Suns' actually scoring efficiency went through the roof. As we said, I think they were 13% in the first half. They went right up there. They actually kicked some goals and not only dominated territory, but their efficiency going inside 50 was terrific, and the Giants continue to be really poor with some haphazard movement in there, and then their forwards got really beaten by most of the Suns' back. So, yeah, I can't see it continuing. If the Suns continue with the high-octane ball movement, I think they'll be able to skip away quite convincingly here, unless the Giants can do something. I did notice at three-quarter time huddle, Kingsley grabbed Toby Green and said, pushed him into the midfield huddle and said, get involved in there. And we were just speaking off air to Price. He has done a lot of midfield time this year, but he hasn't done much tonight. So see if the skipper can inspire them with a couple of centre bounce clearances, centre ball ups.
And they put Lockie Ash in there too. It was really, really good, dominant. But they owned the corridor that quarter there, the Giants. They just couldn't. I just looked at the heat map. They forced the Suns to go wide. But, yeah, just the ability to get inside their forward 50 and just be able to finish it off. But, yeah, I reckon they can come back here. The Suns fell away really bad last. I always look at the last quarters and how sides finish off. Giants finished really, really well last week. They were able to run over the opposition. Suns just fell away dramatically against Hawthorn. So it's always a big indicator in relating to fitness of the team. So, yeah, look, they're obviously behind on the scoreboard, but if they can, like you said, Matty, they've put patches together throughout this game. 10 minutes here, 5 minutes there. If they can put a good quarter together, I reckon they can run over the Suns.
Navels had 27 possessions for Gold Coast, 22 for Petrarca. Andrew and Weller, 19 to complete the top three for the locals. For the visitors, Whitfield and Oliver both 26. Ash and Callaghan, 22 each. Inside 50s, 34 Giants, 45 Suns.
There it is. Yeah, Toby Green in the middle.
Toby Green in the middle. Big final quarter coming up. Here's Michael Price.
Umpire throws it up. Aaliyah got it down. Then Oliver flicked it back to him immediately. Back to Green. Handball forward of the contest to Ash. Inside 50. Cadman spoiled there by Collins. It rebounds into the hands of Cadman. Tackled there by Will Power and Collins. So the umpire will come in and throw it up very quickly. There's a pack of players around this. Aaliyah got up high, slapped it forward, cut off for the Suns by Locke Weller. He skies a ball towards Humphrey, couldn't take the mark, spoiled by Whitfield. Into the hands of Anderson. Handball to Davies, now onto centre wing commentary side to Jeffrey by hand. Jeffrey launches one very long towards Ugle-Hagan. It was great body work. Laverty bounced off his chest into the arms of Canelio. Back to Buckley, back to Iden at the top of the goal square. He kicks it right into space. It bounces to Bedford. Bedford gathers in front of Rioli, hits the target of Ikalia on the wing. Good
Great
kick.
Spread there from the ruck too.
And Aaliyah picks himself up just shy of true centre wing for the Giants. High right foot kick towards half forward. Cadman at the front of the pack, takes the mark. 60 from goal, he wheels on immediately, chips to the pocket for Hogan. Can't mark with two coming at him. Stringer comes through, taps it to the advantage of Bedford in the pocket. Clever kick backwards. Oliver dropped it. It was a beautiful pass, went straight through his fingers, and the Suns come away. Anderson's kick towards right half back, and Goulburn's got it, takes the mark and slows it up. And that was a big missed opportunity for the Giants.
And the Suns come away with the ball. Jeffrey laconically hits Mac Andrew on the commentary wing. Goulburn goes past for the handball receive. Gathers, then a sweeping handball forward to right half forward to Petrarca. Confronted, the chipping ball towards King. He was in front of Laverty and got his body there, but Laverty actually did well to disrupt that contest over the boundary line in front of the small scoreboard. Zano?
Yes, my friend.
Oh, I thought you were calling out to be spoken to.
No.
Let's move on. Underneath the small scoreboard, 18 points to margin.
Bedtime, Pricey. It's late on a Sunday night.
At least you got a friend, mate.
It's a very good point. Throw in. It's a shallow throw in yet again. Moyle double hands it. Oliver off a step, kicks it forward. It was Will Powell inside the centre square. Every player, apart two, are forward of Will Powell, and he's 70 from goal. He chips it into the path of Ugle-Hagan. Dropped what he might have taken at the back. Buckley gathered, tackled by King, holding the ball.
Wasn't aware of his position.
He was completely unaware of King sneaking up on him very laconically towards the behind post, and Ben King, only with the 7 disposals tonight, he's kicked 1 goal, 1. He's facing the middle, looking to curl this one around from about 10 metres. He's in the left forward pocket. Crowd holds its breath. as King gets his second. Extends the lead for the Suns. 9-13-67 plays 5-13-43. It's a 24-point margin, and we've only played 3 minutes of the final term here at Carrara.
Great pressure from the Suns to keep it in their forward half. Just keep it in there. Set up really well behind the ball. I don't think the Giants have set up really well. They had most of their plays towards the boundary line when there was a quick kick out of the back half. But great second effort there from King to be able to put that tackle on, holding the ball. They deserved it. So let's see how the Giants can react.
And if Clayton Oliver drops a mark above his head and Jamara Hugel-Hagan drops a mark above his head, I think it's fair to say it's pretty dewy and slippery.
Out there.
Very dewy.
And the sweat too, the humidity too.
Yeah.
For the players, yep.
By the way, getting a text saying that crowd figure of 19,000 was the last game's crowd figure that was Semaphore, and they're right. So not quite sure how many are here tonight. Centre stoppage, important clearance for the Giants, and they get it. Ash receives a hand pass and kicks towards Cadman, but Collins punches away on D50 for the Suns. First to meet it, Cornelio doesn't pick up cleanly under harassment from Weller. Now gets it to his boot, taps it to Bedford, who's tackled over the boundary line by Powell. And we'll see a boundary throw in on attacking 50 for Greater Western Sydney.
Did they put the exact same?
Yeah, they did.
Gee, someone's quick to pick that up, weren't they?
I got a text about it. So
good on them. Good CSI there.
So haven't had the crowd figure Semaphore now. Oh, throw-in hit Alir in the chin. Ricochets though to Callahan. Hand passes to Ash. Can't pick up close to the line. He taps it out. And we'll do it all again. GWS 3 wins and 4 losses. Gold Coast 4 wins, 3 losses. And the Suns on the brink of their 2-week sojourn to Darwin, which has been so fruitful for them of recent years. Another boundary throwing on half forward for the Giants here. Black defensive side of the pack for GWS. Cornelio picks up, hacks it to the pocket. Weller traps the ball for the Suns. He's under pressure. Hand pass slips through the fingers of Hewland, but there's big Collins to ensure it's not going anywhere. He wraps up Bedford. And another stoppage deep in attack for the Giants. 5.5 minutes final term. Suns lead by 4 goals.
It's a game high 24-point margin. Thrown up by the umpire. Moyle got it down. It lands into the hands of Thomas, though, for the Giants. He flicked a handball out, cut off by Davies. He fell as he delivered a great handball to Rioli, pursued by Stringer, who chased hard, but Rioli got his kick away. Good contest from Fonte, brought the ball to ground on the outer side. Jeffrey chased the man in Himmelberg who gathered. Fonte had it, tackled by Noble. The ball's let loose now. The sweeping handball comes over to Ash. He gets around Petrarca, launches an aggressive kick straight down the middle. Beside the centre circles, it's Leclerc. Gives the handball off to his skipper in Green. Green to half forward. Powell read it best. Bedford sort of sagged off a bit and let Powell get to the ball first, and he delivers a lovely pass to the commentary wing to Goulburn.
Takes a mark on his chest and holds up. Suns by 4 goals. 6 minutes played, final term Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Goulburn infield laterally. Moyle marks, kicks to Hewland. Marks just beyond the bullseye in the centre of Carrara. He's got Tuke Miller screaming for it on a lead, so he obliges with a short pass. Miller chips inside 50. No one marking Bailey Humphrey. Marks 45 out, and Clayton Oliver has got his hands open to say, what is going on there?
There was 1, 2, 3, 4 Giants players sagged back, had their hands on their knees. Didn't press up. That's the message that Kingsley was trying to get in the third quarter. That just wasn't non-existent then.
Giants have only kicked 5 goals all night. Humphrey kicks this goal, the lead will be 5 goals. Bailey Humphrey, journey not the problem. He's got a raking boot. Man on the mark, 45 out. 52 metres. The right foot is across the face from Bailey Humphrey. It's a point. 9-14-68. Leads 5-13-43. Suns by 25.
Bailey Humphrey with his third behind of the evening as Iden comes out of the goal square and then stutters, goes left then right. The Suns have set up nicely. He flares to the left eventually. Harvey Thomas, who then aggressively goes up the corridor to find Oliver. Disposal 28 for him. It goes out there now to Toby Green, who goes back into the corridor to find Ash. Ash now onto the centre circles to find Fonte. He gets through the tackler, did well, kicks it inside 50. It's going to be a big fly from behind by Hogan. Collins in the front position, elected to spoil at centre half forward. Oliver picks up to Stringer, under pressure. Jake Stringer does what Jake Stringer does. He just does that all the time, under pressure. He can do extraordinary things, Jake Stringer. He gets the goal the Giants need. 9-14-68, plays 6-13-49, and we're back to a 19-point margin here with about 8.5 minutes gone.
That's twice now, Matty, that they've gone through the corridor. Aggressive kicking going through the corridor from the Giants. Even when Toby Green got it on the wing there, he came back through the corridor. So clear message at three-quarter time just to take the game on through the corridor.
Well, and it just gives their forward so many avenues where to lead, doesn't it? Geez, Clayton Oliver's run in there was pretty impressive too. He linked up quite a few times in that passage of play. He's worked his backside off tonight.
A little turnaround there. The Humphrey set shot just missing, and then Jake Stringer doing Jake Stringer things. Creating a goal from not much at the other end, so it could have been 30 points Gold Coast lead. It's now only 19. Set a stoppage. Petrarca comes through. Was he held? No. Play on. Miller picks up. Suns ball. Hands it to Anderson. Runs to the edge of the centre square. Kicks inside 50. Buckley fists a pack. Ball ricochets towards the boundary line. Kept in. Picked up by Laverty. Hand passes to Cornelio, who's got space to run through. Half back. The Giants are clear. Cornelio kicks on the head of Alier. Spoiled away by Adams. Petrarca does the roving. Alier tackles in, but Petrarca hands to Jeffrey. Jeffrey gives it back to Petrarca. Kicks it back 15 metres to Rioli. He'll set up just defensive following. Kick inside the corridor. Looking for Lombard. Fisted away. Ricochet went to Miller. He's tackled off the ball. Picked up by Fonte. Hand passes to Green, who got tackled without the ball. Free kick. Toby Green, 60 out centre half forward. He spears a pass to the leading Hogan. It balloons off his chest. Gothard Rose, 40 out. Get tackled. Hand pass comes clear. Still a chance for the Giants. Green picks up on 50. Hands it to Fonte. Hands it backwards. He's got Cornelio kicking it from right half forward to left half forward. Off hands. Ball rolls towards the boundary line. Stringer taps it between his legs. Picked up by Leak. 60 from goal. Kicks it inside 50. Knuckle applied by Moyle on the contest. You'll get a turn pricey when the action stops. O'Halloran tried to kick it off the ground. Lombard went through, couldn't pick it up. Most frenetic passage of the night, and finally we get a ball up as Golden has jumped on attacking 50.
Some gas players right now. They've got to set up
some gas commentators too.
It's a pretty good repeat effort from Quentin there. Comes off hands now. Ash gives it to Callaghan. Inside 50. It's an errant kick. It's cut off there by Joel Jeffrey, who signals to everybody, slow down. He chips it forward. Finds his skipper in Anderson, still inside defensive 50. Straight down the middle, Will Powell. He's about 10 metres away from the centre circles, and again the Giants stream forward. So he flicks it out to the left by foot on the point of the centre square, left half back to find Anderson. Anderson further left, still backward of the wing to Bodie Hewland. He measures a kick to Humphrey. He's got some space. Now it's a long kick inside 50 looking for Reid, who waited, and Buckley got there late with the fist. Over the boundary line, there will be a throw in. You just wanted the unicorn to stick his mitts out and be there first.
Geez, that was a great anticipation there from Buckley to come off his man.
19 points to lead to Gold Coast. 11 and a half minutes in this final term. Giants won the last 6 between these two. Boundary throw in. Moyle at the front. Taps down. Long comes by. Couldn't get a clean handle on it. It's at the feet of the ruckman. And we'll have another stoppage. Umpire comes in to toss it up. 30 from the Suns' goal. Briggs punches it boundary side. And Miller quickly applies a tackle on Green. And the quick trigger on the ball up call these days. Sees it tossed in the air. Right back pocket for GWS, left forward pocket for the Suns. Long does the roving, hands it to Miller. Gold Coast ball, hands it out the back to Closey. Hands it all the way back 70 from goal to create some space. Rioli's there and he chips it to Lombard. Marks on 50. Leo decides to kick across the 50 arc and Joel Jeffrey marks. Slightly right of centre, but man on the mark with his toes almost on the red paint of the 50. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
You can bet that Dimmer told this Suns team at three-quarter time that both games last year, the Suns were leading well into the final quarter and got run down. They've got to keep their foot on the pedal.
And Joel Jeffrey can make the margin 25 points. It'll take a good kick. He'll have to launch from about 53 metres out. Stuttering approach. Lays into it with his right boot. It's high. It's handsome. And Jeffrey's off to the races celebrating. He runs to the bench and is changed within 3 seconds of kicking the goal.
All his teammates are looking for a high five and he ran away from him.
He's raced to the bench, having taken the Suns 25 points to the good. 10-14, 74 to 6-13, 49.
That's a sign of the modern game, that, isn't it, Whitey? You know, if you kick a guy like that, you'd stay out there and celebrate with your teammates, but the rotations get the job done.
It was the most enthusiastic interchange you've seen all night.
That's a big kick. That's a great finish. The thing about that too is the Suns, when Leo Lombard got it, he did not look to go inside forward 50. He looked to go lateral. So it was definitely a set play there that they had organised from the Suns. Really good because it separates the defence and allows you to go to the fat side.
So it's an equal game high 25-point margin. Back into the middle of Carrara. The Suns with the stoppage win. Well, it was taken there by Davies. He flicked the handball out to Bailey Humphrey. He was tackled. He let loose the ball, and it was O'Halloran who gathered. Tumbled it inside 50. Quick flicking handball there came towards Stringer. He got his boot to ball. How did he do that? To Bedford, who snaps and scores. Stringer was tackled, getting slung, still got his boot to ball. It fortuitously landed into the arms of Toby Bedford, who slammed it through from 40, and they're not out of it, the Giants. 10-14-74 the Suns, 7-13-55 the Giants, 15 gone, final term, 19 points the margin.
Is that a mark to Bedford? Did he go
It was, and he played on. Well, maybe not 15, but...
Oh, yeah.
He caught it, let's put it that way.
That was well done by Stringer. He had one hand free. He was tackled by Noble. Had one hand free, got it on the boot, and
not 15, controlled it one-handed.
And Bedford too, to finish it the way he did.
That is a party trick to keep the contest alive.
And then one hand,
So there's still 10.5 minutes of playing time. Plenty of time. Gold Coast, though, leading by 19 points. Ball up in the middle. Andrew whacks it forward for the Suns, but defensive side of the pack for the Giants. O'Halloran picks up and has a bounce. Gets tackled by Big Mac. Great play from the gangly ruckman, come key defender, come angry ant, come big moment player. But he did the right thing there, Big Mac. And he's won the free kick at the edge of the centre square. High ball for the Suns to attacking 50. King at the front of the pack, almost a two-grabber. Can't complete the mark. Long Roves hacks it towards the goal. Mouth it, pitches in the pocket, and Closey takes a finger-tipping mark. That was really well done. Closey's marked it 20 metres out, left forward pocket. He might have a case to answer for the tackle that put Angwin out of the game, so he better make the most of his AFL opportunities for the time being. And... he right foot snaps, but doesn't curl it enough from 20 metres out. Across the face, it's a point. Suns by 20. Zane.
I think I got the crowd right this time, Q. They posted 13,537. Bit different to the first time.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Yeah, that seems a little bit more reasonable. Just a bit of byplay behind. Did Toby Bedford play? Well, he would have played with Petrarca at Melbourne, definitely. Just a little bit of a man hug, let's say, behind the scenes. Very friendly as the Giants exit now. It's with Ash just behind centre wing on the outer side. Collins stands the mark, and so Ash, aggressive kick to the corridor. Long red at best, cut it off from 70, launches towards the goal square. Goulburn got back there, well spoiled by Buckley. It bounces into the post.
Right, and once again, Buckley. Jeez.
He's a star defender, isn't he?
He is.
21 points the margin, 76 plays 55.
Probably not the best option either. There was a shorter option there for Ben Long as Iden chips into the pocket. Laverty marks uncontested. Plays on with a kick to the wing. Collins in front of Cadman. Great mark from the big defender for the Suns. Kicks infield. Lombard hugs it to his chest. Leo Lombard for the Suns. I reckon if they kick one more, that'll be enough. 21 the lead for Gold Coast. Chip inside 50 from Lombard. fisted away by Leake. And rode by O'Halloran of the Giants, hands it to Daniels, who runs through the middle of the ground, kicks it wide on Cadman and Collins' head. Collins does enough to bring the ball to deck. Noble arrives to pick up for the Suns, hands it back to Collins, chip to the wing, not 15, play on, surely.
Had to go direct there.
Yeah, Daniels had to go direct. Yeah.
Closey's paid the mark, he kicks in field, and is that Reed? Yeah, Reed in the middle of the ground's got it for the Suns.
He gets it to the right to find Oscar Adams just behind the centre circles. Now he goes to the commentary wing. Bodie Hewland. They're definitely just wanting to hold onto the ball and take a bit of time off the clock as Mac Andrew runs forward. He gathers, not interested in taking off too quickly. He eventually plays on, launches one towards the pocket. Giants with the numbers, good contest, Ugle-Hagan. It's flicked forward to Oliver, great handball back to Buckley, and then Oliver was dealt with, and he's not happy about it either. And Ben Long, oh boy, a bit of a jumper punch there as Harvey Thomas has the ball now.
Then he whacked him.
Whacked him again.
Now that Ben Long's giving him one, an open, I think it might have been an open palm to the chin anyway.
That will be definitely looked at as Harvey Thomas has the ball now, commentary wing, 20 metres forward to find Daniels. There's a bit of spite late in this game. Inside 50, Green spoiled by the late arriving Collins. Front and centre was Anderson. He launches a high ball towards the wing. Moyle gets in front of Leake and takes a good grab, the big fella.
Little bit of spice left in this one. 7 minutes on the game clock. Suns lead by 21 points. Moyle chips a short pass to Andrew. Mark still on the right half-back flank. Pricey, you keep an eye on the replay while they play on here to get a bit more of what happened a moment ago. Hand pass to Hewland on the wing. High kick to attacking 50. Ugle-Hagan flew, couldn't mark. Long comes through, can't pick up. Strong pressure from Davies there, tackled Iden. No free kick, play on. Reed picks up for the Suns, gives to Petrarca. Rush kick will come down 30 out. Humphrey underneath it, couldn't mark. Reed Roves has it tackled from his grasp. Daniels has got it for the Giants. Hands it to Iden. Chips dangerously to the corridor. It comes off. Whitfield's got it. Shares with Callaghan. Runs through centre half back. Hands it back to Whitfield. Missed the target though. Suns ball now on the rebound as Graham picks up. Hands it to Weller. Hands it defensively to Noble, who'll calm it down with a lateral kick.
Great defence
to Moyle in the centre circles.
Yeah, I reckon Ben Long's just got a little nervous wait before the MRO announces what they're going to do as Collins now kicks it just beyond centre wing to Bodie Hewland.
He's a Darwin boy and he loves getting back there. He won't want to miss the trip.
Exactly right. Hewland has all but two of the Giants in front of him, so kicks it back in that long direction. Oh, he controlled it, towed it forward, confronted by Himmelberg, tried to soccer it off the deck. Buckley picks it up, handball to Leake. Leake to Oliver, confronted by Davies, got the handball back in board to Leake, tackled there by Ugle-Hagan, holding the ball.
Great defence from the Suns.
That was desperate. You're dead right, Whitey.
Their forward pressure. They super balanced. They didn't overcommit. They held their width. Great balance from the Suns.
So Ugle-Hagan, his first home game, only had the 4 touches tonight, but he's kicked 2 and had 3 score involvements. So that's what you want from your forward as far as conversion percentage. Let's see how he goes here. From 30 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right. Ugle-Hagan leans back on it. It starts left, but it curls back enough. He's got 3. Jamara greeted by his teammates as the Suns blow out to a 27-point lead, game high, 11-16-82 to 7-13-55. We played nearly 22 minutes of the final term. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, isn't he the X factor for this Gold Coast Suns lineup now that he's fit and firing, Jamara Ugle-Hagan? And listen, boys, I know there's been a bit of spice, but the Expansion Cup is one of the most highly sought-after trophies in the competition. Why wouldn't they have a go?
The off-Broadway trophy.
Just on the replay, the long stuff was a push and shove, and then he laid down the ground, and then he slapped him on the face. A slap.
Yeah, that's what sort of an open. And Ben Long went off last year in Darwin. He took a hanger and called that game against, was it last year? Yeah, against Hawthorn, and saw him out later on. He said, yeah, I'm going to have some time fishing as well. So he won't want to miss that trip. One to watch, centre stoppage. O'Halloran's a chance to get it clear for the Giants. He picks up and does boot it to full forward for GWS. Third man in, Hewland helps out Andrew, who was there trying to stop Hogan from marking. And the two Suns conspire to do just that. Punch through for a point. It makes the margin 26 at 11-16-82 to 7-14-56. Quick kick in finds Hewland.
So Bodie Hewland, minus his little brother tonight, Zeke, who was rested, managed. He goes to his right to find John Noble. The leading disposal winner for the Suns tonight launches into his 27th kick. Gets to commentary wing. Off the hands there of Moyle, picked up there. It was nicely played by Laverty, who's had a fumbly night. Got the handball to Callaghan. Callaghan through O'Halloran. To his left, to Cornelio. Went left, then right. Centering ball was a dart. Jesse Hogan got in front of his opponent there in McAndrew. Took the mark, 45 out. Slight angle to the left. 26 points the margin. The Suns lead this one. Jesse Hogan has one on the board. 1 goal, 2 in fact, from his 7 disposals. He goes back a long way. McAndrew standing the mark 40 metres from goal. Hogan stutters beyond the arc of 50 and then pulls it left. He's not kicking well. He's not moving well, in fact, Jesse Hogan. 7-15-57, the Giants, wasteful against the Suns, 11-16-82.
And it looks like the Suns will get a rare victory against their northern expansion cousins. Noble receives the kick in the pocket, chips it to Anderson. Anderson gives it back to John Noble, who's had a fair bit of the pill tonight, and that's disposal 34 as he kicks it back to Hewland at fullback. Hewland's kick to Jeffrey in space beyond defensive 50. Marks right half-back flank. Hands it to the running Andrew. He chips the hit-up lead of Long. Gathers on the half volley. Little bit of a stutter step to evade a couple of tacklers. Hand passes to Jeffrey. Gives it on to Miller on the wing. Tuke Miller's kick towards half forward. Almost a mark to Buckley. Not paid. He did the roving anyway. Hand passes to Leake. Leak to Whitfield. Whitfield hand passes to O'Halloran. Good play. O'Halloran on the wing. Kicks to half forward. Toby Green marks 55 from goal. Immediate kick to the leading Hogan. It's on the bounce to him and he bumped off the football by Bodie Hewland. Anderson's there on hands and knees to hand pass it to the pocket for Collins. Collins' hand pass looking for Miller is too far. Now, did it go outside the 50? It did. It's a last disposal. So Stringer says, I'll have it. I'll play on as a kick. Yeah, I think he was going for goal. Didn't hit it all that well. Went to the pocket. Fisted in the air. And Toby Green's over it. He breaks a tackle and snaps a goal. Toby Green kicks the goal. But I think it's too late for the Giants. His first of the night. And it's a 19-point lead. There's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Gold Coast 11-16-82 to Greater Western Sydney 8-15-63. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Jeff White and Matt Primus.
Not quite on the game this way. What do you reckon overall they should take off kick-ins from possessions? So Noble's had 16 opportunities to kick the ball in. Once he goes out the goal square, it's a possession.
That's right.
I'm not saying all of them are it, but it makes a difference, doesn't it?
It does make a big difference.
And Whitfield on the other end?
Yeah,
that's a good point too.
Who brought that up? Tony Shaw brought that up during the week. Yeah.
So a game high for John Noble, 34 disposals.
Well, I think it means that we should all realise that stats are just numbers and look deeper into the game.
Oh, very good call, Q. We're back into the middle as Moyle slaps it down to himself and gets tackled immediately. The umpire will come in and throw it up. In the centre circles, 19 points the margin. Closing stages of this expansion cup here at Carrara. Off hands now. Finn Callaghan gets to the back of the stoppage, kicks it towards half forward over the back of the pack. It was roved by Hewland. He got the handball forward to Rioli, confronted by Gothard. Gets it there to Weller, by hand to Anderson, then to Petrarca. Petrarca with a little sandwich backwards towards Miller, who gave it back to Petrarca, back to Anderson. And there's your stats, getting waxed over there on the outer side. Picked up by Powell, who actually flicked it through his own legs, then handball off to Rioli. Rioli forward of the wing. Gets inside 50. It's a 2-on-1. Ugle-Hagan against two Giants, and he was held. Well, I think it was against Jaden Laverty again, and I think he's had a pretty dirty night, to be honest with you. 40 metres out. He'll end up kicking it from just inside 50, but he's a tight angle to the left.
Speaking of stats, if he kicks this, he'll kick 4 for the night. Q.
Well, we had to make pre-season predictions, and there was one bold prediction we all had to make. So I went with Jamara kicking 30 plus in his return season to AFL. So
Yep, one last
Mind
week.
you, I also predicted Greater Western Sydney would make the grand final, so one of them's looking better than the other at the moment.
Ugle-Hagan launches and pushes it left, one behind. So 83 plays 63. It's a 20-point margin, 28 gone. Final term on ABC Sports Sunday Night Football.
Pre-season predictions, they just come back to bite you, don't they?
They do.
But that being said, the Giants are a story. You know, they're going to be 3 and 5, and you only got to be in the top 10 to get a chance. Mind you, they're going to be chasing the Giants this year. They've got Essendon at home next week, and then they go to Perth to play West Coast. So potentially, or on form, they're going to be favourites in those 2 games. But still, they're behind the pack, Greater Western Sydney, and the Suns will just keep themselves floating around that top 6 with a 5-win, 3-loss record. Ball's on the wing as we get close to the end of this one. Hacked forward by Buckley. Punch to no avail, though. Bodie Hewlin comes through for the Suns. Hand passes it to King, who's tackled by Buckley, and we'll see a ball up. And for the Suns, so that Darwin doubleheader coming up with that has such a good record. St Kilda next week, Port Adelaide the week after, on their trip to the Northern Territory. Ball up on the wing. Miller shunts it towards Petrarca. Clearance Sunsi. Hands it to Humphrey. Humphrey's tackled by Buckley and holding the ball. He took too long. So the Giants take the advantage. Ash in the middle of the ground receives. Hand passes to Whitfield. He's tackled. The Giants, who have been dominant over the Suns of recent times, have had their colours lowered tonight. The Suns with a victory over Greater Western Sydney. It hasn't happened a lot the last couple of years. And it's an important one for the locals. Gold Coast wins by 20 points. 11-17-83 to 8-15-63. Oh, there's the bugle. It's waiting for it. Sing along, Suns fans. 5th win of the season for Gold Coast. As the song blares out across Carrara, there's a picture of a couple of ex-Demon Premiership teammates hugging each other and exchanging pleasantries. Clayton Oliver and Christian Petrarca having a chat after the game, where Gold Coast led by 9 points at quarter time, 4 points at half time, 18 points at three-quarter time, and the margin in the end was 20 at 11-17-83 to 8-15-63. Suns are 5 and 4, they're back on track, and the Giants chasing the peloton at 3 and 5.
We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky. We are one in the red, gold and blue. We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold up the cup. Run, run, run all the way. Hey! We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky, where the team will never say die.
Got a thought on the game or even the round at large? We'll break it down for you. You can send us a text on 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. That number is 0437 774 774. We're still on air for half an hour, so we'll get into the rooms and wrap this one up and have a look at the rounds issues as well. Go through the ladder and look at the fixture for round 9. But Gold Coast 11-17-83 to Greater Western Sydney's 8-15-63. Just a couple of asterisks though, as much as the Suns won the game. The nervous weight will be around a sling tackle from Sam Closey, which knocked Ryan Angwin out of the game. And just a little bit of a fracas which involved Ben Long in the last quarter. Who was it that he may have sort of given one to the chops?
Clary Oliver.
It was Oliver, that's right. Among the freneticism of everything that happened later in the game, yeah. So, and as mentioned, Ben Long's a Darwin lad who loves getting back home, so he's not going to want to miss that trip at all. But let's get through the winning and the losing of the game. Gold Coast sort of just held the Giants at arm's length throughout. Jeff White and Matt Primus explain how.
I think it was a great, entertaining game. High pressure. I mean, you've got the sweat, you've got the humidity, you've got the dew, a lot of slippery conditions, and I thought I thought both sides went at it really, really hard. At the end of the day, the Suns are just showed a bit of maturity. Q, they showed a bit of maturity. They got a hold of the ball right near the end there. When the Giants got a bit of a run, they bounced back. They put some scoreboard pressure on. In the past, you've seen, but you only go back last weekend where Hawthorn got a run on, and you know, they were a deer in the spotlight, the Suns. Tonight, they were able just to regain a bit of composure and possession.
And I'll give those goal kickers 2 on the way to Matt. So Ugle-Hagan kicked 3 in the end. 2 for Petrarca, 2 for King. Singles to Noble, Anderson and Jeffrey, along with Powell for the Suns. GWS 2 for Gothard, 2 for Cadman. Singles for Green, Bedford, Stringer and Hogan. Yeah, well, Matt, you're still in the game as a senior coach. You sort of, you know, how do both rooms feel, you reckon, after that one?
I think there's, the Giants will be disappointed. They're a long way off. Their midfield got beaten tonight. Their backline was put under pressure the whole night. I think they ended up having 56 inside 50s against them. So, and that's been their all year. They've lost a lot of territory and they've been very good at going coast to coast. But tonight, the Suns kicked 6 goals, 5 from turnovers in their forward 50. So their pressure when they got in there was unbelievable. They had a couple of forward 50 stoppages and then they were able to turn them. So I think Dimmer would be really happy with their pressure over the whole ground, especially in their forward half of the ground, which that's the way he likes to play the game. So there are certain aspects of their game I reckon he'd be really happy with, where the Giants, it's been a story of the year. It's glimpses of their best, but the rest of it's way off.
Well, Pete, who's listening, he's on holidays in Tassie, listening in a geodesic dome in Gowrie Park, northwest Tasmania. He says, who needs to lift for the Giants? Good on you, Pete. Thanks for your message. 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch.
Well, their forwards, they haven't had a huge amount of delivery, but their forwards are well out of sorts. We saw tonight Hogan and Stringer had glimpses of it, but, you know, Cadman in glimpses, but their forward 6 or 7, they got comprehensively beaten, and they have been most of the year. They haven't been able to kick a winning score or an accurate score all year.
Well, you know, they were always going to miss Sam Taylor, but I mean, every team has
got a long-term injury,
injuries, but
every team has, you know, has those challenges, don't they? And they, you know, Adam Kingsley never use that as an excuse, but we would certainly welcome them back. I think with, you know, the Giants have got the synergy. It's 2 weeks in a row now with Jesse Hogan and Cadman, so they've just got to be able to string a few games together. Who'd you say they've got? Essendon next week? Yeah,
they've got Essendon at home and then travel to Perth to play West Coast.
Yeah, so with
no disrespect to those two teams, they'd be favourites.
They'll go in favourites and you know, so they should, I guess. But that, you know, it's an opportunity to get that forward structure, because what we saw tonight was very clustered. There wasn't a lot of leads that were you know, they lace out. So they need to sort of tidy it up a little bit if they want to get back into this season.
Jamara Ugle-Hagan is leading the Suns down the race, and we'll get to Zane Bojack in the rooms in just a moment. Just having a look in the VFL today, the Giants did beat the Suns comprehensively. You know, they've got the likes of Riccardi and Ralston in the 2s, and wonder where's big Cal Brown at the moment. Anyway, let's get to Zane in the rooms as he welcomes a victorious Suns team back to the huddle.
And Ugle-Hagan was the first in there, and they are spraying him with drink. What a great performance, 3 goals. They're all covering you. Poor old Jamara. He'll have to have about 4 showers tonight after that effort. He's got sports drink all over him. Very happy group here, the Suns. Johnny Noble in front of me here, 35 possessions tonight. They're about to sing, and they're going to sing it with gusto. Very happy in here, Q, ahead of their big trip up to Darwin. I can tell you the Expansion Cup, all 10 centimetres of it, is right in the middle of that huddle as well, with sports drink all over it. A very happy CEO, Mark Evans, has just walked past me as well, and we'll chat to someone very shortly.
Stay close, Zane. Good on you. Suns winning by 20 points here at 11-17-83 to GWS 8-15-63. These are unnamed text. Guys, great call as usual. Is that the first game in recent memory without an arc review? I don't think we did go to the arc tonight, did we?
Well, they were waiting on one from a centre bounce.
Oh, that was like when it nearly, they thought it hit the padding.
Yeah,
post.
Gothard's second goal when it dribbled through.
Yeah, but they didn't.
We didn't get an on-screen.
No, we didn't go to it.
No. And of course, there are plenty of reviews, but I think in the nature of the question, we didn't get a, game stop. Look at the big screen moment, did we? No. Tonight. Okay, it's David here. A son of Brunswick. That was not a decent game. The northeastern Melbourne Bulldogs from the Western Districts versus the Tasmanian Devils would have been more exciting. Well, you're allowed your opinion.
It was very due. It was humidity. High pressure.
Let's get back to Zano in the Suns' rooms.
Well, he got a few kick-ins, but 35 possessions, that is a cracker, particularly against a side that they haven't beaten the last 6 times. John Noble, how happy are you as a Gold Coast Sun to finally get one over the GWS Giants?
Yeah, very happy. I actually didn't realise that we hadn't beaten them for quite a while, so, to finally get the wood over them is really pleasing.
What was the secret tonight? It's great to see Jamara get off the chain as well, and you guys celebrated greatly there. Poor bugger's covered by about 4 litres of sports drink, I reckon. But what was the key tonight? Why were you able to get away from him?
I think the last couple of weeks we sort of hadn't played to our identity, and we knew what that looked like the first couple of weeks. We played really strong Suns brand, and as the season plays out, you dip in form obviously, but our KPIs were really strong. We just weren't, sort of a bit of a teething process in what our game plan really looked like. So to get back to our brand of footy today in front of our home fans, it's really special to play our way in front of them. We want to play these big games, and we walk away with a really good win.
We were lucky enough to have Elliot Himmelberg come in and talk to us before the game, and he talked about the O-ring theory this week and how the shuttle disaster that happened with Challenger. What was Dimmer trying to do there? Do you think he was just trying to get you to think a little bit differently, and do you think that thinking worked?
Yeah, absolutely. I think his analogy behind it was an O-ring to blow up a shuttle like that is such a small thing, and it creates a dramatic sort of outcome. So it was similar to us. We had a lot of small things that weren't really clicking in our game that was leading to I guess you could call them, big outcomes in losing games. And we really went to work in that in training, and we had a really good week this week, probably one of our better sessions for the year. So it was just tightening up our O-rings. What those were, obviously, I'll keep tight, but we got to work on them and we walk over the win.
All right, well, I'll hand you over to our O-rings and I'll give you the microphone. We've got Michael Price, Quentin Hull, Jeff White, and also Matthew Primus.
Hey, John, it's Quentin here. Well done. I just first ask you, can you describe the playing conditions? Because we're sort of getting people asking about, the scrappy nature of the game. We saw a couple of sort of mark slip through fingers. So what was it like out there?
Yeah, it was actually interesting. Before the game started, going out there and warming up, it was really nice. Very humid and muggy in the air, but the ground wasn't too bad. But as the night went on, and obviously there was a little bit of rain today, it was really dewy. Ball was really skidding on. It was like a bar of soap in the end. So a lot of sweaty bodies. I guess that's Queensland footy for you.
John Noble, Jeff White here. Well played tonight, mate. Do the backs stick it up to the forwards? Because Jeffrey, Powell and Noble kicked the goal tonight. Is there a thing going on with the backs?
Yeah, we give it to them at training, that's for sure. We've had a couple of little goal-kicking comps with the forwards, and the backs always seem to reign supreme. We don't get many shots, so we've got to take them when they come, so it's nice to get a few.
Yeah, John, Matt Primus here. Well done on the team win tonight. I thought your forward pressure was probably been lacking over the last 3 weeks, but tonight that was just through the roof. I know it's not just always your forward 6, but you created so many scoring opportunities in that area tonight.
Yeah, that's probably fair. We knew, again, the last couple of weeks we haven't really brought that pressure, and it's something that we really pride ourselves on. We've got a really hungry forward line that are really good at hunting. We've got Took that goes through there. Longy's probably one of the best in the competition at hunting players. So, for them to bring that pressure, it helps our defence so much. So, they're our first line of defence, and when they're up and going, it's sort of hard for teams to get through.
John, we saw Jamara lead the team in, and just to expand a little bit what it's like to have a guy like that whose reputation precedes him, yet he's had a bit of a tough time in life, and he comes into the footy club looking for a second chance. What's your experience been like with him as a teammate?
Oh, he's such an incredible person, to be honest. I think he's misread in a lot of lights. He's been really, wholesome coming into our club. We've welcomed him with open arms, obviously, but, the way he's embraced our group, he's trained his absolute bum off in pre-season. You could see the effort that he was putting on. He had to bide his time and, I guess, earn the respect of the group and the coaches to obviously make his way into the AFL side, but I honestly can't speak highly enough. He's putting in so much work, and it's just it's an incredible story, of resilience. And he was obviously in a tough spot back in Melbourne, but, new environments and new clubs and new people can sometimes bring the biggest light out of him. So, us as a club couldn't be prouder of him.
You got to experience the trip to Darwin last year. It's been fruitful for you guys, and, gee, if you wanted a warm-up for the conditions, you got your old slippery, dewy run tonight before it gets even hotter and wetter up in Darwin.
No, I know. It was a nice little precursor, wasn't it? We've got a good record up there, but that's obviously all in the past. You got to play whoever's in front of you, and two sides that we're playing, Saints and Port up there, are going to be really challenging. So we'll take it 1 week at a time, but the boys always love getting up there. A lot of family members, so it's a special one for us.
Thanks for your time, John. Well done.
Guys.
John Noble with us from the Gold Coast Suns rooms. 35 disposals, 6 contested possessions, 1 clearance, 827 metres gained, and he kicked a goal too from beyond 50.
Yeah, that's Powell kicked the first one, which was off the just outside forward 50. Jeffrey kicked one, and so did Noble. So they love to have that, and it was part of the Jeffrey one was set up really, really well. How they were on the thin side and ended up going to the fat side. Ended up in that result. So that's great. You want to have that because it adds a little bit of, for the opposition perspective, you've got to be always on your toes. You turn your head. You've got to be mindful of when they switch the ball that they've got those players and those weapons. And you think about Mac Andrew too. He can kick it from outside forward 50. So creates just another weapon in their armour, which is really exciting.
Can keep your messages coming on 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. 0437 774 774. Kerry will be happy. She's listening in Darwin. She said, "Go, son." So they're heading up your way, Kerry. 13,537 here to see it, and kick-to-kick's going on out there at the moment, which is good. Here's the AFL ladder after 8 rounds. Earlier today, Sydney defeating Melbourne by 17 points. So the Swans atop the ladder, 7-1 with the Dockers. Swans percentage 165, Dockers percentage 133. So they're the only teams with a 7-win, 1-loss record. And now we get the staggered little 2-point bits because of the first draw of the season we had the other night. So Hawks, 6 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw, outright third. There are 4 teams with 5 wins and 3 losses. In this order from 4th through 7th. Lions, 126%. Suns, 116%, 5th. Cats, 115%, 6th. And then D's getting done today, 5 and 3, just 100%. So they're right. They're 8-11-4, 8-09 against. So almost absolutely par for your D's there, Whitey. So that's the top 7. And then we have Collingwood ahead of the others because of 4 wins, 3 losses, 1 draw. That's 8th. And then the other 2 wildcard slots at the moment, there are 4 teams 4 and 4, but St Kilda and North Melbourne have the best percentage of them. Saints 9th, 115%. North 10th, 106%. And then outside the top 10, Adelaide 4 and 4, 97%. Dogs 4 and 4, 92%. 2 teams with 3 wins and 5 losses, Port and the Giants. And then the Eagles with 2 wins. And in this order, Carlton, Essendon, Richmond, 16th, 17th, 18th, 1 win each. So that's the way that the premiership standings rack up after 8 rounds of the 2026 competition. And as mentioned, I like my analogies and sporting ones at that, so I used the cycling peloton as my sort of word around the Giants. They are after back, aren't they? So, look, they're a win outside of the top 10. They are 2 wins outside of the top 6, and we really need to get used to this different talk. So basically, if you're not in the top 6, you need to win 5 games in a row to win the flag.
Yep.
So, top 8 was 4 wins in a row to make the flag if you're in the bottom portion of it. Of course, same for the top 4. If you win 3 in a row in the top 4, you win the comp. But you have the luxury of losing one.
Yep.
During that period of time. But, now if you, 7, 8, 9, 10, you've got to win 5 weeks in a row to win it. So that's sort of a dynamic. And, look, it's this Giants team, has their window closed?
It's closing.
Geez, they've got some...
It's closing.
Well, who have they got out? So Kelly and Taylor.
So really only...
Those two?
As far as legit guns.
Yeah, legit guns.
And Tommy Green.
Tommy Green, yeah.
And Tommy Green.
Yeah. And who is a legitimate...
3 exceptional
But I mean, all teams are going to lose a couple of their...
Yeah. Well, look at the Bulldogs.
Yeah.
All Bulldogs. But, yeah, they're exceptional players. Those 3. So... That is a certain hole. But look, they've got next 2 weeks. They're going to, like you said, they're going to go in as favourites. Even though they've got to travel to Perth, no disrespect to Eagles, they'll go in as favourites. So,
my concern though for the Giants, having sort of picked them to make the grand final pre-season, I thought that we would get a solid year out of Hogan, a solid year out of Stringer, and like
especially after
footy mortality hits everyone.
Yeah,
and no fault of Jesse Hogan tonight. He looked like he played hurt. He was brave.
He looks like he's playing hurt.
But at the moment, he's playing lame. And he's an absolute shadow of the guy that won the Coleman a couple of years ago.
His hip. Well, the hip would certainly be hindering. He's quick off the mark. He's super quick. That's why he's such a good power forward.
He was definitely hampered by that hip at the end of the game last week.
Yeah, if you've got a sore hip, even if you've got a sore back or just explosion to get off the mark, to get, And
I don't think, the change of the ruck rule, Kieran Briggs was a real ace for them, but then they changed the ruck rule.
Yeah.
And it changes one of the,
his strength gets taken away.
Yeah, the strengths of the Giants.
Yep.
Yeah, and the mobility around the ground, because that's the other thing too. There's not a lot of stoppages around the ground, you would say, because of the lasso rule, probably down a little bit. That's where Kieran Briggs was very strong. That's why they put Aaliyah in there. But they were really good on Madden. They wanted him, but he's got injured last week, so they're going to have to do with what they've got.
So Toby Green didn't have much of an impact tonight.
No, he didn't. He didn't look like himself, did he?
No, well, he was good in the last quarter. Is that up for? Does Kingsley go right? You want to start you in the middle, generate some enthusiasm at the start of the game instead of put him in the middle in the last quarter.
But at the same time, has he got that in his tank these days?
That's go past him, don't they? Not go past him, but he can't be the man to always be the person that unlocks them, whether it's a forward or a mid, does he? With whatever he is, 62, 70-odd games, it's a big ask to continually do that.
How do you rate the game of Ned Moyle up against Briggs tonight? It was 34 hit-outs to 18 in the end.
Yeah, look, I think the next phase, this is coming from a ruckman and Matty step in here as well, he gets his hit-outs, and he does that at VFL level. The biggest question mark I've always had with Ned Moyle is his ability to spread around the ground. Can't go and have your 5, 6, 8 possessions, I think, here today. You've got to be able to spread around the ground and be used as a link-up play. You got a few touches near the end, but that was a bit of red time. But that's where you want to become dangerous as a ruck. You want to become, that's where Witts is good. Witts can he'll go and get his 15 possessions, use him as a link-up player.
Sifting through Gold Coast's 20-point victory over Greater Western Sydney, breaking a run of 6 consecutive wins for the Giants over the Suns. Gold Coast 11-17, 83 to the Giants 8-15-63. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Matt Primus and Jeff White with you. Now the postscript outside of the result, Sam Closey will be looked at closely with the sling tackle that saw Ryan Angwin missed the rest of the game due to concussion. And I think Ben Long's got a couple of things to answer in that tussle with Clayton Oliver. We saw it just a couple of times. So one, there's a bit of a slinging slap towards the lower jaw, and he also put his hands on his face. And it's a bit the old pat the head, the taunting type of, gestures that, you know.
That was
but they gave the 50.
Yes.
Remember there was one on, I think it was last night, with the St Kilda Carlton game. There should have been he rubbed his head. Should have been 50. They didn't pay that, but they paid that one. But
there was
I don't know. Yeah, definitely
I think that
the Closey one.
And we don't do fines for striking anymore. He's got to get a week
for the slap.
Yeah,
I think he'd get a fine.
No, you can't do that. It's striking.
So they double fist.
Yeah, but if you go on the
touch,
intentional and low impact and all that,
I know
it'll come down to a fine. I would think.
Yeah. So was it intentional? Yes.
Yes. Low.
What was the impact? Low. And it was high. That's one match.
Yeah.
So I've got the matrix here.
Yeah, okay, the high. Yeah.
Intentional, low, and high. It was definitely intentional.
Yes. And
swung his arm at him. Where'd it get him? In the chin.
It was high. I got no idea.
That's a match.
Yeah.
And he'll be spewing because he loves going fishing.
And it's his former club.
And it was something silly, like a slap, like same as the punch in the guts they want to get rid of. You know.
Yes.
That's just a waste of time doing that. So
when you look at that matrix there, Q.
Yeah, the Neo says.
Yeah, the Neo does.
Nothing high.
Can I have your votes, please?
I'm not sure.
I'm looking
Jeff
at Jeff,
doing, but
but you know what we do in radios. You speak to the collective, or you might be looking at one person. I'm thinking of you.
We're
Matt.
always giving the handball gestures, aren't we? For the we spoke about this. One vote to Clayton Oliver. Thought he did exceptionally well for the Giants. Was really good in and under, and his work rate was exceptional tonight. 2 votes to Will Powell. Don't really give the backs a bit of a mention. He started off, his foot skills still is such an underrated thing in the AFL. Some of his kicks tonight were superb. He just split up the defence. He uses the ball really well, comes off, takes his mark, and great goal to start the game. 3 votes to Petrarca. Special mention to John Noble, who we spoke to. I thought he was really good on the half-back line. But 3 votes to Petrarca. Kicked 2 goals, had 29 possessions. Broke the lines really, really well. He's having a great year. And, very influential. And there's our 3-2-1.
3 to Petrarca, 2 to Powell, 1 to Oliver. Just got some... We don't often do the last game of the round in this part of the AFL sphere, but we get a chance to look at sort of results of the weekend. I'll bring you in here as well, Pricey. Sort of what are the headliners out of the round? Anything you want to pick up?
Yeah, Carlton.
Well,
you walked into that.
Without using all the powder from ahead of Friday night's game against Brisbane, and of course we've heard the club saying that Michael Voss will be the coach to the end of the season, but there are 2 instances in recent Carlton history where a trip to Queensland has been the last for the coach. Dennis Pagan got sacked after Jonathan Brown kicked 10 goals at the Gabba.
Right.
What year was that? 2000.
They showed that just recently.
O2 maybe? Yeah, Brownie kicked 10, Pagan got sacked, and then Brett Ratton got sacked after Carlton got beaten by the Suns.
Suns here. Yeah. That's
so...
Right. Okay.
Vossi might be even more nervous coming home if he
back to the homeland.
Gets a hiding at the Gabba on Friday night. So
should he coach from the couch at home just to avoid coming to Queensland?
Go back further in history. I think Robert Walls got sacked after Brisbane beat Carlton at Princess Park in an upset with Warwick Kappa and Brad Hardy playing. That's many years ago.
That's another one.
That's many years ago.
Yeah, but that was him. But you're right. Yeah.
But if you want to talk about highlights,
but he was gone already, Wolsey. I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back. When you read the stories of Robert, before he passed, of course, a great man. He said, "I knew the writing was on the wall."
Just talking about the highlight of the weekend, Showdown.
Yeah.
How good was that? That was a highlight for me of the week. And I hope
they never played at the MCG because it doesn't deserve to be there. It's Adelaide's game. Don't take it to Melbourne. What do you reckon, Matt?
Ridiculous.
Well, you've got more credit than anyone in this box about showdowns.
Victorian centric, trying to bring that kind of stuff there. It's, as you say, it's an Adelaide game. Every game is outstanding. What's the record now? Whatever it is, 30 to 28 or 29 or something like that. They're a remarkable game.
Isn't it a great... I just love... Every time I get asked about the Showdown, it's like, it doesn't matter where they are on the ladder.
Yeah.
The game is always... it's just something about the showdown in Adelaide. I love it. Love the passion, the fans, the town, and I just thought that game was just unreal.
I've got one for you. How does the biggest club in the competition, who won the comp only a couple of years ago and made the preliminary final last year, how do people keep underestimating how close Collingwood is to the contenders?
No, I don't think they are.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that's fine.
Yes.
I reckon they're closer than most people because they're just a professional footy
No,
unit,
they
and
are.
they're unbelievably coached.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There was amazing.
I mean, I know that the numbers were way
amazing
against
game plan.
the
They
other-
knew,
Yeah.
knew they couldn't match them toe to toe. So a bit of the rope a dope. Let's have lots of inside 50s. We'll defend well, and then we'll get you on the counter attack. But yeah, I'm not sure they're anywhere near that. Or not anywhere near, but I think
Do
they're.
you think they'll make the top six?
No.
I think they'll make the finals. So it was always that top 10. But I agree. On, what was it, Thursday night?
Yep.
Their strategy to go wide and be able to just take the ball away from Hawthorn and just be able to chip and gain meetings and then go inside. Well coached. They should have won that.
Oh, and a couple of, Dacos Inc. had a very bad last 4 or 5 minutes.
Yes, yep.
Couple of corridor kicks from Nick were turned over. Josh, of course, had the turnover kick when all they need to do is hold the ball for the last 40 seconds and
Not as
win the
bad
game.
as Darcy Moore's last 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah, well...
I really felt for him. He dropped the mark and then gave away the free kick.
It was like the Captain Hollywood Project song. It went from more and more to more.
What about the...
If you know your 90s music, sorry, it was a very bad joke.
well played.
But it's late on Sunday night.
Can I throw one in?
What about North and St Kilda? Do you think they're improving enough?
Both definitely improved.
Yes. Do you think St Kilda's going to be any better than 10th, 9th?
They'll be wild card.
Here's a question. Who do you trust more out of those two?
Gee whiz, that's a tough one.
I'm trusting.
That is.
I'm trusting North more at the moment.
That's why I asked the question.
They've had a
Because
great
the
draw.
obvious answer is St Kilda.
Yeah, but
They've had a great draw, but they've been super competitive. Geelong, and last week was... Who'd they push last week? No, the Giants.
Oh, the Giants. The
But in
Giants
Canberra,
lucky
that's
to
hard
get
to...
away with one.
Yeah. So, I'm just not sure on them both yet, especially St Kilda, what they've invested. I'm not sure that they haven't quite come up against the good teams, and they're just knocking off the teams that they should. So
We mentioned earlier the injuries to the Western Bulldogs, but I thought their performance up against Freo was just courageous, and Bontempelli just on one leg to get 33 disposals as well. It's just a shame for the competition that they've lost a couple of their absolute stars because they were flying, especially early, and when they knocked over the Lions as well.
So here's how it looks for round 9, starting on Thursday out west. Freo versus Hawthorn. Tasty.
Yeah, great.
Really good. And then Friday night, another of these double-header Friday nights. Brisbane against Carlton at the Gabba. Port Adelaide taking on the Western Bulldogs at Adelaide Oval. That's a really important game for Port and the Dogs.
Yep.
And then on Saturday, Docklands for North versus Sydney. The showground for the Giants against Essendon in the twilight time slot. And then there are 2 games on Saturday night. The Suns in Darwin against St Kilda. And Geelong versus Collingwood at the MCG.
Wow, good one.
That's a good game.
Always love those.
I might ask you that question again on Saturday.
Look forward to it, Key.
About the Pies. How? Oh, we've got 90 seconds. How trusting in you are the? How trusting in the Cats are you that they'll just do what they do and be among the top 5 or 6?
Yeah,
or even better.
I think they'll get going. So they haven't hit their straps yet.
Melbourne West Coast at Docklands on Sunday, into Richmond, Adelaide at the MCG. So that's the round to come. Here, Gold Coast has won by 20 points after earlier Sydney beat Melbourne by 17. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. See you Friday.
By the way, enjoy your short drive home on this long weekend Sunday.
Send more texts.
Last couple of years, we've been farewelling you from the Q Clash on the May Day long weekend. You guys have had to get in the car, drive down. Now it's Pricey and I. And
Why didn't even get in the car?
I've got to ride my bike home, don't
I? Thanks, Zano. Down on the boundary to Lucas in the studio, to Pete on the faders here, and Michael, thank you.
Thank you, Q.
Do you reckon we've been here long enough for the car park to have cleared? It is the worst car park in footy, this joint.
If anybody remembers VFL Park Waverley, this is a very close second.
Yes. Just no grass.
Except not as cold.
This is first. No.
Good on you guys. And thank you for your company throughout the weekend. Really do appreciate all your text messages. Of course, Corbett and Ben with the news on AFL Monday tomorrow, and you can hear that on AFL Daily through ABC Listen. But here's how it finished up at Carrara with the Suns finally getting one over the Giants.
Lockweller kicks it inside 50, looking for King. Front and square. Ugle-Hagan. Snap. Bounces. It is a goal. That's a great snap from Ugle-Hagan from 25 out.
Boundary throw-in. Deep in the attack. Oh, picked up off the deck by Petrarca. He makes something out of nothing. Hands it from Goulburn. Now on to Weller. 65 from goal. A squaring kick to full forward. And there's Damara. Ugle-Hagan marking 25 out directly in front. Ugle-Hagan with his left boot. Kicks his second goal.
Hogan flies, nicely spoiled. Front and square, Thomas. Great little handball to Gothard. Nice snap. Bounces through. Phoenix has got his second. Picked up there by Daniels. Flying shot towards goal. Big contest. Lands into the hands there. A Stringer handball. Hogan on the goal line. Dribbles it through.
And an important moment in this game. 26 minutes, third quarter. Suns lead by 2 goals. Noble gives it everything with his right boot from 52. He's got it. He has kicked the goal.
Ben King. Crowd holds its breath as King gets his second. Extends the lead for the Suns. Fly from behind by Hogan. Collins in the front position, elected to spoil at centre half forward. Oliver picks up to Stringer. Under pressure. Jake Stringer does what Jake Stringer does. He just does that all the time. Under pressure, he can do extraordinary things, Jake Stringer. It was O'Halloran who gathered, tumbled it inside 50. Quick flicking handball there came towards Stringer. He got his boot to ball. How did he do that? To Bedford, who snaps and scores. So Ugle-Hagan, see how he goes here. From 30 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right. Ugle-Hagan leans back on it. It starts left, but it curls back enough. He's got 3 as the Suns blow out to a 27-point lead, game high.
The Suns with a victory over Greater Western Sydney. It hasn't happened a lot the last couple of years. And it's an important one for the locals. Gold Coast wins by 20 points. 11-17-83 to 8-15-63. Oh, there's the bugle. He's waiting for it. Sing along, Suns fans. 5th win of the season for Gold Coast.
Bludging on the blind side with Roy and HG.
I don't think there are any rules, HG. I think it's just a feel thing. You know what it's like.
Bludging on the blind side with Roy and HG on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of netball.
This is SA Grandstand, your show for all things sport.
Have your say on 1300 222 891.
Phone lines are still open. If you want to get in touch, we'll certainly get to you off the back of Alex Neil-Bullen, who has been good enough to join us on SA Grandstand this morning. The interim Crows skipper last night. He's relatively new to showdowns in terms of being a player, but he's been a part of a couple of special ones. Aaron Bryans, Andrew Capel, Josh Franco with you this morning. And welcome to the show. Alex, thanks for taking the time to chat to us.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for the intro.
How are you feeling? I mentioned it before that a lot of us probably didn't get to bed until about 1 a.m. last night. Did you get any kind of rest after what was an enthralling, thrilling finish?
Yeah, it's one of those ones. Usually I'm one of the players that's a good sleeper post-games, but last night certainly got home and was buzzing, replaying a few moments in your head. And, yeah, it was a special night putting the head on the pillow. When you finally get to sleep, my first thought was, did last night really happen, or was that a dream? So, yeah, one I'm very grateful to be part of, and as you boys were touching on, the showdown is a special rivalry within the AFL, and to think that we get the great privilege to be a part of it, it's something I'll remember that game for life.
the photo of you all walking off together, and Braden Cook has the Showdown Shield, and he just looks chuffed. He's smiling from ear to ear. We know he was a Crows fan growing up, pizza delivery boy, and he's been toiling away for 5 years to get a regular spot, and then ends up kicking the match winner. What was it like with him in the rooms, in the postscript? Has he been in touch? Have the boys been getting around him for what was, a moment that will live forever in SA footy?
Yeah, it was a really proud moment for Cookie and his family and the footy club. That's a young man who's really been developing his game, and someone that has also gone to work on what his strength is, and that is his kicking, his skill set. And to see that on the big stage last night when the pressure was at its highest, I couldn't be more proud of him. And he certainly deserves all the accolades that he's getting, but it's off the back of a lot of hard work. The short time I've been at the footy club for 18 months, I've seen a young man grow his game, but also not only his game, bring others along. So he's got some young players who he's mentoring. He's got a really strong relationship with Chase Jones and Stretch McAndrew, which you can see those boys are developing in a similar manner. So, yeah, he's a really important cog to our team, and fantastic that he could get the chockies last night.
Alex, Andrew Capel here, mate. Congratulations on the win. You've been around a long time. Have you played in a more thrilling finish? And what were the emotions like late in that game? You get the Miller goal, which became a no-goal. Then the Joe Berry snap for Port Adelaide, which put the power in front. And obviously Cook's winning goal at the end. What was that like to be out there in that situation?
Yeah, it's one of those things, Caps. Over the years, you kind of learn to not ride the emotional wave that a close game of footy can give you. So, for example, that last 2 minutes when Junior's goal was declined, as a player, your next thought is, okay, what's next? How can we ensure we get another shot on goal or can control the game? Whereas you can hear in the crowd, in the stand, it's an uproar. So then you have to quickly move on as a player, and then once Berry kicks his goal, you go into what's our role here, more so as a forward line, and what are we expecting from the mids and defenders. And being a leader out there within the forward line, you could definitely sense that we weren't throwing or waving the white flag. We were going to give ourselves a shot, and you can't guarantee that you're going to win it, but as long as you give yourselves the best shot, that's what I was so proud about. And certainly an environment you want to become used to, because that's the environments that you get later in the year if a team's good enough to get there.
So you do practice that scenario a lot in the pre-season when you're down, with 30 seconds to go. So how important is that to have practiced it so much, and what mode do you go into?
Yeah, well, every team's got their modes that they go into, win a game or save a game. There's a few little differences between each team, but for us it's probably more so getting the experience to feel it and what it actually feels like when there's 4 points on the line. You can train these things as much as you want, and you can understand the X's and O's, but I would almost say that's like doing your undergraduate, and then you've got to make sure you do your masters when you're actually out on the field, because everyone knows the theory behind it. But how do we as a team execute when there's 50,000 screaming at you, there's 4 points on the line? And I feel like if we had an exam last night, we failed the first assessment when we're up, but then we executed the one when we come from behind. So there's some feedback for us. We need to go to work on when we do have a lead and how we can and hold that margin, because we saw it as well against St Kilda a couple of weeks back. We just aren't able to execute when we have a lead. So that's something as a group moving forward we'll address.
And Alex, further to that and unpacking it a little bit further, obviously playing ahead of the ball, Berry kicks the goal. Are you communicating with the mids? Is there, conversation in that 30 to 40 seconds that you get before the umpire bounces the ball, or is it everyone just knows what they need to do?
In my position, I always assess the body language and how we're looking as a team, and I looked to the mids last night and could definitely sense that they were ready to go. A very familiar position, because a lot of our games have been close this year, and I just had to look it over and I knew that the heads were still in the game. There was no poor body language. So that's in a moment there where you back them in and let them do the work. And it was more so for myself to get to the forwards and understand that we're all executing, which we were able to. And we got a good look at it as well, which was fantastic to see.
And just a couple of players, Berry and Miller were outstanding for you guys last night.
Yeah, two great teammates, two people who had very different runs at it with Junior being in the game now for a while, but it's so good to see his body holding up, and he's a player that you can rely on at any stage of a game, whether the ball's in the air or on the ground. He's so tough and so clean, and he just gives you a sense of calmness out there. We saw that multiple times last night, especially late in quarters. And then for Sammy Berry, I couldn't be more proud of the young man. He's someone who's really had to fight for his position. I feel like now you're getting a good mix of self-belief within his own game, but also he's got great support around him, which allows him to see ball and get ball, and to see him get acknowledged last night with a medal. There couldn't be more deserving bloke than Sammy, and he's someone who's now leading his footy club with Dorse out. They're certainly stood up in the midfield along with James Peatling and the likes to make sure while Dorse isn't there, we've got great stability through the midfield.
19 tackles is insane, Alex. He's got a bit of Scott Thompson about him, Sam Berry. Do you see the resemblance?
Yeah, he might have to start oiling the biceps if that's the case. I remember seeing Tomo with always oiled up, but yeah, certainly similar traits, contested animal, but also is a great para-athlete to get to contest. So Sammy's someone who's always working on his game, and I'm sure if you told him that, he'd be very chuffed.
And you touched on Jordan Dawson there. I think I speak for everyone at the desk and most of the footy community as well, that I think the Adelaide Crows have handled what has been a very difficult month so incredibly well to throw your arms around the skipper and be able to navigate your way out of, losing a star player for such a period of time. You've been standing in as the interim skipper as well, so it's a big role for you to fill. Just walk us through how hard the week really was to be able to, come from Brisbane, 5-day break, but also go down a road during the week as well, which is an 8-hour round trip, to have you the injuries on the night last night as well. It felt like the world was against you, but just walk us through emotionally where you were at heading into the showdown.
Yeah, it's a powerful place to be, a footy club. You certainly see how powerful a football club environment can be when some hardship enters the building. And for us, it's all been focusing on supporting Dorse, our skipper, who has great influence on the footy club, and making sure that him and his family are in the best place possible through the hard time. And then as a professional, it was making sure that we prepare as best as you can. And I felt like we had a really good, sharp week on the track. Sometimes a short turnaround can be a funny one, albeit you might have the less days to recover or train. But when you get an opportunity to train your craft and your fundamentals, I feel like there's a heightened focus on making sure the session's really good. So we had a really sharp week on the track, and I felt like overall we started the game in a really good spot emotionally with some high energy, and the game for a lot of it felt like we were playing a way that we wanted to, probably just weren't able to connect forward half. But yeah, we took some good steps forward, and moving forward we'll hopefully get Dorse back at some stage, but as long as he's feeling as supportive as he can, that's our main focus with Dorse.
And a huge credit to you, Alex. I don't want to pump your tyres too much here and make you embarrassed or anything, but I know when you were recruited, the club was so adamant about what you could bring, not only through your skill set, but your leadership. And last night you lose Taylor Walker early as well, so no Dorse, no Tex. Aside from what you were able to do out there in terms of steering the ship, who else stood up? Who put their hand up to really direct the troops in a tough time?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I feel very privileged to get the honour to lead the club along with Keezy. Benny Keezy is someone who I love playing with because he's a player that leads through action, but then also understands the game really well, so has a great sense of calmness. And then you're seeing the evolution of some young players who are starting to become really mature heads out there. So you got your Joshy Worrells behind the football, who's got a young defence with him, with Huey Bond and James Borlace around him, and you can just see they're going strength to strength each week. And then through the midfield, you're starting to see the likes of Sammy Berry, even the types of Josh Rochelle when he's through there. So I think that's a beautiful thing about the Adelaide Footy Club is or since I've been here, we haven't really relied on certain individuals to always win us games of footy. I feel like we have a great flexibility of allowing players to thrive when it's their opportunity. And some weeks, some blokes will stand up more so with influence with footy in hand, but I like to think each week you get a constant output of boys making sure their teammates are in a good place mentally, and also under the highest pressures, that's when you've got to be highly connected, and we saw that through the 4 quarters last night.
Alex, such an important win last night to be 4-4 as opposed to 3-5, and you've got Richmond and North Melbourne in the next couple of weeks. It's been a tough start to the year, as we just touched on, for the footy club, but how do you feel like you're placed now?
Yeah, it's a really important thing to note is the win-losses will always be there. For us, it's understanding that each year is so different. You're going to have to win games differently. You're going to have to evolve your game differently. And that's something that we're really acknowledging is we got to make sure that each week we understand how the game looked, how the game felt, and the messaging that their coaches are giving us. We need to make sure as players we look at ourselves in the mirror and say certain parts aren't exactly where we need them right now, and we get a great opportunity to each week come back often 7 days later to continue to improve in those areas. And you've seen over the course of the last 3 to 4 years, the premiership team has often been the team that continues to improve throughout the year, not necessarily jumps out of the gate and holds momentum. And that's our mindset, is to ensure that we continue to acknowledge the areas that we need to get better at, but then also have a layer of confidence and belief that we can continue to improve, so we give ourselves the best shot each and every week. And how good to get to the MCG next week, home of footy, and really put up another good performance where we see an Adelaide Crows game which is consistent across 4 quarters.
Hey, Alex, just before we let you go, a couple of broader picture ones as well. Want to talk about the umpiring, and I know that's a little bit of a contentious one with the playing group. I don't want to put you in a bad spot in terms of the specific decisions, but there were a couple last night, obviously, in very big moments where they interjected themselves. Are you feeling like, as a playing cohort, even in the Adelaide Crows right now, that it's just a little bit confusing and there's a lot of chaos happening when it comes to umpiring decisions?
Yeah, that's a really tough one to answer. I think, my position as a player, in a player's mindset there, all I ask is for consistency, and then once a decision is made, I feel like I've trained myself now just to move on with play. So whatever the decision is, as a player, you can't get wrapped around in it, and understanding that as a player, all we ask is for consistency.
We don't really like the word soft at times when talking about umpiring, but there were just a couple where it felt like they didn't have a feel for the game in terms of a couple of shepherding moments, just a little bit of body work where it wasn't overly egregious. Did you feel like they were a little bit trigger happy last night?
Again, that's a really hard one for me to comment on. For us, it's about understanding what the game looks like when we are in those high-pressure situations. And yes, there's an opposition that you've got to make sure you understand what they're trying to do, and they're there to adjudicate the game. So if that's what their call was, as players, we just got to make sure we continue to move on and give ourselves an opportunity. And I'm very, very thankful we're able to do that late last night.
This one's a little easier for you to answer, Alex, to wrap it up. I'll give you the alley-oop. Standalone showdown. You mentioned it before, how big of the rivalry it is, how good the game goes. It was head-to-head last night with the Docklands game. Where do you sit in terms of getting clear air for the South Australian rivalry?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of South Australian football. Growing up in Adelaide, I've always loved the showdown, and it was great to see the big dogs of AFL House there last night. So now they've got a taste of what the atmosphere looks like, and I'm sure they'll take that experience back to the headquarters. And yeah, I'd love to be able to play in a marquee game fixture in the showdown.
Congratulations, Alex. So thanks for taking the time to chat to us. I know it was a really lengthy one. You gave some really articulate answers, and yeah, just an excellent performance last night to get the job done. Hopefully it continues this momentum run for the season.
Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it.
Well done, mate.
Alex Neil-Bullen on SA Grandstand after Adelaide's 1-point win in Showdown 59.
Horse somewhere to go. In the background, there's always the radio. Who listens to the radio? Who listens to the radio? Who listens to the radio? That's what I'd like to know. Who listens to the radio? One has a cigarette resting out the window, the other one in twiddles with the radio. Who listens to the radio? Who listens to the radio? Who listens to the radio? That's what I'd like to know. Who listens to the radio? The radio listens to the radio. Who listens to the radio? The radio listens to the radio. That's what I'd like to know. Who listens to the radio? Who listens to the radio? The radio listens to the radio. That's what I'd like to know. Who listens to the radio? That's what I'd like to know. Who listens to the radio?
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
Your home of rugby. ABC Sport.
You're listening to the Sporting Witness podcast from the BBC World Service. I'm taking you back 30 years to the launch of a computer game that will break sales records and become a cultural phenomenon. This is the birth of FIFA International Soccer.
It just shows how sucked into this game thing, right? Thinking about now, it almost seemed to be a dream, the things I did.
It's May 1993 in the Canada office of EA Sports, the computer game developer.
Through the field was just white line. The net area just two empty holes, and the ball is a white dot. The player is a stick.
Senior engineer Jan Tan is testing out a football game he's been working on.
I was doing that little demo with my just a colleague sitting around me, the cubicle. So let's have a game and see how you feel.
Even though the design is basic, the game's pretty good, and word spreads around the office.
And the other colleagues, they're standing around cheering, and some even standing on the table. Wow, it's almost like a real game. I said, oh, wow, that's quite amazing.
That same day, the senior vice president from EA Sports is over in Vancouver on a visit from the US office. Walking through the corridors, he hears the whooping coming from Jan's cubicle. Up until now, there's not been that much interest in Jan's soccer game from HQ. They've been more concerned with developing games for the US market, like American football. But on hearing the reaction of the coders to Jan's prototype, the senior VP knows he has a hit on his hands.
And he told the producer, the managers, we have to ship this game for Christmas season, right?
Realising his tight deadline is about to get even tighter, Jan's heart sinks. He'd never even wanted to be involved in this product.
I just finished another sports game called 4D Tennis. I was a little bit burned out.
But knowing how much Jan loves football, the producer Bruce had convinced him he was the man for the job.
Because I'm an amateur soccer player myself. I played soccer in the university days. I'm decent. My producer, and he knows me, he said, no, you have to do it. He said, you're the best person to do this. I said, okay, then why don't you get all the games you can find in the stores so I can play them and give you kind of review and see how they are, how I'm going to do differently.
Jan checks out the competition and decides he wants his game to have an isometric view, like watching football on TV. And he wants his players to move like real footballers.
Players should run and kick the ball and chase the ball, kick the ball, instead of the ball being tied to their shoes, like in all the other games.
It's also important for Jan that the players without the ball keep their positioning.
The most difficult task is to make your teammates position where they're supposed to. You watch a professional player play, they know exactly where to go. They don't have the ball, but they watch which team has the ball, who has the ball, where the ball is, and they know exactly where to go. And that's key.
Tackling these tricky algorithms is painstaking work. By the time of that senior VP visit in May, Jan has only cracked half his problems, and the game needs to be ready by autumn. He has a lot to do.
AI, animation, camera, physics, you just name it.
So if I could put a camera on you back in 1993, what would I have seen in the office?
You see the lonely engineer working late at night on the computer. I was a workaholic.
The long hours start to have a detrimental effect on Jan's family life.
I remember one night, this is on a Sunday night, 12 o'clock, I had an idea all of a sudden. I was already home. I got an idea because I didn't have a computer at home. And I said, I want to try this out because I have the problems. If I have an idea in my head, I have to do it, try it. Otherwise, I just can't sleep. So I quickly drove to the office, which is like 1.5 an hour away by car. So I started working on it, testing this idea. Takes a long time, hours, right? Tweaking back and forth. And then all of a sudden, Bruce came in. And I said, hey, Jan, you're still here? I said, yeah, this idea, I want to try it. And he sat down beside me and started chatting. And then phone rang. Late at night, I said, who would have called? So he picked up my phone. And on the other hand, it was my son. I think my son was 8 or 9 years old. And he said, could you let my dad come home, please? When I heard that, I was really heartbroken, right? This is, the problem is tears almost.
The workload starts to affect Jan's health too. One day in the office, he struggles to breathe.
Luckily, the hospital was just a block away from our campus. And there's a lot of people in the emergency room. And the nurse said, what's wrong with you? And I explained the situation. And she said, don't move. He quickly rushed to the emergency ER room. The doctor pushed out the stretcher. They wheeled me in, and they wound up my full body. So for half an hour, they say, your heart seems to be fine. You have a severe anxiety attack. You're just exhausted. And the doctor ordered me not to work for 2 weeks.
While Jan is killing himself to get the coding finished, higher up the chain at EA Sports, a deal is being struck with the International Federation of Association Football, FIFA, to add their name to the product.
FIFA is the best name, right? The highest name in soccer, worldwide in football. Of course, you would want to get a license, right? Because exposure is just huge.
But the deal to use real players' names and likenesses isn't completed in time. So Jan and his team need to come up with some fake names for their virtual footballers.
So I remember sending an email to all my colleagues in the office saying, okay, you want to be part of the FIFA game? Just pick a team, give me your name, whatever, a fake name, a real name, doesn't matter. And of course, I was a little bit selfish.
Jan, the former college footballer, sees a chance to realise one of his boyhood dreams. He names the Brazilian number 10 the best player in the best team.
Tian. And then my producer said, that's too Asian. The Brazilians don't have a name like that. Let me tweak a little bit. His parents are from Italy, right? So he said, how about you add O to it? Gianno Tiano. That's I said, that works. So that's how it goes. It comes along. And then I gave myself, of course, being a little bit selfish, gave me all the best attributes. Player has attributes, how fast, physical strength, and skill level. That's why people, when you pick me, almost you're guaranteed to win.
The names are set. The final flourishes have been added. Jan could tweak all day, but the game needs to hit the shelves in time for Christmas. EA Sports plough big money into the launch. There's a party at Wembley Stadium and expensive TV adverts in the UK and US.
I have this dream. It's about
playing for my country.
FIFA International Soccer from EA Sports.
When the first set of sales figures come in, no one can believe what they're hearing.
It sold over 1 million copies the first month. It's never heard of, right? Back then, if a game is sold for like 100,000, over 100,000, that's a big sale already. I said, wow, we did something.
Jan receives the Outstanding Employee Award, the highest honour for EA Sports. He carries on working on new iterations of the FIFA game for a few more years before deciding to hand the joystick on to other developers. The FIFA series becomes one of the most successful sports games franchises in history. The EA Sports FIFA partnership continues for nearly 30 years before breaking down over a reported disagreement over the cost of the licence. Jan Tan was speaking to me, Vicky Farncombe, for that edition of the Sporting Witness podcast.
Stop me, stop me. Stop me if you think that you